stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome
flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Come to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk
to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
'Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A global namaste to all of you wonderful souls. A very warm welcome to you all on this motivational, inspirational session of Healing Our Earth. Before we start today's session, let us all fold our hands just in the prayer position and close your eyes, and we will start with the most universal mantra, the Gayatri mantra. Now, this is the mantra that's most universal. You can chant any mantra that you desire to that will bring up positive energy. Invoke that before we start today's program. So let us do that. Close your eyes, take a deep breath in, and all the way out. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्. Rub your hands over your eyes. Bring that energy, that inspired energy within us. A very good morning, a very good afternoon, or may I say a very good evening also to all of you wonderful souls, whichever part of the globe you're joining us from. Today is the 62nd consecutive session of Healing of Earth. We have touched over 170 countries and have had a global participation on Healing our Earth. The aim with which Healing our Earth is functioning is to spread love, harmony, peace, unity, and liberty to everyone and to every home on this globe. We want to create positive and good vibes at every doorstep with great energy amongst us, so that together we can actually tackle any unforeseen circumstances. Let me also tell you that the team at Healing Our Earth, from the organizer, the speakers, the performers, the facilitators, the hosts, the media, and the IT team, are giving their time totally voluntary to this gigantic mission that we have, that is to spread love, peace, harmony, and happiness all over the globe. This mission is going very strong with an absolutely strong leadership from our producer, director, Mr. Neil Kumar, to whom we give a big salute for spreading this motivational, inspirational thoughts throughout the globe. Today, we have a lineup of speakers who are world-class speakers. Performers also from different parts of the globe who are sharing their knowledge and expertise with us. So without any further delay, I would like to start our journey of the Healing Our Earth session on this topic of motivation and inspiration, and we are starting from Hong Kong. And you know what? Right now in Hong Kong, we have a super awesome lady who is going to be telling us a lot about motivation and inspiration. Let me also tell you, it is an evening time for about 10 o'clock in Hong Kong. However, let me just make sure that our internet connection is all there, and let's make sure that we are connected. A global namaste, Teresa. Can you hear me? You need to unmute, Teresa. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Dr. Lally.
Look at this. Teresa is all with her yellow and her red envelopes. Teresa, before we start, let me say a global namaste on behalf of Healing Our Earth, and welcome to this session. However, before you start saying anything, Teresa, I'd love to let this global audience know who you are. You are an inspired person and is going to be talking about inspiration, be well, healthy, and happy. Teresa, a very good evening. I know it is about 10 o'clock in Hong Kong, but I would like to say that this lady at 10 o'clock, she is one of the most articulate and charismatic person. And Teresa's biggest joy is seeing her audience be happy and laughing. Teresa is an international speaker, a TV host, and a mental health educator who is inspired to inspire her audience to be well. You will learn holistic tools to ground, to relax, to release, and nourish, along with lots of food for thought. An experienced educator, Teresa, is of journalism, communication, media, life, and well being. Teresa is a certified yoga teacher, an integrative nutrition and health coach, and Reiki practitioner. A natural people lover, she magnetizes her clients of all ages around the world with the youngest audience of 1.5 years of age to the oldest of 93. Wow. Teresa specializes in wellness curriculum, strategy, and implementation and works closely with corporates and schools. Teresa is an advisor for global community health and BRICES and APSES, international organizations that promote lifelong healthy living for children. My God, we have this super awesome person with us, Teresa. Welcome. And on behalf of Healing Our Earth, once again, a global namaste. The floor is all yours, Teresa.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lalit. You make everything super amazing. Love your energy. Love you sounding so inspirational and motivational. Firstly,
Thank you.
Gong Heva Choi to you again. Remember these red packets and the golden one. These are healing colors as well, and very vibrating colors, vibrant colors. It's Chinese New Year here, you know, and we're heading right into the second week of Chinese New Year, and it's been wonderful. I had a really good break. I'm really honored to be here. Now, if we could just, I'll go right into sharing my PowerPoint. Is that
Sure,
okay?
sure,
Yeah.
sure. And Teresa, by the way, Happy New Year to you. Yes, you can.
Yes, thank you. Wonderful. I was telling everybody before the Western New Year came on, I was already right into 2021. Yeah. So who can share? I could share now. Yeah. Okay. I
Yes,
could
the media
Perfect.
team, the technical team will allow you to do that for sure.
Got
Yeah.
it. Yep. They do that. That's wonderful. Yeah, so this is good. Slideshow. I've got a. Ooh,
Cool. Yeah, just give it another try again. No problems.
okay, got it. Let's do that again. It's great because I'm zooming almost every day because when I
Wow.
teach, oh, I got drop out again. So if I could get the technical team.
Okay. We've got a very super expert media team and IT team, and I'm sure they will be looking into this and trying to help you, Teresa.
All good, all good. We're used to doing live shows. Everything is good. It
There
says
you
who
go.
can share, right? It does say all participants. I am already in their slideshow. Okay, now I play from the start. Very good. Here we go. We got
There
it
we
going.
go.
All right,
Wonderful.
that's just a title page with a lot of vibrant colors, and I think Dr. Lalit's already put in all the, made this a very good starting point. So I could skip all of this. Healing the earth. Let's all be well, happy, and healthy. Yeah, let's do that. Who am I? I'm inspired. Some photos you could see me being happy with food and people, lover, and all of that. All the wonderful qualifications that I'm blessed with, Dr. Lilith went over, so I'll just skip right over that. So today, what am I doing here? Really is to inspire you because that's what I do with my mission on health and wellness. It's been for years, and what I do is really inspire people to be well on their journey and be successful and all of that. So allow me this chance to help you take care of you and inspire you wherever you're at, take your journey a bit further. So let's do this together. So what makes us happy then is the first question. Some of us look at money, right? Some of us go to the gym. Some of us invest time in our families and the people that we love. And some of us invest in property, all wonderful stuff. And whatever is making you happy, like this guy here, my Lion King, if it's making you happy, keep it, hug it, whatever it is, keep doing it. But today we're going to give you a few more tools to work with that are feasible, that are accessible, that's going to make you well, but really taking the journey a bit deeper, because sometimes we look at, these are the surface things that could make us really happy. But sometimes if we could go even a bit deeper and look inwards, we could get, a little higher. We could go a little bit further. So let's do that today. Could I invite all of you? Firstly, it's been challenging times. Sometimes we forget to take care of ourselves. Let's do that. Can we start with giving all of us a big hug? Hug yourself.
Wow.
Ah, feels good. I wish I could be there to give you a hug, but I'll give you a virtual hug.
A
And
virtual
that's,
hug. Absolutely.
yeah, it's fantastic. Exactly. Um, we look at wellness and well-being. If you ever seen this, the tree is often used as a symbol of wellness and well-being. Why is that? If you look at the trunk and the roots, and this particular graphic doesn't have the roots, but the tree is always rooted in its roots, isn't it? And the heart is always at the bottom. So we could vibrate everything from our heart space and not from our mind. Things are very different. And as you see the tree, it accentuates up with all those fabulous colors of the rainbow. So imagine if you were like that on a daily basis or most of the time, how would your well-being be any different or be different, right? So I always focus when I do my talks is grounding, very number one, grounding in the heart space. And that's space of intention of love me. It's always love me. And I had to learn that myself, really. It's been a tough journey the last couple of years, but I've learned a lot. And my bestie Seema is here, and she's the reason why I'm on this talk. Is we talk about this all the time. Now, the holistic toolbox that we all need is really breath, right? Breathe, which is we're born with, this is our birthright. We could work on our mind, having a positive mindset. And how about a little bit of movement? Yeah. And quieting. I think quieting is so useful for me, like on my own personal journey. I spend a lot of time being quiet, like I said, tuning in, really looking inward, closing my eyes and bouncing out the outer world that's so noisy. Sometimes we really don't need that. And today you mentioned food for thought, but I really want to talk about foods that we eat, edible foods. So today we have a combination of edible foods and non-edible foods as the holistic toolbox. So if I may invite you, along with my friend the Lion King here, is if you could sit on the edge of your chairs and if you could plant your feet firmly on the ground, allowing yourself to connect with Mother Earth. And if you could just sit straight up with your chest open, eyes closed, and place your hands over your lap. So as you can tell, I'm also a yoga teacher, yes? Go ahead and do this. Is if I want you to, sometimes our focus is really in our forehead because we're constantly absorbing, sensing, and other energy that are sometimes not ours, and too much information. And often, like when I'm teaching these days, it's information overload. Go ahead and close your eyes. And I want you to shift the focus from your third eye area or your forehead to the tip of your nose. And I want you to just listen to your breath for 1 minute. Nothing else, but listen to your breath. If you find yourself shifting focus or getting distracted, shift back to the tip of your nose. And the only sound you're focusing on is your own breath. And take some mental notes, whether your breath is brief, it's fast, broken, smooth, doesn't matter. Whatever it is, be grateful that you are actually breathing and spending time listening to your breath. Now, when you're ready, go ahead and open your eyes. Now, how often do you ask yourself what kind of qualities or what your energy looks like? So let's call ourselves the well leader. I think that's the term that I love to use, and I use that with corporates a lot. It's being well and being able to have good leadership. And good leadership, first priority, first qualification is being well. What is a well leader? What are some of the qualifications or the energy or the positivity that you like to bring into the room when you walk in? When you walk into your office or when you walk into your house, what do you want to bring in? Yeah, you want to be well, you want to be healthy, you want to be cheerful, you want to be joyful, and everyone wants to be like a Dr. Lalit all the time, right? So energized and smiling, and people say that to me, like, oh, Tracy, you're like the lighthouse, and how do we become you? Well, It takes a lot of work, you know. Sometimes we are born with these things, but I think over time, you know, life gets challenging and we have to constantly do the inner work and it takes effort. So being well, being happy takes effort. So I want you guys to take notes on the list. So I started the list by saying well and healthy. You could add to the list. Okay, these are for you. Okay, these notes are for you. These are the qualities that you like to work on, that you could set an intention to get, you know, to get started, to see what you want to bring into the room. Yeah. Okay, good. So, well, everything begins with us, right? And we want the intention, the goal is always to be ease and peace. And remember that everything begins with us. So let's pause. If I could have you set up again, is with your feet planted on the floor. So it's a continuation. So I add on a little bit of more tools as we go on. Good. Your hands are on your lap. Eyes are closed. Now this time add a smile to your face. And sometimes some teachers say, even if you fake it, you know, fake it, fake it. It's okay. Still smile because that sends energy into your cells. Now remember, everything that we are, the way we speak, the way we think, the way our being is all at a cellular level. So it's really important the way we communicate with ourselves. Now, when you pause, what are your cells doing? Stay where you are. Good. Keep closing your eyes. Now I'm going to add, if I could just invite you to do another breathing exercise, just take a deep inhale through your nose. And if you can just sigh through your mouth, any grievances, any negativity that you have, go ahead and make it loud. It's okay. And remember, leave all your grievances, all the things that you dislike to Mother Earth. She can take it. That's why she's here. That's why we have to heal her as well. We have to respect her. Go ahead and take another deep inhale in. And sigh. One more inhale in. And sigh. Exhale everything that you dislike that drags you down. Wow, isn't it wonderful that sometimes we just take time to pause? Wonderful. Wow, so we start with the breath. What about the mind? Often is agitated. So much work to do. WhatsApp all the time. You know, like lately, I've been, you know, just really just overwhelmed because the semester started at the Baptist University here, and I'm teaching 2 brand new subjects and 3 subjects altogether, and 4 classes, and course prep just takes a lot of time. And on top of, you know, running this wellness business and doing talks and all that, it's a lot. But on top of that, we have personal things that we work on, right? Relationships, friendships, family. There's so much going on and our mind could just go everywhere, all directions. But it's so important. If you look at this graphic, what happens when we have a positive mindset? Look at all those great colors, the butterflies, the hearts. You could see birds singing. Everything is just light, beautiful, and joyful. So how could you have a positive mindset? So do that switch, right? When it gets noisy up here, switch to the tip of your nose, close your eyes and tune in. Ground. Do your breath work. You know, if you could just take some deep inhales and sigh really deeply, release. You know, we call that release. Okay, so like, for example, we could do this, you know, because our mind gets very, it goes really fast, right? It goes into the future. It goes, you know, creates a lot of anxiety. So what if we try this again? Another breathing exercise is, let's inhale positive thinking. Exhale negative thinking. Inhale love. Exhale stress. Inhale gratitude. Exhale anxiety. Would this work? How about something else? Tapping, EFT, if you guys are familiar with this. So take your like 3 fingertips. Let's tap the head a little bit. Yeah, and your forehead. Tap around your ears, your eyes, even, you know, around your jaw or your mouth area, because that's where when we think too much, we tend to clench our jaw and sometimes we forget to express ourselves. And, you know, sometimes most people, are afraid of being vulnerable. And we tend to just have everything stuck in our head, then what happens? Our head gets really tight, gets really tense, and it goes to our body and it goes into our cells. So physical, mental, spiritual, everything is all working together. Wow, very good. I'm seeing some people who are really tapping. You could even tap your eyes, like we're constantly looking at the computer all the time. What about tap here for your immune system, just right around your collarbone? That's fantastic. So guys, I'm really just a messenger. So I don't create these things except for the smelling breath. Listening to your breath part. And that was fantastic. Yeah. So wow, all that. Yeah, imagine this, if you could release all the tension, or to begin with, the intention is not to have tension, but we do. It does accumulate, right? And if we have positive thinking, our head's going to be lighter. There's going to be less tension. And that's the whole idea. Yeah. Yeah, wow. Let's go on to the next thing and see more tools to work with today. Now, very importantly, as you know, stress is inevitable in life. And with, all that's been going on with the global pandemic now leading into the second year, like in Hong Kong here, we've had some protests before that. So we've had, it's been a good 2 long years. But how often are you actually looking into your stress level? So I want to invite you, if you have a pen and paper, is I want you to look into your stress level and your emotions. Guys, it's totally okay to be vulnerable. Growing up, I was not taught to cry, but and I even tell Seema and my girlfriends, like, if I need to cry, I need someone to help me punch the button or do something to help Teresa cry. But over the last couple of years, because of what I've been going through, I've actually learned to be vulnerable. And it's really totally okay to get away our cultural beliefs that it is okay to be vulnerable. So I really want to tap into your emotions, is, come up with an adjective. So I started the list here is, have you been frustrated? Are you stressed? Are you anxious? Are you out of breath, right? We did the breath work earlier. So you were, measuring and taking notes on your breath. Are you overworked? Are you overwhelmed? Now, a lot of people get confused with the word depressed and overwhelmed. So try to see the difference is overwhelmed, right? And it's just like, oh my God, I couldn't handle this, too much to do. Yeah, and that's a little different from depression, as you know. Are you getting temperamental, confused, lost, guilty? Guilty is a word that I had a lot of people tell me when I did talks in Bangladesh last year, because a lot of families went through COVID and had people die. And, some of the CEOs were thinking, they weren't able to take care of their families as the way they should. Guys, everyone is going through this for the first time. We are doing our best. And the best thing that we could do is really vibrate on high energy by doing work like this, taking good care of ourselves. So the key message is individual well-being equals collective well-being. And all we could do is stick together and really work on ourselves and put out the right energy, right? So I was telling them all this, it's great to feel all this, but guilt, is not going to help better anything. So let's try to, come from a neutral perspective that we're all in this together and that we're all trying to help each other and that we could be supportive each other. Now, fear, we all have that. Worrying about the future, right, creates all anxiety. So take notes, guys. It's really important that we, look into our own emotions and to know where we're at. And it's really, really essential. Right. Now, so we've done the mind, we've done the breath, we're looking at the physical stuff. Normally, I would put in some videos in there, but concerns over copyright, I left those out, which is okay. I think we're doing really well. Now, energy-wise, how's your energy level now? I mean, not just mental energy, but your physical energy and your whole being, which I mentioned earlier. Is what do you want to put out there when when you walk into your room? What do you want to feel like? What do you want to look like? And what are you infecting? Let's use the word positive, infecting, the people around you with. Now, food is very important. As many of you may know or may read about me, is that I'm really big on holistic nutrition, integrated nutrition. I'm mostly vegetarian myself, but sometimes my body has called for a bit of fish and seafood. I allow myself to do that. I'm a true believer that food is energy and so important because all of us eat, right? So I want you guys to look into after today, if you haven't, is look into your food. How are you feeding yourself? How are you nurturing yourself with food? So if you see there, that's a The base is a vegan burger, and I put sardine on top. And I always tell people, look, you could put chicken, you could put whatever you like. That would, that's your food, and you talk to your body, and that's what you need. You add to it, but mostly it's plant-based foods. That's really important. Now, food and nutrition has become even more important because of the pandemic, because I think a lot of people are looking into immunity. I showed you the tapping earlier on immunity. But guys, mind your stress and mind your immunity at any time. It's not just because of the pandemic that you need to take care of yourself, but the stress level, emotion, right? Emotional stress level, physical, everything is all connected. And remember, everything starts with the head, and then it goes into the cells, and then it goes into different parts of your body. And imagine your body like the computer, because that's what it does. It's like it just stores emotions. And we have to be really mindful of how we nurture ourselves on a daily basis in all the aspects of life, right? So food and nutrition, really important. I'll go through this very quickly. Plant-based, omega-3. If you're vegetarian or vegan, B complex 100 is very important. B6, B12. If your B complex doesn't already contain those, right? Vitamin D3, you could get some of those in the sun, but liquid form is very important. Vitamin E, magnesium, all of that. And I don't have to tell you, all these great foods, plant-based, whole foods, natural, colorful foods are going to make you shine from the inside out. And that's what we're trying to get at, right? But it's not just shallow beauty. As we're talking about really nurturing the organs to really be able for them to function better. And when they're happy, it's going to show up on our faces, right? So very good stuff. That I had a video that would help you dance a little bit and show you a video, but instead of the video, can we just kind of have you stretch and dance a little bit and da, 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 and just kind of be happy. And I want to share a recipe with you that you could actually eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, which is a very easy, your favorite bread, some nuts. So I recommend Brazil nuts, pine nuts, and those two are good. You could crush them and you just sprinkle them over the bread, right? With a little bit of honey. And you could put some slices of banana over it. Da, 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 da. That sounds good, right? Ooh, yum, yum. And you could just slice it up and sprinkle some cinnamon on top of it as well. That gives you optimal nutrition, a lot of energy. Now go light on the sugar, please. As you know, sugar is actually acidic, and we don't want an acidic body, especially this time. We want to keep our body alkaline. Yes, so a lot of food for thought here, anti-aging, alkaline food. So go with your plant-based, lots of colorful vegetables, and see if you could, some of our diets contain maybe a little bit of too much refined carbohydrates, and that will tend to make our bodies acidic and bloat or, indigestion. So look into those as well, because those totally affect our energy. If you think about it, if you eat your food that's hard to digest and that makes you tired, imagine how that's going to look like on your face, because you go right into lethargy and your organs are also taking more time to process that food. And that's only going to make you tired, right? So avoid junk foods and processed foods as much as you can. So the last slide before we go right into Q&A is forget everything you learned today. Let's start with your well-being. And I really want to inspire you is start doing the breathing exercise. If you forgot everything I taught you today, if you could just ground yourself, close your eyes, and just listen to your breath. If you could just start with 1 minute, that's really going to make a difference in your overall well-being. And as we know, happiness is an inside job, and it isn't anything like a car or a computer or any materialist things that really make us happy, but it's really doing the inner work and tuning in and being and really accentuating joy from the inside. That's going to affect our being with other people. And we talk about the well leader earlier, the quality, the good qualities that we could bring in as a well person. So please breathe, recharge, eat well, and have a positive attitude on life as much as you can. And from time to time, tune into your emotions and check with your physical body, because remember, it is a computer. Where you have stress, where you have certain emotions like anxiety, grief, guilt, it goes into different places, right? And before we came on, I was talking to Dr. Lalit about our hips. I was doing yin yoga today and a lot of hip openers, and our hips tend to store a lot of emotions, believe it or not. Now, very importantly, because we've been in lockdown and, you know, we've been having to work from home, please remember to move. So the tension in your body is going to also give you indications of where you are at with your mental well-being. And that's really important. Now, H, look into your heart, because a lot of times we are in a head, we have a negative mindset. It's important to tune in and go, what does my heart say? My mind sometimes just doesn't really count. And you know, there's a saying, right? If you could conquer the mind, you could conquer life, right? In different words that says that. Now, remember, ease is the key here. So we want to be at ease and peace, and everything begins with ourselves, right? So again, happiness is an inside job. So I invite you, whatever you forgot today, don't forget to start with your breath. Do your breathing exercises as much as you can, and that's going to be, I think, a great inspiration and motivation for your well-being journey. Dr. Lalit, Q&A time.
Oh my God, my God. Can you continue, because this information is just
Yeah.
invaluable. This
Well,
is
you know what? Why don't we do this? If, you know, since I'm stretching a lot, can we get everybody, you know, I'm a yoga teacher, so let's do this. If you could take your right arm, let's do this. And if you could just inhale and extend your arm up, and you could and bend to the left side. So stretch. Good. Feel that opening on your side body. And then it goes down to your hips as well. Sometimes some of you probably feel pins and needles running all the way down your toes and the bottom of your feet. Good. And slowly release. Good. Inhale, left hand up. And go ahead and, oh, bend to the right hand side. That feels so good. I'm going to have such a great night's sleep tonight. I so, yeah. Yeah, I wish I could stay up all night with you guys because the energy is so great. Good. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slowly release. Ooh, how do you feel? How about we do a little bit of a twist? If you could just sit in where you are, feet planted, right? All that set up. And just
Teresa?
twist to the right hand side. Yes?
Sorry, I'd love to continue the stretching. Would you mind stop screen share so that we can get everybody on the screen?
Ah, yes. Stop share.
you.
Perfect. I like that. Good. And then we could do a left turn, left twist a little bit.
Thank you.
Ooh, and then slowly back to center. Very good. Does anyone want to do a qigong?
Oh, go ahead.
I was watching a video and it reminded me this morning. So good for immunity, focus, and relaxation is you could just take your palms, right? So you start at the bottom, kind of near your pelvic floor. So you inhale up and just above the head a little bit. And then you exhale down a bit. Good. Inhale. So it's called holding the sky, right, in Chinese. And you come down again on your exhale. Good. Inhale again. Up. And exhale down. Okay.
We are having some amazing group participation here.
I know. Great. I love it. You know, we got a bit of time. You know, let's do this. Let's do this, Dr. Lally. We got to do this. It's so important. Let's have up everybody ground and set up again with your feet planted. That's so important. Hip width parallel apart, right? Legs are parallel, hip width apart. Good. Close your eyes. I'll walk you through this. I'll watch you guys. Good. Now, a smile on your face. Remember, place your hands over your heart. Good. Close your eyes. Now, I want you to think of a gratitude list. So this is called the gratitude meditation, which I love doing because I'm all about gratitude. I love it. I love it. Now, if you could actually, sometimes if you're in a negative mindset, if you could think of 1 or 2 things that you are grateful for, it's going to completely change your mindset. And I know this works for me. I know because I try it all the time. Okay, now close your eyes. Good. Keep mentally making a gratitude list. Now I want you to visualize there are roots connecting your hips, down your legs, down your knees, down your calf, okay, down your feet, all the way down to the bottom of your feet, connecting you to Mother Earth. Visualize those roots holding you really strong. Now we're going to do one more thing is if you could go to the top of your head, visualize a dark cloud above you. Put into that dark cloud any negative thoughts, any negative emotions, anything that you dislike, anything that you don't want, anything that you think that does you not good. Put it all into that cloud. Now, when you're ready, I want you to take a deep breath, deep inhale, and visualize that dark cloud like an escalator and send it down to your forehead, your face, your neck, your shoulders, your chest, your hips, your legs, your thighs, your muscles, your knees, your calves, your ankles, and all the way down through your feet, down those roots, and hand them over to Mother Earth and thank her. Now, when you're ready, go back to your gratitude list and focus on that. Now, I want you to visualize a ball of golden light wrapping around you, coating you, protecting you, safeguarding you. And we all need this because it's inevitable. We have fear and worry. But with the golden light, we feel much more powerful and empowered at the same time. Now, I'm going to give you double protection. So visualize a ball of white light coating over the ball of golden light, giving you double protection, feeling even stronger, safer, and grounded. Visualize all of that, all that empowerment and all that power within you. And just to know that nothing else matters except everything within you and everything that is all of you, 6 feet above, 6 feet below, left and right, 6 feet. All there is to work on. Nothing to know, nothing to do. The best thing to do is anchor yourself in your heart and your feet and be grounded, and you could handle anything in life. And when you're ready, I want you to take a deep inhale. And on your exhale, I want you to focus on that gratitude list and lightly press your heart, gently press your heart, and lock that list in. And when we're done today, continue adding to that gratitude list because that really gives you a different perspective on life. Now, when you're ready, go ahead and slowly open your eyes with a smile, feeling more grateful, feeling more blessed, feeling all that bliss vibrating from within you. Wow, how amazing is that? Dr. Lalit, let's do the questions.
My God, this is super amazing.
I
Can we
know.
not do this every single day? This is an awesome exercise.
Let's do it. You know, some people do a gratitude journal so you could write it down because you could see it, and some people visualize it. And sometimes, you know, when you two get busy, like, you know, like in Hong Kong, I ride what we call the subway. So, you know, my hands are free and whatever, I'm free. Sometimes I meditate on the go, and sometimes I feel, you know, I'm feeling like, oh, I'm like, okay, let's take a deep breath. Okay, what am I grateful for? Oh, I'm grateful for my nice hair. I'm grateful for my best friend Seema. Like, you know, just anything, oh, I'm so grateful there's organic foods right there and I could just buy them. And I'm so, you know, grateful that, you know, Hong Kong here, we've done so well. It's really the safest place in the world. And I'm so grateful I have courses that I could teach. So, you know, every little thing. And I'm so grateful for today, you know, for the sharing and for your participation and your energy. I'm just grateful, you know. So
Brilliant.
yeah.
Brilliant. You know what? We're already getting some lovely thank you messages over here. We had a message from Seema Bhatia on the chat group. We have a
That's my bestie.
Vitilani
She's
who's
my number
also-
one fan. Dr. Lalit, let's do some questions because I know I have 10 minutes. I'm a TV presenter, so I'm watching the time.
Absolutely. Look, before we go into the question answer session, Teresa, a
Yes.
massive thank you we wanted to give on behalf of Healing Our Earth to your lovely friend Seema, because she's the one who introduced us to you, and
Yes.
a super amazing lady, Seema Bhatia from Pranayam. And she's our food and spiritual contributor at our Healing of our Earth. So a massive thank you to you, Seema, for introducing such wonderful people on this globe with Healing of our Earth. So global namaste to you too, Seema. Oh, there you are. I see you there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Look,
Dr.
it's,
Lalit, you haven't seen Seema and I at work together. You
I
won't.
look forward
yeah.
to that.
You'll be eating day and night. You should have seen
See,
the retreats we did here in Hong Kong.
Wow.
beautiful.
Seema, thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Seema.
Teresa. Thank you for
Love
coming
you.
on board
She's-
as also
oh, she's-
valuable lessons, and everything you do is so wonderful. Stay blessed always, love, and I miss you.
I miss you too. I know we're like twins, so we're it's hard for us to be apart, you
Thank
know? We usually
It's
And
yeah. We
it's just
usually
amazing to know how many good individuals are on this globe. And you know what? This technology has connected everyone around the globe, spreading this peace, love, happiness, energy, and healing of our earth has become such a huge platform to do this. And you can see that happening right here. So thank you very much, Healing of our Earth. Teresa, we're going to run out of time. I have a couple questions I need to ask.
ask. Yes, ask. I
Yeah,
love
great.
live Q&A.
I have two, well, I've got three questions, and you know what? You have
Yep.
3 minutes. 1 minute for one question.
Got
Sorry
it.
about that.
That's okay. I'm good with time. I'm a
Share
TV
the
person.
secret with us. Share the secret with us of your yellow Lion King.
Well,
Yes.
I picked him up. I do have a Lion King, and Seema knows what. You know what? I just thought it was an auspicious icon, and this actually is the mascot for a school called Stanford. I was at a fair with the American what is that called, Seema? The American Chamber of Commerce was having um, an event on influential women awards, and I was invited as a media rep. I just liked it. I have a connection with the Lion King, and I thought bring him home. He's very, just auspicious. And
And
I
the
thought
yellow-
yellow is a really
Voilà.
good color. And lately I'm very in love with orange and yellow, and I have yellow orchids at home. I don't know, just tons of things. And I'm wearing orange tonight for you guys. So that's it.
Brilliant. Thank you for
Mhm.
sharing that story with us. The next
Yeah.
question, very quickly, is you did the EFT therapy where you start tapping yourself. In 1 minute, please describe the benefits of it, because I think it's a brilliant therapy to use, but let the audience know a little bit more about it.
Well, relaxation. I think this came from traditional Chinese medicine, which I'm a real big fan of. I grew up in the States, but I'm still very Chinese in those ways. Like my DNA needs Chinese stuff, EFT, the tapping, the ideas, look, releasing is really about just releasing. Like, look, if you feel tension in your forehead, if you just tap, so it releases tension. And I mentioned this earlier, is remember, like our body's like the computer. If you're not physically well, there's always something mentally related, right? Stress related. So it goes into different parts of the body. So if you don't have have the time to go, get a massage, and the idea about my talks is to inspire you to work on yourself, to do things on your own, so it doesn't cost you an arm and a leg, or it doesn't cost you a lot of time. So you could do, and tapping goes into the meridians, as you know, and then it goes into the pulse points. Like same thing, like it's kind of like having acupuncture, but doing it on your own. So you tap, and you could just tap away anywhere. You could also take your palm and just tap like this, pat as well. It's the same idea, but the palm would cover a bigger surface area. But if you do the tap, you could get right into the pulse points, to be more exact. You could just tap about anywhere, your hips, even all the issues that I was talking about for me. You could tap, and sometimes you could, you could take a pen and do it yourself. But there's we have even your notebook, you could just tap yourself. This is my reporter's notebook. You could tap yourself. But just be careful not to do it too hard. Just lightly is good. And my dad always used to say, you know what, whenever you have to tap and give yourself a massage, that will always release tension. That's always going to keep you physically well. And imagine if you're physically relaxed, your body, your mind is going to relax as well. So remember, everything I talk about here is interlinked, and it's integral, and it's happening all together at the same time. Over to you for the third question.
Okay. And this will have to be literally a 30-second question and an answer, simply because,
Ooh,
yeah, we've got the next speaker online and we want to try to, as best as we can, stick to schedule. So,
yeah,
quick one. You know,
yeah,
sometimes we're all in a rush, all in a rush, all in a rush, and you say pause, pause, because
yeah.
it's important to take that time. Tell us the benefit of that, literally 30 seconds.
Well, imagine in your car running for 2,000 miles and it doesn't ever stop. What happens? It gets cranky. So
Yeah.
we do as well. So pause. And I also mean sometimes pause, like taking a mental pause, like your gratitude thing, making a switch from your mind racing, taking a pause. Taking a breath is pause, but also taking physical pause, like the picture I showed you earlier. If you could go to the beach, sit, pause. Like today is my Sunday. Sundays are my pause because I get, I teach 3 times a week, and in between I have all these wellness talks, and then I have to take a lot of time to like go to nature walk because I live in the countryside of Hong Kong. I did like a 2-hour walk there, and I go pause. And sometimes it's really, like I said, just taking a deep breath and just sighing. And sometimes it's not about having to drive yourself all the time. Take a taxi, take a pause, take something different from your ordinary routine. It's really sometimes breaking the cycle of things, and we have routines, right? Even the way we think, everything is programmed. So taking a pause is a way of reprogramming, restarting something, and restarting a page, and shifting the energy, what we call it. And that's going to make a tremendous difference in your physical and your mental well-being.
Wow. Thank you so much. We
So,
could actually have a full session on healing our earth with you and absorb all the positive energy from you. So we are going to connect with you very soon. I've got a flight to take to India right now. So yes, Lisa, our next guest speaker is coming from India. So I've got to go to, and you can probably see him on the screen right now. So I've got to be in time. Otherwise, I'm going to miss my flight. They won't let me in through the customs, and I will be in trouble. So with love, we'd like to say a goodbye to you, Teresa. We'll definitely connect once again. Thank you from Healing Our Earth. Really appreciated your session. And as I said, we want you again. We want to hear more of you. Thank you.
Namaste.
On behalf of Healing Our Earth, and a global namaste to you and to Seema. Seema, thank you very much. Have a lovely evening and a good night, Teresa. Bye-bye. Wow, wasn't that an inspiring session with our lovely Teresa from Hong Kong? Now, guys, this is where we connect. Now, we've finished with Hong Kong. We've got a flight taking off, going off to India. My goodness, to meet this awesome young speaker who is going to tell us a lot about wellness, nutrition, and fitness. So before I start introducing the next guest speaker in India, I've landed safely. I'm COVID-free. They've let me out, and I'm going to go and interview this young gentleman. Priyank, are we connected? A global namaste to you, Priyank.
Global namaste to you, Lalit Bhai. Thank you so much for inviting me here. Thank you so much, Healing Our Earth. I'm so grateful for this opportunity to speak with all of you.
Absolutely. So, Priyank, the world, the globe is waiting to hear from you. But before they listen to you, I would like to inform them as to who this young, vibrant individual is. So Priyank Barbaya. Priyank is going to be telling us about lethargy to energy. And I love that quote. And health for everyone in only 3 steps. So we're going to be learning 3 top steps for keeping healthy. Let's tell us about Priyank. Priyank Barbaya is a nutritionist and internationally certified from Precision Nutrition Canada and a corporate fitness trainer. He is a fun-loving person and an accredited practitioner in nutrition and fitness coaching, and serves corporate leaders and organizations online and offline all over the world to help them lose unwanted weight, to help cure various health issues, to create and sustain healthy eating habits, even and especially during the busiest seasons of life. Perform simple exercises at the office, at home, or in the gymnasium and make exercising a lifestyle. He also goes on managing stress and comfort and emotional eating issues. He improves focus and productivity and gain consistency with eating and exercises for lasting results. Over the last few years, Priyank has helped a numerous business owners, corporate leaders, youth leaders, and professionals with their nutrition, fitness, and lifestyle. This session would be on eliminating lethargy and boosting energy through simple steps. You're always more than welcome to contact him directly for further support and guidance. Go on to the Healing Our Earth website, which is www.healingourearth.com. You will get all the information about all our speakers, including our next guest speaker, Priyank. Priyank, a very warm welcome to you and a global namaste, and the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Lalit Bhai. Global Namaste. Thank you for this awesome introduction you just gave me. So I'm so excited to just meet all of you guys present here, all the speakers, and Teresa. I just heard your lecture, the session. It was so inspiring. Thank you so much for the epic information you have given us. Great to connect with all of you, and I'm here to boost up your energy. So you might be thinking this is a young guy. Young fellows are naturally exciting. They are naturally energetic, naturally vibrant. But don't you think that there are young people who are overweight? Don't you think there are people younger than me, kids who are overweight? Don't you think they are having health issues? The answer is yeah, they are having. There are a lot of people who are having this kind of issues. That's a sad reality of today's world, the modernized world. And the seed starts with nutrition, the lifestyle, and the way they handle themselves, their mindset. So today I'm going to talk about all of that three things. So let me start with introducing the title of the session, Lethargy to Energy. Health for everyone in 3 steps. This 3 steps is of your choice. You are here to make a choice. I'm giving you the options. I'm here to give you and show you the path forward. All right, so let me start with a presentation. I would like to share the screen if I can, Lalit Bhai.
Yes, you can. The technical team will assist you with doing that. And as long as that's on, absolutely fine, Priyank. Go ahead and do that.
Awesome. All right,
There we
so
go.
all right, so as you can see, the title of the session. Now, before we go on, I would like you to close your eyes with me and take a deep breath. First of all, imagine this situation. Yesterday night, you planned today. Today morning, when the alarm rings, you wake up. You wake up with a smile on your face. Not a small, little smile, a huge smile where your teeth are shown. A huge smile when you wake up, you see the sun from the window of your room. You get out of your bed, you put the first step out of your bed, and you thank the God for giving you another opportunity. When you rise up, you exactly know how your day is going to be. You have decided the vibe of the day. And I'm sure everyone here wants a very good, very positive, very energetic day. The next thing you do is set the vibe and just start acting upon it. Freshen up, get to work very hard. For me, it's interacting with clients, giving my best to them. For you, it can be going to your office, emitting the energy, the positive energy to your colleagues. It can be serving, it can be volunteering, giving each and every best of your piece to the world out there, to plant the energy, the aura you have out there in the world. the next thing you do is come back to home. You are as energetic as when you started the day. You greet your children, your spouse, your parents in a very positive manner, in a very warm, in a lovely manner. You spend time with them. You have a lovely dinner with them. After the day ends, you spend some time with yourself in some leisure, some activities you love to do. And at the end of the day, your battery is completely down. But in terms of energy, not in terms of positivity, not in terms of mental energy. That's a day which is a positive mindset, a positive note for me. How do you feel about this day?
Absolutely excited.
Yeah. So, not to brag, but let me tell you, I'm so grateful that most of my days are like this. Most of
Wow,
my days.
brilliant.
There are some days which aren't, but that's okay. But most of my days are like that. And you can have those kind of days too, right? The base, the reason behind having these days is the willingness to be the best version of yourself. If you are willing to be the best of yourself and have the best version, have the best portray the ideal image of yourself, then we can move forward right now. So all of this is possible for me after working hard for 8 years. Now this started with my mom enrolling me in a swimming class, and I was in my teens, and I was just having fun doing swimming. I was just kicking, doing the bubbles inside the water, kicking back and forth. That was just immature beginner swimming stuff I was doing. That was 8 years ago, and right now, a lot of things happened. Right now, I'm grateful that I have been teaching people about fitness, nutrition, lifestyle. Along with teaching people, I'm here because I was incorporating each and everything I learned from swimming. Then I went to gymming. Then I went to athletics. Then I went to nutrition. In this whole 8 year process, I have tried so many things. I have went through so many things in terms of physical activity, sports. I have tried so many things. So it took me 8 years. Now, what I call this period of 8 years is compound health. What is health compounding? Health compounding is doing and putting in action small, little, daily lifestyle, simple things which will help you long term with your health, with your energy. Now, just like compound interest, many times you don't see much returns when you invest. There might be months, there might be years when you don't see very good returns. But when you invest for a long period of time, you start seeing results. This results, as you can see here, the graph goes up, 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 up as the time goes by. Similarly, it's about health compounding. You won't see the results immediately. You have to put in the work, the little steps, each and every day, persistently. And you will see yourself completely changed after time goes by. So that's the period of health compounding. That's the base of a lethargic, energetic, not lethargic, but energetic lifestyle. So why do you think health compounding is important? Lalit Bhai, why do you think health compounding is important?
Obviously, it's the little things that we do every day, and eventually it all builds up. So I believe that small efforts every day will lead to a massive effort over a period of time. So it's important to have a compounding health attitude and work process.
Absolutely, that's absolutely correct. Here in the screen, I have shared some of the benefits. These are just some of the benefits. There is so much beyond it. The benefits of health compounding. Definitely, you will see more energy, you will feel more energy without the energy boosters out there. There is a completely whole different of energy boosters, the artificial energy boosters out there, pills, drinks, so many stuff. You will also face less illnesses, reduced illnesses. You will be more healthier for long period of time without going on medications or treatments. So dollars saved on medications and treatments too. This is an investment so that you can go away from the expenses, the huge expenses which you have to make if you aren't treating your health right. Next would be better mood. Obviously, if you're energetic, if your body is supporting you for your purpose, for your impact, you will feel good when you are having a good interaction with your loved ones, when you are having a good connection. You will definitely feel more good. You will have a good mood overall the day. When you are energetic, when you are your best version, you will be giving out better productivity in terms of your work life and in terms of your impact. You will be just shining. It can be anything. You can be the best employee of the year. You can be the best business person of the year. You can be the best sportsman if that's your field. You can be the champion, the gold medalist if that's your field. So it gives you better productivity. Now this is applicable to each and every field. All of the benefits are applicable to anyone at any level. Next would be better family life. As I told you, if you are having enjoying good connections with people you love, if you are having energy for them after a long day of work, you will experience a better family life. Honestly, I've been through a period of time where I was working extremely hard. I had no energy for my family, and that felt very bad for me. I had to get out of that phase. I wasn't feeling any kind of connection with my loved ones. So that was about a better family life and ultimately a life with more fulfillment. All of these things is something which all of us want, right? All of us want. And health compounding is a base to achieve all of this. There are so many more things upon it, but it's a base. You can't have a healthy mind if you don't have a healthy body. All right. So, in my experience of coaching people, I have seen some mistakes, common mistakes which I see people making. First one would be going straight for the quick fixes. Now, I told you that there is a completely whole market dedicated to quick fixes, the energy boosters, the energy drinks, the energy pills. I recently heard about the bulletproof coffee. They put a ton of butter in their coffee. So there is a completely whole different thing about it. Going for quick results is like putting a band-aid on the wound without actually healing the wound from within. That is the first mistake I see, and I see it so often. Everyone wants result, everyone wants the weight loss extremely fast as possible. Next mistake I see is I will start from Monday. Have you told, have you ever heard yourself speaking these words? Another thing I hear is I'll start from first of the next month. Another thing, I will start from 1st January of the next year. And as I told you, health compounding is a long journey. You can't wait to start because there is no endpoint, there is no starting point too. It's a continuous process. It's a work in progress, and there is no endpoint until you die. So there is no starting point. It makes so much sense to start right now. What you can do right now. We'll see what you can do right now. Third is comparison. Everyone of us here are at different levels in terms of our mindset, in terms of our business life, in terms of our age, in terms of our geographical location. Many of us are locked down, are trapped into their home. Many of us are going out, doing the work. So everyone is at different level. You can't compare your result with someone else's because they have a completely different life, a completely different body, a completely different hormonal profile, a completely different mindset. So one thing doesn't work for all. You need to find the thing which works for you. So now you are avoiding these mistakes. What should you do? These are the things which you shouldn't do. Now, what should you do? So here are my 3 steps: smart nutrition, smart movement, smart recovery. Smart nutrition is based upon the principle of focusing on and rather than or. Now, this might sound weird or new to you. Let me tell you, people, whenever they start to go on a diet, they just start with replacing unhealthy food with healthy food. Some of my clients goes something like this that Priyank, I want to eat healthy, so tonight in my dinner I will have a salad, and I plan to have a salad in my dinner for ever now. And I know that's not a sustainable approach for them because they have a lot of eating habits which they haven't worked upon yet, right? So it's about including healthy stuff in your current lifestyle rather than replacing everything unhealthy and doing everything 100% healthy. Believe me, some people can go through that process, but not long term. You need to have a balance. You need to have fun foods when you are focusing on your nutrition. That's the only way you will have sustainable long term results. That's about the smart nutrition. Now, when we are speaking of boosting your energy, there are certain foods which boost up your energy, which gives you the vibrant feels, the energy flowing, and there are some foods which will steal from your energy. Now, if you have a pen and a paper in front of you, please note down all of the foods because there are a lot of options here. So the first step for you is looking at the foods that energizes you list and see, are there any options which I prefer? Are there any foods which I like the taste of? Then I'll go further about which foods gives you what kind of benefits. First is banana. How about grabbing a banana right now? Our viewers can do that. I actually had a banana before I came here.
Priyank, I love your idea of taking notes and writing with pen and paper. But you know what I've just done is take a quick photo with my camera. So
Absolutely. Go ahead with that too. That's awesome idea.
that's amazing information that you're sharing.
Yep. So bananas, I guess actually I googled the favorite food of world and the result showed banana. Everyone loves banana.
Wow.
Actually, that's real. So banana is filled with potassium, vitamin B6, fibers and natural sugars and it gives you instant energy which doesn't crash. Instant spike which last. So that's about banana. Second is nuts. Nuts are filled with protein, healthy fats, and carbohydrates. It's a full package in just as little pieces. It's so easy to carry around. It's so easy to have a snack box, carry it with yourself when you are leaving for office, have it in lunch break, have it whenever you are feeling down in terms of your energy. It's so easy, any nut, any kind of nuts work. For me personally, I prefer walnuts and cashews. Third option is lean proteins. Now, if you are a vegetarian, you can go for options like Greek yogurt. You can go for options like tofu. You can go for options like whey protein powders or another natural plant protein powders too. But if you are having some non-veg items, I would prefer you go for chicken breast, and turkey. Both of these options are very low in fats, unhealthy fats, and they give you the instant energy boost which lasts. It also fuels your muscles and the performance and the hormones. Your hormones are completely based on proteins. Next is eggs, the superfood, the ultimate superfood, I believe. It's a small package. It gives you 7 grams of protein. If you will go and look out there, you won't find 7 grams of protein in such small amount, such small volume. You can have 8 to 10 eggs easily and get so much protein in. Eggs are also filled with omega 3. Egg yolks are filled with omega 3, and that helps you with cholesterol, reducing heart diseases. It helps with your hair, your skin health too. Next is apples. It's also very easy to carry around. You just wash it and have it. The thing which you want to take care is try to not cut it into pieces or make juices out of it or make apple sauce or apple pies. Try to have it as a fruit, as a whole fruit, because whenever you cut it down, it get exposed to the air, the free radicals, the antioxidants get converted into oxidants. That's a very scientific approach of having apple, and a convenient too. I guess it's a very easy option too. Sixth is dark chocolate. Now, recently on my Facebook wall, Lalit Bhai commented on that post. I put up a post where, yeah, where I asked people what is the chocolate you like, and most of the people say dark chocolate, and it's very healthy. It's also filled with antioxidants, and it helps with your blood circulation. Whenever you have the dark chocolate, a piece or two, you get instant blood circulation in each and every part of your body. Your body uses the oxygen you intake very efficiently. So this is a very good option while you are having your workout. Seventh is lentils. In India, we are very fond of lentils. Lentils we call dal here. So it's a very basic staple food in India, and it is very rich in fibers. It is very rich in vitamins and minerals. It's like one of the best food to get in minerals. It is also very rich in protein. So it's a very good staple food. You can go for so many options out there. You can choose whichever you like. You can try, you can see, you can experiment. Eighth would be iron rich foods. Now, these are the list. Now, eighth is a complete sector, a complete segment. Iron rich foods are raisins, dates. These are the basic. I try to involve raisins and dates in my daily life whenever possible. You can also go for low iron foods like spinach. And one more tip, whenever you are having spinach, try to have it boiled with some lemon squeezed in. The lemon boosts in the absorption of iron. So whenever you are having spinach, go with lemon. Now, foods that steal your energy. We might be aware of all of these foods: white bread, pasta, white rice. All of this gives us a complete boost in insulin and a crash afterwards. This gives us a quick boost, but it drops. It rises the sugar level. Long term, it affects and it increases the chances of diabetes. Second is cereals with added sugar. Uh, this is a typical Western breakfast cereals, but now in India, I have been seeing in the stores that all of the aisles are filled with new and new cereals. People are launching cereals each and every day. It's in huge demands right now, and that is not a healthy thing because you can find so much added sugar in the cereals, and as we know that sugar spikes up the blood, it raises your chances of getting diabetes, heart diseases. So it also ends up in a very huge energy crash after you have it. Third is alcohol. Now I know that people find alcohol very relaxing at times. They like few drinks, one or two drinks at night after a long day at work. Alcohol might seem that you are being relaxed with it, but it ultimately harms, and it ultimately affects the sleep quality. You can't reach in a deep sleep when you're intoxicated with alcohol. So try to limit your consumption. I know that it's not possible for many of us to cut out if we are having a long term habit of it. Similarly, go for coffees. Having 6 to 7 cup of coffee a day can give you instant energy boost, and I have seen many corporate people, many professionals have coffee before a meeting when they are feeling lethargic, especially after their lunch time, especially after in the afternoon at 3 or 4. They like to have a coffee, and coffee contains caffeine, which affects your sleep. You can't sleep, and you can't reach a deep sleep state when you have many cup of coffees a day. So try to limit your coffee in terms of 1 or 2 cups a day. Fifth is energy drinks. Again, these energy drinks are have lots of sugar in it. Have lots of. You can find around 50 gram of sugar in a bottle of 500 ml energy drink. So it gives you quick energy, but it will also end up in an energy crash. So these are the foods to avoid. Now, when you look at these foods, there will be some which you like. There will be some which you might be having, the unhealthy ones. I would like to know which foods you like and which foods you think that I can add it in my diet. It's easier for me to add dark chocolate in my diet. What are some of the foods for you?
I'm going to take that question and answer it if that's okay, Priyank.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I would definitely add dark chocolate in my diet, and I would have more of the apple, maybe as a whole rather than into pieces, and definitely squeeze the lemon on my spinach. However, I love the pasta and occasionally the white bread toast and occasionally the cereals. So, yeah, that's what I would say.
All right. Got it. Also, you want to consider losing weight if you're carrying extra weight around you. It blocks your energy. It affects your oxygen regulation throughout the body. It affects your blood regulation throughout the body. And whenever you aren't having enough oxygen to your mind, you often feel lethargic. With the same reason, you want to stay hydrated. Hydration in terms of water, the chemical, absolutely go ahead. The chemical formula of water is H2O, dihydroxide oxygen, I guess. All right, I lost that. I lost it there. I don't remember it. The chemical form. It's H2O, and half of the water is oxygen. So you need oxygen to stay energized while you are having your day, while you're going through your day. Plus, an additional tip is have small, frequent meals. Avoid huge meals because huge meals drain up your energy because they have to be digested. All of your energy is used up in digesting that whole huge meals. Try to break it down into small meals and you will see immediate increase in your energy levels throughout the day. So that's all about nutrition. I hope you took a photo out of it, and I hope you can apply some of the things right away from this day onwards and not wait for the Monday or the next first.
Thank you
Second,
very much for sharing that. Priyank, just a quick one. You said H2O, it is basically, it says dihydroxy monoxide.
okay, yeah,
Okay.
hydroxy monoxide. Awesome. So my second step to increasing your energy and avoiding lethargy is increasing your movement. Now, when I say this, people say that Priyank, I don't have time to spend 1 hour or 2 hours at gym. I don't have time to travel back and forth to gym. And I say, you don't need gym. You don't need to go to gym if you want to feel energetic. Here are the 6 ways, simple ways where you can start adding more movement, more physical activity in your daily life. First is standing up more. Now, in the first picture, you see the lady with her standing desk. This is a very popular and a very trending thing right now. People are opting for the standing desk, and I'm so happy seeing this because when you sit for long hours, as I also saw your video, Lalit bhai, when you sit for long hours, you will feel lethargic, you will have back issues, you will have joint issues. So that
Absolutely.
would be, yeah. So that would be my first advice, first tip, which you can use immediately. And it is based on 5 minutes. Whenever you go through a work hour, spend 5 minutes of that hour standing if you are sitting for that whole hour. Don't go 3 or 4 hours continuously with your work whenever you are working on a laptop or whenever you're sitting on a desk. Second is cleaning. Studies have shown that cleaning helps improving your mood. And I remember Monica from the series Friends that she is very fond of cleaning. And if you have seen that series, she is the most energetic person in the whole series because she is so fond of cleaning and she is always active. So cleaning is something which you can start doing right now, and it will add up on your physical activity. It will help you feel more energetic and feel less lethargic. Third one is playing with your children. If you don't have children, play with your niece, your nephew. If you don't have them, play with kids in your neighborhood. These kids are full of energy and you will immediately feel good whenever you play with them. One of the reason is that you are physically active. Second reason is they are just so happy. They are so joyful beings. And as their energy transmits, we feel more happier too. Fourth step is putting on your headphones and dancing, just dancing your mind out. I use this technique a lot whenever I'm stressed and whenever I go through long work hours. I just put my headphones and start running. While I am running, I throw my hand here and there and I start dancing. So it's a great technique to boost up your energy. Go ahead and do this whenever possible. Fifth tip here would be to join group classes, and my recommendation is join aerobics or Zumba group classes because it integrates the factor of dancing, it integrates the factor of movement, it integrates the factor of community and the social interaction which we want to have. People, human beings are social beings, so this is a complete package which you can try. Studies have also shown that people who work out in a group stays and follows the program longer than people who workouts individually. So it's a great thing which you can immediately start doing. Sixth is taking up a sport. As I told you, I have been involved in various sports in my entire life, around 3 to 4 sports. And whenever we look at athletes, champion, we can see the health, the fitness they are having. It's just so visible. So taking up sports is the highest form of fitness you can take. It's the highest form of physical activity which you can take up. It's fun. Lalit bhai, let me ask you, what sports are you involved in?
My, I'm not a racket sport person, nor am I a shooting a ball anywhere person, but I love my walking and trekking. So that's my sport.
All right, yeah, yeah, that's awesome too. It Adding on any kind of physical activity will help you boost the energy levels.
Yes.
Now I would like you to see a combination of physical activity and my next step, and I will use a famous personality for you to relate with him. So here he goes. I hope you are seeing the video on
Yes, we
screen.
can see the video. Ah, brilliant. That's none other than our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi.
Yep, he is the most productive, one of the most productive guy I know. I have read in the Google that he works for 20 hours in a day. He just sleep for 4 hours.
And this is his workout, is it?
Yep, it's his morning routine.
Wow.
He is incorporating physical activity, yoga, stretching. If you can see here, he is walking on different kind of surfaces barefoot. Now, walking barefoot is proven as a scientific way to reduce the intensity of menstrual cramps
Wow.
with women. It's also a scientific approach to reduce headaches. It helps you with increasing the and normalizing the biological rhythms you are experiencing in your body. It also helps you reduce anxiety, stress, and the risk of heart diseases. So go ahead and walk barefoot whenever you can in natural surfaces. Here, Mr. Narendra Modi is using so many different surfaces. Even simple grass works for us, normal people. He's
And
also
this
incorporating.
breathing, is it
Yep,
incorporated breathing? Yes.
yep. Here he is using the pranayam technique of breathing. So that was him showing us his routine. And now this video leads me to my third step. That's called recovery. Just a sec. Yeah. So the third step, which you want to use to increase your energy and reduce your lethargy, is recovery. As important as movement, because whenever you are working out, whenever you are involving yourself in a diet, whenever you are cutting out some food, you are putting a kind of physical stress in your body. If you don't recover from that stress, you won't see results, first of all. Secondly, you it will harm your health rather than helping you. So recovery is as important as getting involved in workouts, and physical activities. One of the recovery techniques which I suggest is walking barefoot on natural surfaces. It's so awesome, it's so relieving. Another relaxation technique is breathing. Now this is called a triangle breathing technique. uh, I invite you all to use it with me. So as a triangle have three equal sides, we'll be dividing this breathing in three equal parts. 3 seconds of breathing in, inhaling, 3 seconds of holding on that breath, and 3 seconds of exhaling it. All right, let's start with it, all of us. On a count of three, two, one, let's inhale. One, two, three. Let's hold. One, two, three. Let's exhale. One, two, three. Again, inhale. One, two, three. Hold. One, two, three. Exhale. One, two, three. One more time. Let's inhale. One, two, three. Hold. One, two, three. Exhale. One, two, three. How does that feel?
Feels very good. Yes.
This technique is used by doctors to reduce the toxication in one's body. Whenever you hold on to the breath and release it slowly, your lymph system, which is the drainage system of your body, starts working better, and it starts throwing out the toxins out of your body. More of the relaxation techniques we all of us know: meditation, right? Walking in nature, spending time in having deep conversations, meaningful conversations with real human beings. Many of us are caught up in social media throughout the day. That also relaxes us. Other techniques would be getting involved in physical activity. That also reduces your stress. It helps you recover. Go on a vacation. Right now, I'm speaking from Udaipur in India, and right now I'm on my vacation.
That's amazing. You're enjoying your work and your vacation, Priyank.
Absolutely, absolutely. So
Brilliant.
go for vacation whenever you can. It's a great relaxation technique. It fills up your tank so that you can move ahead. You can make greater impact. A major part of recovery is sleep. Now there are some things which you can do to make your sleep better. First thing I covered initially is cutting out from your coffee, cutting out of your alcohol if you're if you're getting involved in them. Second suggestion would be to block all the electronics 2 hours prior to your bedtime. Take the TV out of your bedroom, shut down the laptop, stop replying to emails 2 hours prior to your bedtime. But if it is very necessary for you to do it and you just can't afford to take out the electronics, wear blue light blocker glasses while you're getting involved in the electronics before your sleep time. This blue light blocker glasses blocks the blue light, which affects our sleep. Another tip would be to having a warm shower before you go to bed. It relaxes, calms down your body, and you will enjoy a great sleep. One more technique which I like to use is this triangle technique before I sleep. It calms down my mind so that I get away from all my overthinking, all of the thoughts which all of us experience before we sleep. We just think about random things and things to do the next day. And that's very important too. But you need to do it before your bedtime. So these are some of the ways which will help you have a better sleep. Now, a great part of recovery is getting away from the decision fatigue. I'm sure many of us have heard about this word, decision fatigue, and it's a very common phenomena. We have lots of decision to make throughout the day about uh, what clothes to wear when you go to office, about what to have for your breakfast, decisions when you have to make in your work, meetings, decisions to make about the product launch you are starting, decisions on what image you need to put in your marketing stuff. So there are a lot of decisions we make, and let me tell you that there is a limited amount of capacity for you to make that decisions. Whenever you have made and used all of that decision battery, you aren't left with any capacity to make better health choices, make decisions for your health at the end of the day. So getting away with this decision fatigue is a super important tool to get away with your recovery. And I have a gift for you guys, whoever is live here. This is my simple guide to eliminate lethargy and boost your energy, and my Sunday planner. I will link this guide here so that you can download it. But let me just show you what I mean by my guide, the Sunday planner. So every Sunday, I sit down, I decide what I'm gonna do in terms of my meals. So breakfast, I love overnight oats with nuts and a fruit salad. I also have yogurt alternate days. Yogurt is a great way to incorporate proteins, if you guys remember. I plan my meals out so that I don't have to think about it afterwards. Another thing is I plan out my priorities and appointments so that I know exactly at what time I'm going to be busy and at what time I can schedule my workouts. At what time I can go and have time for myself. I can go and play with my kids. Sorry, I don't have kids. It's for you. When I can play with my nephew. And I have a nephew who is 5 year old, and he's just a bomb of energy. Another thing is I put a to-do list for each and every day. One of the thing is drink water every hour, get one workout every day, express gratitude to God before the day ends, and an act of kindness. An act of kindness is treating people, serving more and more people in my coaching. And there are some words which I live by so that I can stay focused when I'm tired, when I am drained of the energy, and so that I can stay on track. One is I am the creator of my. Yes, Lalit bhai.
Sorry, lovely. This is just wanted to say that if you're stopped with your screen sharing, then we can communicate properly. So maybe you want to stop screen share and then share your few final words, as our next speaker will be on schedule to coming in shortly. So I don't mean to rush you, but we can probably switch off the screen share and then have a quick chat. Yeah.
Definitely. All right, I will do that.
Thank you. Perfect. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah. So I will send this guide over to you through the link, and the gift is that there are certain things in terms of your nutrition and in your diet which you would like to get right with. Okay. So I want you guys to fill up that planner for your entire week, the next week, and send it over to me at Priyank Fitness with 3S at the end, FITNESSS at gmail.com. I will review that list and I will give you whatever you can work upon, whatever you can make better, which things you can incorporate, which will help you and which will get you the best self, reach your best self. So Lalit bhai, I will send the link over to you. You can put the link down here. And if you don't see the link here, you can email me and I will send it over to you.
Sure. Thank you, Priyank. That link will actually be posted on our website, www.healingourearth.com. So all the audience who's listening right now can get a hold of that link, share your weekly diary with Priyank, and get some feedback from that. Priyank, thank you so much for an amazing talk that you gave us. I think this has enlightened us for looking after ourselves. With absolutely, we want to look at the nutrition, look at the smart nutrition, smart movement, and smart recovery. So that's really good. And thank you for sharing that awesome video for our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, who incorporates that into his daily life, and look at what a success he is. So once again, thank you very much, Priyank, for being on Healing Our Earth. You were an awesome speaker. You shared an awesome amount of information, and I'm sure the globe is appreciating that, and I'm sure they will take on board your daily planner. So once again, a thank you from Healing Our Earth and a global namaste to you, Priyank.
Thank you so much, Lalit Bhai. It was great interacting with all of you guys here. I hope I gave you some insights, and I hope you put each and every 3 steps into practice at whatever capacity you can. Go out and execute.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And have a safe evening, a good night. I know it's a bit late over there. Well, not quite. You guys are having a good time at 9 o'clock in Udaipur. Enjoy your vacation. And we will be moving on to the next segment of our Healing Our Earth motivational, inspirational session. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, I just wanted to share something with you all. We have some awesome events coming up. Next week, we have the Kids and Teens. It's Saturday, the 28th of February, 2021. Healing Our Earth is bringing an event for the kids and the teens. It's children's variety special. It's an educational, fun, and informative session. Join us on the free global online session. And for the further details, look at www.healingourearth.com. The one after that is a very special one for Nari Shakti, for the women on this globe who play a very, very important role. And for the International Women's Day special, we have it on Sunday, the 7th of March, once again from 2 till 7 p.m. GMT. Ladies and gentlemen, join us for that. The speakers, facilitators are all going to be listed on our website, www.healingourearth.com. Connect with us on the website, connect with us on the WhatsApp number that we have there. And we would love to share more and more peace, love, energy to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, Priyank is having a good time in Udaipur. I'm taking my nature walk in the next little while. My session of hosting comes to an end now. And I'm going to be handing over to a beautiful young lady, Sarita Menon, our next host. So before we move on to Sarita, are we connected? And I just want to wish you a global namaste.
Namaste, Dr. Soda. Yes, we are.
Oh, brilliant. Let me tell you a little bit about our family host over here at Healing Our Earth, a resident host, Sarita Menon. Sarita is the managing director of Indus, a printing company based in Elstree in England. Prior to that, she ran a training business which followed a career in the travel sector. Sarita is also an NLP master practitioner and started her spiritual journey several years ago when she joined the Art of Living Foundation, and is now an Art of Living teacher who conducts various well-being courses, including breathing techniques, meditation, and yoga. To connect with Sarita, once again, connect with her on www.indus.co.uk, and also for more information on www.healingourearth.com. And her details are also present over there. Welcome on board, Sarita. Namaste to you.
Namaste again, Dr. Soda. Do you know what? I was listening to Priyank, and that was absolutely amazing, the kind of information he was giving us. But also from a professional, from a chiropractic point of view, if I was to ask you professional, from your professional opinion on what do you think everybody should be motivated to do for their own physical well-being, something that would make your job easier, what is the 1 or 2 things you think they should do, we should all do?
Well, I live by one major principle, Sarita. I'm surprised you're asking me, and I'm going to share that information. So my philosophy, my motto is health is by choice, not by chance. You choose to be healthy. So my 2 major points with choosing to be healthy is you are what you eat. So make sure you put in the stuff that is good for you. And as Teresa, our first guest speaker, and Priyank have shared their knowledge, on good nutrition, and I'm going to pick dark chocolate from it. So you are what you eat, and you lose what you don't use, meaning be active, exercise regularly, and take the example of the video that we just saw for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Get some time to breathe, to move, and the more you move, the better health you have. So health is by choice, not by chance.
That's amazing. Health is by choice, not by chance. I love that. I'm going to make that my motto for, the foreseeable future. Now, do you know what? Since we're talking about motivation and inspiration, what are the things that motivates or inspires you to be the best version of yourself? What is it that helps you as a person?
Wow, there are several things I would say. You put me on spot there, but several things that inspire me. To first of all, I would say my own profession that really makes me wanting to spread that positivity and health. And so our health statement at the clinic is dedicated to making sick patients well and keeping them that way. So the wellness aspect really inspires me every morning to get out of bed, to go and inspire and make a difference in everybody's life who come in contact with us.
Fantastic.
Secondly, the biggest one is my family that keeps me going. And as we spoke earlier, the family time is so vital. And third, which I would put as number one, is my faith in my Lord, my spirituality, that I'm here for a reason. I have a journey, and my journey is to go back to whatever you believe in. My journey is to go back to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. So if I'm going to face him, I better face him in a nice way. So do good, be good, because the ultimate is up there. That's what inspires me to get on with my life, Sarita.
Wow, that is fantastic.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Dr. Soda. Thank you very much for that.
Sarita, I wish you very well. I know you have some awesome lineup of speakers, and have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you again. And Namaste Globe, and a warm and loving welcome to those who've just joined us to yet another uplifting, scintillating, and amazing lineup by Healing Our Earth. Do you know, when we talk about inspiration and motivation, I, like Dr. Soda, have been inspired all my life by loads and loads of people and events. Now, if I think about it, my dad, he inspired me to be a better person. My mum, she motivated me to be ambitious and to never give up. And my brother inspired me with his ability to speak his mind. My husband, he inspires me with his focus and his hard work. Now, my Guruji, that is Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, he inspires me with his selfless service. And he's motivated me to help people without expecting anything in return. So the list is almost endless. And do you know, it's interesting, but every time I see anybody around me or any person around me showing complete dedication to anything they do, it inspires me, it motivates me, and makes me want to do the same. Give a task 100%. So, we're talking today about motivation and inspiration. So have a think, everybody, on what is it that motivates you? What is it that inspires you? And I'm sure you know that you can watch us live on healingourearth.com and even on our Facebook page. So unfortunately, our next guest, Mr. Paresh Rukhani, couldn't make it due to a personal emergency. But we've got Darshana Patel here to give us a quick update on the COVID vaccine. Darshana is the Vaccine Program Director for COVID-19 Vaccination Centre at the Sri Swaminarayan Mandir in Kingsbury, London. Now, the site is run by Harness Care Limited, a group of 20 GP practices. They work together to serve the population of Barnet. Now, she is a GP pharmacist currently clinically redeployed from her substantiated post as Deputy Head of Workplace Planning at Health Education England. Darshana speaks passionately about the power of collaboration and communities coming together, highlighting the true multidisciplinary nature of the center. The team currently comprises of volunteers from the temple, healthcare students, allied health professionals, healthcare assistants, nursing associates, pharmacists, nurses, doctors, and even military personnel. Now, to volunteer to join the team or to register for a vaccination if eligible, please visit www.myharness.org. Namaste, Darshna ji. How is it going
Namaste.
for the Kingsbury Temple Vaccination Centre?
It's going incredibly well, actually. And I was saying to Nil that it's a really fortuitous time because we've hit some big milestones this weekend. So we set up the centre to kind of vaccinate what we thought would be 1,300 people a day. And yesterday, at our session, we vaccinated 2,080 people in one day. And we reached the milestone of 10,000 people being vaccinated at the centre as well. And so it feels like it's going from strength to strength. And it's been a really incredible week and a really lovely end to the week yesterday. I've got a few pictures actually I can share with you to show as well, which show the wonderful team and the wonderful patients that we've been able to serve. And I think seeing it for yourself is always the best thing. We've had a few lovely guests as well. If I am able to share.
Yes.
Bear with me. We've had a few lovely guests. So we've had the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, and we've also had the Chief People Officer for England, Prerna Issa, visit, both of which have been really incredible for us, actually. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we are.
Wonderful. So just going through the technical challenges. Give me 1 second.
No problem at all.
There you go. So hopefully that's enlarged now. So this is the centre at Kingsbury Mandir, which is held in the Purushottam Mahal Hall, which is a multifunctional hall, meant to be used for weddings and sports and all sorts of wonderful events, which at the moment we know we're not able to have. And actually, you being able to use it to serve the community in this way has just been incredibly inspiring. That's our wonderful ops manager, Vijay Patel, with Sadiq Khan when he came to visit. That's Prerna Issa standing next to a poster of why the centre is doing this and why the community is supporting this. And it is in memory of our Guruji, Acharya Swamishri Maharaj, whose message was around, you talked about inspiring, and his message inspired me and inspired thousands of others around serving society. And he says, society before self. And that's the message that's really galvanized this community. So yeah, we've got a really lovely team of people doing all sorts of different roles. So we had the RAF in on the weekend as well, and our lovely volunteers who we couldn't do without. The workforce every day to run a centre like this is about 160 people. So actually, we really couldn't do it without this wonderful team. And it doesn't matter whether you're clinical or not clinical. Every role is equally important. Every role is vital. And in fact, the stewards are just incredible at making this place run like a slick operation. These are our wonderful vaccinators, a real mixture of medical students who've obviously not had the opportunity to train as they might otherwise have. Physicians associates, nursing associates, and actually so coming here has allowed them to train on the job and meet patients and do something that otherwise they wouldn't have been able to do during this pandemic. That's our lovely admin team who keep all the technology and all the processes running smoothly. And again, as we all know, an operation like this just wouldn't work without them. This is our pharmacy team. So we've got pharmacists, technicians, and again, people who have done all the training but not yet been able to register because exams have been delayed, and actually they're not able to get a job as a qualified pharmacist, they can come down to a center like this and be able to support with vaccine preparation. This is me and my colleague, Dr. Sachin Patel, and who is also leading on the program, and some wonderful medical students with us as well, Tom and Mairead. And as you can see, it just is a bubbling, buzzing center, but it's safe and it's clean. And actually, what the feedback that we had from patients yesterday, which was lovely, was this is quick. This is quicker than going to your doctors for an appointment, which is wonderful. So we've had some really, really lovely feedback, and just a really, really lovely week with the whole team. And with our wonderful patients. So it's been a real privilege, and it's going from strength to strength. And we hope that actually centres like this can inspire others to also, take up the opportunity as soon as you get offered. I think the thing that's happening at the moment that's causing a little bit of confusion is, people are saying, oh, why me? Why so early? We know that in the UK, the government has come up with a new way of understanding how people are at risk, and so more people are being shielded, more people are being invited in for vaccines, and that can feel really uncomfortable. But come to a centre like this when you've got your appointment, when you've got a chance to book your appointment, when you're eligible, come to a centre, have those conversations about any concerns that you might have, because as you can see, this is a good place to come. It's a safe place to come, and it's a way that we can all help each other to get out of this pandemic and kind of move back to normality. So yeah, as soon as you get an opportunity to get your vaccine, even if you're not sure, have a conversation. There's no harm in booking an appointment, coming to have a conversation, and then making an informed choice.
Do you know what? Amazing work from all of you. So well done, Darshana. I mean, as looking at those pictures, I mean, A, it's inspirational what you guys are doing, and B, what really strikes me is all of you seem to have real fun when you're doing it. That is amazing, and that I think is touching. Darshana, you spoke about when you're eligible, contact you. So how does somebody know when they're eligible? Is it simply when they get a text from their GP surgery, or okay? So
yes, so it may well be that they get a text from their GP surgery saying you are now eligible, please book. And we know that lots of people are not sure about why they're eligible, especially with the new calculations that the government's done. But actually, what we know is we have capacity at centres, and so it's no longer just about if you're in the elderly category or clinically extremely vulnerable. Appointments are being opened up to younger people with health conditions, and so actually there may well be kind of other reasons why you would be invited because of the way that this is now being calculated, and I think it's about exploring why that is, but understanding that ultimately we're all going to get invited, and it might just be moving a little bit quicker in some areas than others, and use the opportunity whenever you can get it, and it may well be that so for example on our website we've got the criteria that we are very clearly inviting, and a criteria for a list that we can keep as a reserve list. So if we do have extra vaccine available, we go through the reserve list, and so if you're able to apply onto that website and have a look at the criteria there, that can help to understand whether or not you are eligible.
That's amazing. Now, one of the questions that I've had a few people sort of mention as in terms of concerns, and you might be able to help us put their minds to rest, is what are the precautions taken at these centres? So people are safe, I guess, to go in and get the vaccine and leave. Just, would you like to add anything just to put people's minds at rest?
Absolutely. I mean, you can see the social distancing, the markings that we've had on the floor, the number of stewards that we have to help keep that flow moving, to help keep you safely socially distanced. Everyone's wearing masks. Our staff are wearing shields. Our staff are lateral flow tested twice a week. which is a rapid COVID vaccine test. So they're not allowed on site without that. Everything is cleaned down. So every chair is wiped after every use. And actually, we've had an infection prevention control visit, which lots of centres are getting, to make sure that things are up to standard and are safe, just as you would have in any hospital or in any GP surgery. And actually, we did really well on our, and he was very impressed with our kind of flow. And I think that's the message that we want to send out to people. Look, we've got lots and lots of alcohol gel, lots and lots of wipes, and lots of people to kind of help keep you safe and socially distanced. And the flow through the centre, depending on the vaccine, is then somewhere between 20 to 30 minutes. So you're not there for long. And it's a well ventilated space with doors open and things like that. So all of those things mean that actually we can serve the population that we do as quickly as we do and as safely as we do.
Fantastic. And if people have concerns and they've been called in for the vaccine, can they still come in and talk to somebody there? Would there be somebody there to talk to them and talk them through what their options are, or what, basically put their minds to rest, help them with their
Absolutely. And that's what I'm trying to encourage people to do, to say, don't sit with your doubts. Don't just talk to them, talk about them with friends and family. Talk also to your healthcare professionals. And we know those are difficult to access at the moment. Have a chat with your community pharmacist. If you're talking to your doctor's surgery staff, talk to the nurses, talk to the doctors. And actually, if you've been invited for an appointment and you're not 100% sure yet, or you've got some questions, come down and ask. I mean, there's nothing that we've not been asked. We're flooded with clinical staff. Like I said, we've got doctors, nurses, pharmacists, a whole host of different clinicians who can help kind of unpick some of the myths. We know there's lots of them flying around on social media, and actually we can have that conversation about the things that worry you, the things that matter to you, and try to unpick some of those. And then ultimately it's your choice. Nobody's there to force you, but actually it's worth having a conversation about, so you understand what the reality of that information is. And we've got all the information leaflets as well, but often those are written in quite complicated text. So I think a conversation goes a long, long way.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for coming here, Darshana. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we move on?
No, just thank you for having me. And actually, on the note of kind of what inspires and what motivates, I was just reflecting, listening to you and Lalit Bhai. What inspires and motivates me is doing good and doing it with like-minded people, like an incredible team of people that's come together, and actually just seeing. So the best part of the centre is if you sit in the post-vaccination space when people have just been vaccinated, and there's this kind of overwhelming feeling, because this is a real momentous moment in people's lives, and actually being just a small part in that is what inspires and motivates me to keep going. And I think working with such amazing people and the amazing volunteers from the temple as well, and beyond, because then we've had patients come who've then gone, I want to volunteer, which is just, it says it all. So yes, thank you for having me, and thank you for the incredible work that you are doing. And I'm feeling very inspired and motivated and reflecting as to why now. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Namaste again. And thank you very much for coming. And honestly, you've been an absolute inspiration for us, you and your whole team, and all the fantastic work that you're doing. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Now, one of the other things that inspires me to be a better version of myself is the spiritual element in my life. I'm part of the Art of Living, and I do a daily practice of breathing techniques, normally followed by a little meditation every single day. Now, I believe that this gives me the focus, the equanimity, the balance to start my day and to go about my day-to-day activities in a more fuller and a more productive way. So, just to give you a tiny little taster of what we do, let's all rejuvenate ourselves. Let's sit comfortably and easily. And let's close our eyes. Take a deep breath in and let it go. Another deep breath in through your nose and let it go slowly through your nose. Listen to the noises around you. It doesn't matter what that noise is. Whether it's the wind blowing outside, or maybe your family, your children, or your neighbor's children, either playing, or talking, or doing some kind of activity outside. It does not matter at all. Accept all these noises. Accept everything. Could even be passing traffic. Be in harmony with the environment around you. Simply just be with it. Take a deep breath in and let it go. Now become aware of your physical body. The body is a beautiful gift given to you by nature. Honor and respect your body. If you feel any discomfort, any sort of aches and pains, any little niggles in your body, just simply be aware of it. Take your awareness to it. So let's go through the body in parts. Bring your awareness to your feet. If you feel anything, simply be aware of it. There's no need to do anything else. Your legs. Be aware of your legs. Be aware of your genitals. Your abdomen. Your stomach. Chest. Remember, you're simply just taking your awareness to it. Your arms. Your face. Your head. Your whole body. Your whole body. Take your awareness to your complete body. Breathe in from your nose. And breathe out. Breathing in energizes your body, and breathing out relaxes it even further. So as you breathe out, feel your body relax more and more. Become aware of your thoughts, whether they're good thoughts or bad thoughts. Simply be in harmony with them. Do not resist any thoughts. Just let them come. Now you're in harmony with your thoughts. Take a deep breath in and let it go. Another deep breath in and let it go. Become aware of your feelings. Become aware of your feelings. You are peace. You are joy. Just be aware of your feelings. Become aware of your thoughts. Also become aware of the sensations in your body. And slowly and gradually become aware of the environment around you. Take a deep breath in and let it go. And now, slowly and gradually, in your own time, taking as much time as you need to, slowly and gradually, you may open your eyes. How's that? Good? Excellent. With that refreshing meditation, let me introduce our next guest, who is also from the UK, and she's going to give us 5 simple steps to thriving in a stressful world by simply optimizing resilience and relationships. Hansa Pankania is an author, executive coach, and a speaker. She's an expert in corporate well-being and resilience with 25 years experience. Her passion is to help companies save money which was lost through stressful situations and to develop mindful workplace environments. She has published 7 books on this topic, including a series of stress to success books. Her memoir, Best of Three Worlds, talks about the principles that have helped us to sustain resilience and life purpose. In her presentation today, she will pass on 5 daily practices, which are all free of cost and can be easily integrated into a busy routine. Now, these practices will keep you relaxed, resilient, and ready to cope with the stressful, chaotic world that we live in. So please visit www.ownconsultancy.co.uk to download Hansa's free ebook, Coping in a Crisis. Namaste, Hansa, and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Global Namaste, Sarita, to you and to each and everyone out there. I'm delighted to be part of Healing Our Earth and to have the opportunity from Neil Kumar to contribute today and try and make a difference as best as I can to the people who are listening in and to their lives.
Fantastic, Hansa. Can't wait to hear your presentation. Go for it.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen.
Sure.
Is that okay? Can everybody see my screen? Okay, so I'm going to take you through 5 simple steps to thriving in a stressful world by optimizing your resilience and your relationships. So firstly, stress is a normal part of life. When it builds up, it erodes our ability to be the best version of ourselves and to contribute to the greater good, which we should all be doing. So despite living in this very stressful world, how do we excel and thrive in this chaotic world despite all that? So in today's presentation, I will guide you to understand the concept of stress, because there are a lot of myths about it. And, it can be from feeling very stressed because you missed the bus to depression where you can't come out of it. So it can be from, anywhere along that continuum. And to help you to understand that concept, and then to obviously to overcome it by optimizing your resilience and by strengthening your body, mind, and soul, and also enhancing your relationships with people and the planet. And I'll take you through 5 daily steps, which will keep you healthy, resilient, ready to cope with the stressful, chaotic world that we live in. So what's the definition of stress? So there's a myth that stress is good for you. Yes, it's good for you. But it's when it becomes unreasonable and excessive that it can be very, very bad for you. So let me try and explain when good stress becomes bad stress. So on the left-hand side of my continuum here, you are at a place where you got no stress at all in your life. And that's not good either, because we all have an intrinsic amount of creative energy that God has given us. And we need to be expending that into something and using it creatively that is true to ourselves and that is part of our nature. So if we are not doing the creative things that we are meant to do, then we will be in underload where we have got no stress at all. And at the moment, some very good examples of people who are furloughed, or not working, people who are retired. Children are a very good example, because if you don't give children things to use up their intrinsic creative energy, they get very frustrated and very bored. So we all need a certain level of stress in our lives that uses up our intrinsic energy. So when that's being used up and it's in balance with our resources and our energy, we're in the calm and relaxed middle zone. But when the stress begins to be an excess of our energy and our creative energy within us, our levels of performance will begin to go down, and you will begin to feel the impact of excessive stress in your body. And at this point, if you don't do anything to address it and come back in the middle here, your levels of performance and stress will increase, where you will become exhausted, anxious, depressed, and here you come to a point of complete breakdown, right? So what we want to do is we want to try and be in this space here where our creative energy is nicely balanced with our stress levels. And I'd advise you to take a photo of this slide, so every day you can go into your body and you can measure whether you're in underload here or whether you're overload here. And as soon as you realize you're either in underload or overload, you would be doing the 5 steps that I'll be taking you through that will quickly bring you up here. And so the idea is that you always here, right? And ideally, you are here. As soon as you find yourself slipping down there, you've got your 5 steps on your fingertips that you do very quickly. And over a few weeks, you will come back in the middle zone again. So I hope you all had a photo of this slide. I think you can go back to it on the Healing Our Earth website if you have missed it. So if you want to share in the chat box whether you're in underload or overload, you can do that. Sarita, where are you? Are you in underload or overload?
At the moment, I think I'm in between.
Oh, that's
yes.
good news.
I know I am. I'm very lucky. I've been through some overloads, but at the moment, I'm nice.
Okay, so you can resonate when I say, when I'm talking about overload, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so the other thing is that everybody's underload and overload is different, and the signs that your body gives you, whether you're in underload or overload, are different for everybody. So as I'm talking through the next couple of slides, I'd like you to think about what are your signs, So for example, my signs are, I get very impatient and then I don't want to talk to people and, I withdraw. Your signs might be completely different. So I'd like you to think about that. So imagine that you are hit with a stressful situation in your life, okay, in your body. So there you go. Switch goes on in your body as you are hit with a stressful situation. And your body reacts in the fight and flight mode. So this is how God has made our body react when we are hit with stress, okay? So our mouth will dry up, hands will get very sweaty, muscles will tense up, you might want to rush to the loo, your hairs will stand on end, and your body will go into this fight and flight reaction, and I'm sure a lot of you can identify that. Now imagine that you don't switch this switch off at all, and this reaction carries on and on and on and on. And can you imagine the harm it will do to your body? And if you don't do the things to switch the switch off, you will experience all sorts of long-term symptoms, right? High blood pressure, skin conditions, aches and pains, backache. If you have a predisposition of any illnesses, they'll flare up or they'll get worse, and all sorts of illnesses, mental and physical, will transpire. So the bad news is, I'll give you the good news later, but the bad news is that excessive stress impacts on all aspects of your being. And as human beings, we're made up of mind, heart, emotions, physical body, relationships, our soul purpose, and all these things are impacted by excessive stress in our body. So I'd like to think about what your signs are here as I'm taking you through this, okay? So in terms of your mind, you'll be thinking very negatively. So people who think are always thinking negatively, are have excessive stress in them, they become very pessimistic, they become worriers, they're always worrying. So these are signs that the mind is overloaded. Okay, in terms of your emotions, in terms of your heart, you lose the ability to feel joy. There are lots of good things happening in your life, but you can't seem to connect with that happiness. You'll feel very anxious all the time, you'll panic, you'll feel depressed, right? You will have the anger outbursts. So that's how your heart will be impacted. With physical body, you'll have illnesses, like I said, you'll be exhausted, you won't be able to sleep. And undoubtedly, all these things are going to have an impact on your relationships. So I'm sure if you think about somebody who's very stressed in your family or in your team at work, you will agree with me that they will stress everybody else out. So you don't want to be a person who is stressing everybody else out as well. And the other thing is that you may withdraw and not want to talk to anybody. You might have temper outbursts. In terms of your soul purpose, you will life will lose meaning. If you are generally a very ambitious person, you might lose that sense of ambition. You might lose the direction in your life. And so all aspects of your body, mind, and soul are impacted by excessive stress. And if you want to share in the chat box what those are, that'd be very good. So stress is an invisible toxin which needs to be released daily from our body. So it's same as our visible toxins. So, like we go to the toilet every day, we have to flush out the toxins out of our body. In the same way, stress is building up in our body, but we can't see it, which is the worst thing. But it still needs to be flushed out, like we flush out the physical toxins from our body every day. So otherwise, can you imagine if your physical toxins weren't flushed out every day? Can you imagine how you would be feeling after a few days or a week or so? And so can you imagine when the stress builds up, how that might make you feel? And remember, you can't see it, it's building up in your body. So how do we ensure that we flush out these invisible toxins from our body? Yeah. So we do that by following the 5-a-day rule, which I'm going to take you through. And if you do this every day, it will keep you happy, healthy, relaxed, resilient, and able to cope with any challenges that you are facing in your life. So again, I'd like you to take a photo of this slide because this takes you through the 5 points. And I'm so happy that some of our previous speakers today, Teresa and Priyank, and also Sarita, who did this beautiful meditation before my session. So quite a few of the speakers today have covered in detail a lot of those things, which I was really happy to hear about. But so this slide might be like a summary of what the other speakers have talked about today as well, and also a summary of the 5 steps that you must follow every day to flush out all these stress toxins from your body. So step number 1 is about taking all the stress out of our minds. So remember, we are doing the 5 things: mind, heart, body, relationships, and soul. Okay. So step 1, mind. Get into the habit of thinking positively, because positive thinking leads to positive emotions, leads to positive action, leads to positive consequences. A lot of you might have heard of the law of attraction. If you haven't, I would Google it and look it up. And basically it says If you think positive, you will have positive outcomes in your life and vice versa. So get into the habit of thinking positively every day. The other thing that nourishes our mind is meditation. And Sarita, the meditation you took us through was absolutely beautiful. And I'll give our audience a very short version of my take on that as well in a little while. So meditation cuts through all those 5 steps. So it's something that is really worth integrating into your daily routine. So that's step 1. Step 2 is about releasing the negative feelings from our body. So remember, when you don't work through the sadness, anger, guilt, frustration that you're feeling every day, it's bottling up inside of us, and this bottle is filling up, and that's the invisible toxin that you can't see. Okay, so the way you work that out of your body is by writing it out. So if you're feeling sad, say for example, on any given day, you just grab a pad and I'm feeling sad because, and you just keep writing, until you worked through all that sadness out of your body. And you can do that for anger and any other feeling. Another way you can do that is by writing unsent letters. So if somebody has made you very angry or upset, just write them an unsent letter. And because it's unsent, you can use any kind of language. It doesn't need to be censored or polite. You don't have to worry about the grammar. The main thing is you want to empty this emotion out of your bottle. You don't want to bottle it up. So do the unsent letter and get all that negative emotion out of your body. The other way you can do that is by talking. So counseling or talking to somebody that you trust is another way, because when you verbalize that negative emotion, you have let go of it from your body. So that was about releasing the negative emotions out of your body. And it's also important to foster the positive emotions of compassion, love, and joy, and gratitude in our lives. So I love myself. I'm feeling loving and joyous. I'm feeling happy, healthy, and relaxed are all affirmations that you can be saying in your mind all day to foster those positive emotions for yourself. So the third step is about nourishing our body. And the previous speakers have given us a lot on that, so I won't take a lot of time there. But regularly having brisk, regular exercise every day, healthy eating, and you don't need to go to the gym. You know, you can walk on the spot while you're watching TV. You can run up and down the stairs. You can bring up a YouTube video and do aerobics. You can dance. There's absolutely no excuse why you can't integrate any kind of physical activity in your day. You can do it even though we are in lockdown, you know. So what if you are in front of the TV or screen, just get up and walk on the spot. And, you know, if you do that for half an hour, 40 minutes, that's your physical exercise done for today. Number 4 step is about our relationships and nourishing our relationships. So remember, we are not made to exist in isolation. We are made to be part of a group. You know, we are social animals. You know, we are not an island where we can survive on our own. So feeling part of a group of people is very, very important. And then to have healthy, good relationships with those people where we have a sense of belonging is very important. So how can you have healthy relationships? The first thing there is listening skills. So you got no chance of having a good relationship if you don't listen to the other person. It is also about listening to yourself as well. So it's about listening to what the other person's needs are, and it's listening to what your needs are as well, and that clear communication between the two. Yeah. So you say very clearly what you need, you listen to what the other person needs, and you do your best to meet each other's needs. And that helps us to have healthy relationships. The second part is also about connecting with human beings. It's very, very important to connect with human beings every day. So every day you should be speaking to somebody or socializing of some sort, or with lockdown, make sure that you have a Zoom call or have a telephone conversation with somebody or meet up somebody for a social distancing walk. But you must connect with a couple of human beings every day, meaningfully, okay? And the last fifth step is about connecting with ourselves and nature and the global community. So you can do this by spending time with the time in nature, acts of kindness, charitable causes, hobbies. What are your hobbies? What are your interests? What are the creative activities that will help you to connect with yourself? And it's very important, again, to be doing this every day. So in summary, think positive every day. Get rid of all the negative emotions by writing them out or talking to somebody. Connect with compassion, love, and joy. Have some physical activity every day. Connect meaningfully with the people around you. Listen to them. Listen to yourself. And do something that will help you to connect with the greater good and the greater global community and the planet by connecting with nature, or doing something that connects you with yourself. And those are the 5 steps. And if you do those every day, you will see that in a couple of weeks, you will feel strong in yourself and you'll be able to cope with any challenges that you are facing. And the world around you is in chaos, but you'll be still in that world, and you won't waver at all, and you'll be able to cope with anything that the world throws at you. So like I said, I'd like you to take you through a short relaxation meditation practice. So I'd like you to sit back and get comfortable where you are. And while you're doing that, I'd like to say that I've done lots and lots of research in stress. And when you do 10 minutes of what Sarita took us through earlier on, or the techniques that we're going to do now, 10 to 15 minutes of this practice is equal to 1 hour of the benefits of sleep. So can you imagine if you do half an hour or 40 minutes every day, 20 minutes in the morning and 20 minutes in the evening, can you imagine the benefit this is going to do to your body? So if you're all settled in your chairs or lying down, sit back with your arms and legs uncrossed and take your attention inside your body. And take your attention to your breath. So when we breathe in and out, there's a rise and fall in our chest. A rise as we breathe in and a fall as we breathe out. And this is the practice of mindfulness. And I'd just like you to just observe the movement that your breath is making in your body for a minute or so. And now, take your attention to your face and relax your whole face. Relax the back of your head, your neck, your shoulders, your upper body, your hands and your fingers. And relax the whole of your back from the top of your neck to the base of your spine. And relax your pelvic area, your thighs, your knees, your lower legs, feet, and toes. Imagine all the tension and stress in your body seeping down from your head to your toes and seeping out of your toes through the building into the ground and disappearing forever. And in the ground is this beautiful white, vibrant, golden energy. And draw that through the building into your toes, your feet, your legs, the upper part of your body, the hands and fingers, your face. And this beautiful, vibrant light is spreading out of your body and forming this beautiful bubble around you. And you're surrounded by this beautiful, vibrant white light. Now take a deep breath and breathe in this light into your body. Breathe it into every cell in your body. And every cell in your body is being replenished, refreshed, and relaxed by this beautiful, vibrant white light. Take 2 more deep breaths, breathe in this beautiful light and breathe out very gently. And let's do a minute of meditation. There is nothing mystical about meditation. All it needs is for you to focus on a positive word. So choose your positive word. It can be anything like love, bliss, comfort. Traditionally, meditation is done by focusing on the mantra Om, so you can focus on that. And all you need to do is silently repeat this word in your mind for the next couple of minutes. Okay, and now take 1 more deep breath. Breathe out very slowly. Just shuffle a little bit in your chair or bed, wherever you are. Move your arms and feet. Gently open your eyes and bring yourself back to the Healing Our Earth community. And as I said, 10 to 15 minutes of this practice is equal to 1 hour of benefits of sleep. And I hope you all feeling nice and relaxed and refreshed after that. So to conclude my presentation, I'd like to offer you a lot more support through our Wellbeing Consultancy. So I'm head of on well-being consultancy, and we can be your expert well-being partner in many ways. So me and my team, we offer, we have associates across UK, Europe, and internationally, and we can offer one-to-one sessions in coaching and well-being counseling. We also offer group training for managers and employees. I've written 7 books on well-being for adults and children. They're on Amazon, and they're also on our AUM consultancy website. This is the Stress to Success. So there's a series of 3 books in there. And this is my memoir, which is Best of 3 Worlds. And this talks about my journey of overcoming stress and all the values and principles that I've grown up that keep me strong and resilient. And the techniques I pass on here are across 3 continents, because I was born in Africa of Indian origin and living in England. So I've drawn from the cultures and the values and principles from all these 3 cultures into my memoir, which is Best of 3 Worlds. And our children's book, which teaches children, introduces natural well-being techniques for children at a very early age to prevent mental health and anxiety issues for children. I think it needs to start at a very early age. So we've got a children's book and 2 more children's books that are nearly ready, which will be published in the spring. So you can keep in touch with us through our website, and we'll let you know the publishing dates for that as soon as they're ready. We've got lots of free resources on our website. So the breathing and relaxation we did, there are lots of other videos and podcasts of similar techniques on our website. We also do a regular newsletter with the latest well-being tips. So I've been researching this, and I've got loads of tips that are in my books. But as we are learning more cutting-edge tips, we are sharing this with you, and we're integrating these into our future books. So the best way to keep in touch with us is by subscribing to our newsletter. And we also run a monthly managers well-being forum. So if you're a manager who is committed to your own well-being and the well-being of your organization, and you want to save money, which is lost by stressful situations all the time in organizations, then we run a monthly managers well-being forum. If you just contact us through our website, we'll send you the Zoom meeting details for that. The next one is on the 2nd of March, every first Tuesday of the month at lunchtime at 12:30. So the next one is the 2nd of March at 12:30. And if you get in touch through the website, we'll send you the Zoom invite for that. And you can also follow us on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. So we'd love to hear from you and support your well-being and be your partners in making you happy, healthy, high-performing, relaxed, resilient, and successful. And we would love to hear from you.
Fantastic.
So if anyone of you have any questions, or Sarita, you have any questions, I'm very happy to take those.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ansa. To start with, tell us a little bit about your 7 books. What are these 7 books, and what are they for? What are they aimed at? Okay,
so the first 3 are the Stress to Success series. So they integrate all the techniques that I've researched over the 25 years of doing this work. Some of them are presented in a story form, and some of them are, so in 2 of the books, they're presented in story form. And in one of the books, it's in a 28-day well-being program that you follow. So those are the first three. The fourth one is the coping in crisis, which I'm giving away free. I wrote that in the last lockdown, and all through the lockdown, I've been giving it away free. Again, if you go into our website, you can download it there. The next one is for managers. It's Managers' Health and Wealth, a guide for managers in optimizing both. So this is for managers in the corporate world, how they can cut out stress and create very mindful, trusting, healthy working environments, and increase their productivity and profits. So that's the Managers' Health and Wealth book. My sixth one is my children's book, which I showed you,
Yes.
which was published just before Christmas. And I've written a trilogy, so the other two illustrations are they're nearly ready. So we're going to publish those two books in the spring. And I think Neil has given me an opportunity to talk about that next week in our children's section. So that's it. And I'm writing another one for managers at the moment, which is being informed by the managers forum that I talked about. So all the questions that are coming through the managers forum, I'm writing the blogs on there, and eventually that's going to be another book.
So, you've told us a little bit about your books. What took you from being a coach to being a trainer, a coach, to being an author? As in, it's a huge transition. So how did that happen, and what brought that about?
I think I'm always looking for ways to reach out to more and more people. So, I'm working one-to-one, or I'm working with groups when I'm training. And obviously books are a way of reaching out to even more people. And our first book kind of happened. So we were writing case studies for our newsletters, and then one day I was, I kind of did something creative, and I wrote the case study as a story. And then the idea just came, like I could write a few more of these stories and turn it into a book. And my business manager at the time, he did some research and looked into publishing, and there it was. That was our first book. The second book happened when we had an intern working with us, and we needed a project for her. So I'd done a lot of research at university on stress and lots of other things. So I asked her to collate all the techniques that I had come across in my work. And she collated all the techniques, and we turned it into a 28-day program that you can follow that takes you from stress to success. So that was the second book. And then it just went on from there. And my memoir came about because one of my friends encouraged me to write it, because I get asked the question, oh, so when did you come from India? And I said, I've never lived in India, So, but I was born in Africa. So, oh, but you're Indian. Why were you born in Africa? So I said, okay, but the colony, British colony, India was a colony, and my dad. And I'm having to repeat this story all the time. And my white friends said they found the story fascinating, and they said, and because they see that I'm a mix of the three cultures, and I'm quite comfortable with all three cultures. So they said, like, this is fascinating, Hans, because you've written other books, so you must write about this, and you must write about your journey. And that's how the memoir came up. And the children's book, I've been very concerned about the rising level of stress in children. When I was growing up, I never heard of anyone who's experiencing panic or anxiety or depression, and these days, like every other person you speak to, a child is experiencing anxiety, and I got very concerned. So this is how the children's books came about.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's amazing. I mean, beautiful journey you've been through. Now, here's a slightly different, more tricky question. You know, everything you talk about, do you practice everything yourself? And and how did this come about? This whole thought about this process, how did that come about?
Yeah, of course, I practice everything I preach. You know, I believe that you can't heal somebody if you are broken yourself, you know. So you have to keep yourself whole and resilient. And the first priority is to keep myself healthy and well. And if I'm healthy and well, the quality that I give to everybody else that I want to serve, whether it's family or my clients or the global community, that quality will be much better if I'm whole and healthy and resilient myself. So that's definitely got to be everybody's first priority, because you can't look after other people if you are not looking after yourself. And all the techniques that are in my books are tried and tested by myself and by my clients. And the feedback I'm getting is that it's helping them. And because it's helping them, it inspires me to share it with more and more people. And often they come and they tell me that they've shared it with other people as well. And actually, that's what gets me up in the morning to hear, that kind of feedback, that whatever we're doing is making the difference to people's lives.
Absolutely. So does that mean you never ever get stressed?
Oh, of course I get stressed. Everybody gets stressed, life is such that you never know what it's going to throw at you, and when something like that is thrown at you, you can jump into underload or overload very quickly, but really it's knowing, it's having those tips at your fingertips, and doing something very quickly that brings you back in the middle resilient zone, and it's knowing how to get back there as quickly as possible, and actually that's the trick, that's what I'd like to pass on to people, that if you do these things you will stay there. It doesn't mean you'll never get stressed. It's not about never getting stressed, it's knowing what to do to stay in that resilient zone all the time.
Fantastic. Well, namaste again, and thank you very much for coming here, Hansa, and sharing your knowledge with us. I'm sure we'll get a lot of feedback, and of course, everybody who's watching, www.healingourEarth.com, and please visit the page and give us all the feedback possible. Thank you for being here today, Hansa.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you. Bless you, everybody. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Now, the last hour and a half has flown past and it's gone so quickly that it's time for me to bid adieu for now. Thank you all for all your support, and I'm sure you'll continue to support your next host all the way from the USA, Dr. Sheila Dobe. Now, Dr. Sheila Dobe was born in England and she moved to the USA, and she is a whole health dentist, humanitarian, and entrepreneur. She is also a television host. Dr. Dobe is a recipient of the Bay Area's Outstanding Woman of the Year Award. She has also been the recipient of the California Patient Choice Award. Dr. Dobe takes special interest in helping the unserved children and the women in her local community. On the professional front, Dr. Dobe was the past president and the dental health chair of SACDS Dental Society. She is a graduate of the American Dental Association, Kellogg School of Management Institute for Diversity in Leadership. Now, her current passion is working with #Kind20. Namaste, Sheila ji.
Namaste, how are you?
I am good, thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I hear that you're about to introduce us to a very dynamic and awesome personality. Would you like to tell us a little bit about him?
Yes, our next guest is going to be Kane. But before I introduce Kane, it was so good to meet you, Sarita. I guess I'll be seeing you in future sessions.
Absolutely, absolutely. See, we'll be seeing each other and a lot of each other, hopefully.
Absolutely. Someone has to be out there to help heal the world, right?
Exactly.
Great. So my next guest is actually a dear friend of mine, Kane Winkers, and he is just an amazing speaker. He's an entrepreneur. He is an advisor to many, many world celebrities and leaders. And let me introduce you to Kane. Hey, Kane, are you there?
Hi, Sheila. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. It's so good to
Great.
see you. How have
Yes,
you been?
same. I've been awesome. Thanks so much for having me here. When they do your introduction, I think I should be interviewing you for this.
That would be an absolute honor. So Kane, I know you, I have this long intro for you, but there's pages and pages because you have done so much. But you have an amazing video that you can share with us. Do you mind sharing us your introduction video to show everybody all the great work that you've been up to?
More than happy to. Let me know. Can you actually see my screen? Is it possible? Do you see the video there?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Let's see if we can get this to play. And you tell me if you hear audio and everything as well. So here we go.
Yes, we can. Can you put a bit louder, Kane?
Have trained over 500,000 entrepreneurs and business owners in over 31 countries on how to grow and scale their businesses. In 2007, Kane and Alessia founded Industry Rockstar, which is now the world's largest business training and investment company for conscious business owners. They wanted a way of giving back the world-class advising and mentoring they had received from some of the world's best entrepreneurs to help tip the planet towards conscious capitalism. Today, along with the Industry Rockstar Advisor and Investor Dream Team, they mentor and partner with over 1,000 companies every single year. Having presented over 2,000 business systems and success psychology presentations, Kane and Alessia have been invited to speak at prestigious international universities, corporations, and think tanks globally, like the Harvard Club of Boston, Indian School of Business, Flame University, Berkeley School of Music, and World Trade Centers all around the world. They have also partnered with massive entrepreneurs like Sir Richard Branson, founder of the Virgin Group, Kevin Harrington, the original shark from the TV show Shark Tank, Randy Zuckerberg from Zuckerberg Media and founder of Facebook Live, and Vishen Lakhiani, founder of Mind Valley, to bring evolutionary education to the world's entrepreneurs. They have personally been invited to share the stage with the world's leading thinkers and entrepreneurs like Tony Robbins, Robert and Kim Kiyosaki, Bill Clinton, Tony Blair, Tim Ferriss, Lisa Nichols, and John DeMartini. They have consulted or coached massive brands like Sony, Universal Studios, Warner Brothers, DreamWorks, Electronic Arts, Microsoft, SanDisk, and Apple. The Industry Rockstar senior partners have generated a combined total of over $2 billion in revenue from 60 different companies. Kane and Alessia have been featured in over 330 magazines, television shows, and publications, including major news stations like NBC, ABC, CBS, Fox, Channel News Asia, Hindu Times, and Entrepreneur Magazine. As philanthropists, they have raised over $5 million for charity around the planet, including for groups like Amnesty International, Virgin Unite, Surfaid, Asha Global, and Heart Kids. Ladies and gentlemen, Kane and Alessia Minkis.
Wow, that
All
was
right.
an introduction.
There you go. That's a little bit of the summary to just make it quick.
Kane, I think you're a bit of a celebrity out there.
Well, we've been trying to help a lot of people. So thank you very much. It's a great honor to be invited here by the Healing Our Earth team and yourself. So how can I contribute to your audience today? What should we talk about?
So there seems there's so much to talk about because you've done so much. I really want to know more about what it takes to be successful. You have mentored and met so many of the top leaders, the celebrities, such successful people. Give us 3 tips on how to be successful.
Sure. So So my own background is I've run about 38 of my own companies, and I've done about $500 million in sales in our companies. And so we've learned a lot of what works and what doesn't work. And not everything worked, of course. It'd be nice to say everything always worked, but it didn't. Over the journey, you learn what works and doesn't work. You have many failures, you have many successes, and that's kind of everybody's journey. Whether we got a chance to spend many years with Sir Richard Branson, learning about his journey, and people like Robert and Kim Kiyosaki, and just great leaders. And of course, everybody has their great failures and their great successes. And so we all really equate the successes to really three specific things. And of course, it's hard to boil success down to three things. But if we had to say three things, I'll give you the three. And the first thing is actually having best practices in your business or in your life for whatever you're doing. And although we're entrepreneur trainers, we're business coaches and mentors, we love to focus on the game of business because we feel that it's a very almost spiritual game. It's a game where you are a reflection into your business. So if you want your business to be a certain way, you really have to work on yourself. And that's exciting because then we can work with the leaders of industries or organizations or companies. And we work with really small businesses, brand new startups, and to really massive, Fortune 500 companies. It doesn't matter. The leaders are reflecting themselves into the business. So having the best practices of whatever you're doing, and to take it out of business, if you want to be a great mom, if you wanted to be a great father, if you want to be a great partner, a husband or wife, you really have to understand what is the science behind the best practices. And the cool thing is that people like us all over the world are obsessed with coming up with the best practices in these different areas. You've got relationship experts, you've got health experts, fitness experts, business experts, and we just obsess over figuring out exactly how to get the best out of our days. And so the first one is to understand and to learn those best practices. The second one is to find mentors, because although you can get the recipes for success, you actually really need somebody to help you actually implement them into your life. And that is not always so easy done by yourself. Sometimes we can learn something and we do it ourselves. We can make a change ourselves. Sometimes it works. But typically the deeper, the more difficult stuff, the more challenging stuff, typically that requires somebody to be guiding you or helping you optimize those best practices. You go out and you do something, it doesn't work, and you come back and you say, wait, I followed the recipe, it didn't taste very good, the stew. How do I make this much better? And that's where mentors come in. And that's what we've been doing now. I'm 42. I've been doing this since I sort of semi-retired at 29 years old by selling out of all my companies that I started in my 20s. And we just started mentoring and helping other entrepreneurs. And so we provided that guiding hand. We would take their hand throughout the year and we help them implement the best practices that we teach them. So the third thing we believe that creates success is communities. And we think it's very important that people are surrounded by other people that provide not only great energy and support, but also provide great resources. There's the old saying that the 6 people you hang out with are the future that you're going to, or some people say 5, some people say 10, it doesn't matter. But essentially your community is providing you the opportunities and the resources. And if you are in a community where you don't have a lot of that, then you're going to definitely struggle to hit the success. If you're in a community of people that doubt you, that don't believe in what you want to do, again, it doesn't matter what it is, losing weight, getting more fit, having more energy, running more, businesses, making more money, whatever it is. If your community is not a support, it's very, very complex to do it alone. So we say those are the 3 things.
That makes a lot of sense. It's so important to be around people that support you. Say, for example, you have a vision and a goal, for example, and your family, your friends are like, oh, why are you going to do that? Or that's going to be too difficult. Then that's going to really drag you down. So totally. What I hear you saying is basically to make sure that you kind of check who you're hanging out with, who are your friends, who's encouraging you in your life. Is that correct?
Well, yeah. And I, my story, which I won't take a lot of time to tell, but my story, how I started in my first thing was actually, I grew up in a pretty traditional family with a father who was a chief executive, a chief financial officer, rather. He was a C-suite officer of very, very large companies, international companies, Fortune 500 companies. And I had a very traditional upbringing where they said, if you want to be a success, you go to school, you get good grades, you get your master's degrees, your PhDs or whatever. And then you go to work for somebody, and then you work your way up into the organization. And at 65 years old or whatever, you get to retire and have the life that you want. In between there, you got to make your money, take care of your family. It's a very traditional approach, right? But for whatever reason, I was the last of 3 children, and I really just didn't see that as going to be my future. And I noticed something, that although my dad had done that and he was quite successful, that in fact, he didn't seem very happy or fulfilled. And so I happened to fall in love with music very early on, about 5 years old. I loved it. I loved playing piano, and I started playing piano at 5 years old. And I decided my life was going to be about having fun, not about following the traditional path. So I, of course, said to my dad, I wanted to be a musician. And he would say, well, that's fine, but there's no money in music. So you could say whatever you want, but figure something else out. And I was determined, I don't know why, but I was determined to figure out how to make it happen and to prove him wrong. So to fast forward, I got very into music. And by my teenage years, I was performing and touring. And by the time I was a late teenager, I was doing record production for Sony Music and working for them. And I ended up working with major brands like Celine Dion and, Ricky Martin and Destiny's Child and, all these great, Santana, all these great artists. But I didn't really understand how to build a business yet. And so at some point in my early 20s, Napster came along and it destroyed the record industry. And I learned that if you really want to create safety, security, and wealth in your life, you have to understand how to create a brand, how to create a business, and how to do that kind of thing. So I moved into that. We created a very large set of companies, and I'll leave some of those stories for later on. But the point is that I grew up in an environment where even my family was not supportive of what I wanted to do. So it was too artsy, it was too creative. And today I'm very, very clear to people, because I've now done this, 30 plus times, with artsy, creative, interesting, the things that I'm passionate about. That's what we turn into businesses. And of course, along with great practices and mentors and good communities, you can take anything that you're passionate about, turn it into a multi-million-dollar or 8-figure company or even 9-figure company by doing the right things.
Wow. So first of all, Kate, I did not know that you had that whole music career. I thought I knew a lot about you. I'm going to have to look you up and find some of your CDs and some of your music.
In fact, I was just on a call with a mentor of mine the other day, and we got all these new studios because now everybody's working from home. So we just built new video studios and new podcasting studios, which I'm on right now, which is why I look like I'm flying my helicopter here. And he says, "Sing for me," and I did. He says, "Wow," he says, "you're actually really good." He says, "A lot of people say they can play an instrument or they can sing, but," he said, "you don't always know because everybody thinks they're great." So I studied it I studied music. I was a singer. I was a piano player. I was a drummer and a guitar player. And I've been playing piano now for 35 years and professionally and so forth. And the point is that you really have to stick with what you're passionate about. You got to do what you love to do. You have to focus on that. Now, don't just run off and be passionate about it. You got to get good, best practices, good mentors, and good communities. But if you want to turn it into your life and have it feeding you and your family and feeding your soul, then you can do that. It's very important everybody understands that.
And for the people out there that want to know how to get mentored, how do they do that?
Well, it's a great question. I get asked all the time, how do I find a good mentor? And my favorite thing is, we run conferences all over the world. Prior to COVID, when we were, able to run big live events, we were running 200 events a year in 32 countries. We would have 60,000 business owners roughly every year coming to us. We've had 3 million come through our events. And one of the funniest things I think that I ever hear is when we talk about mentorship on stage and how we mentor business owners, and they come up to me and somebody from the audience says, "Oh, I get it. I need a mentor." And they go, "Where can I find a good mentor?" And I'm like, "Hello." We talk about it for days, right? But it turns out that many people don't actually really understand how to find a mentor. Now we have a whole bunch of criteria for it. I won't take up the entire time talking about it here. But the first thing is you need to find somebody that you feel like you have a connection with. And the connection usually comes in a couple of ways. You might like their story and the journey that they went on, and you feel like the journey they went on is a journey you would like to go on. In other words, they may have gone through challenges that you're going through right now, and you feel like based upon who they are, you feel like they would have done it already. Now, I'm a very, very strong voice in the world that when you bring on a mentor, they better have done what you want to do. There's a lot of people that scream that they're mentors or consultants or coaches, and they have really no business doing that. There's a lot of, let's say, unqualified people in that world. So just make sure somebody has gone through that journey and they have made the mistakes and they have made the successes. And then 2 is make sure that they actually know how to transfer that knowledge or wisdom to you. Because not everybody understands how to do that. Many times we sit with great leaders of the world, and I won't name any names, but we sit with, people that you would know by name, and it's just not their skill set to be able to decode what they have done and transfer it to people. They're just great at what they do. I mean, as an example, who I don't spend a lot of time with, but I had a lot of interactivity with at conferences and things, Elon Musk. And Elon's brilliant and amazing and all that, but he's not the first person to say, "I have figured out what I have done and I'm going to teach you in a program." He doesn't know or care really. He just does his thing. His focus, his mission is on getting us to Mars and colonizing Mars, or, changing the planet and getting the cars out that he wants to get out. And so brilliant entrepreneur, but not necessarily the right mentor for, everybody to go to. So you got to find somebody that you resonate with and has really taken the time to study the skills of transferring ability to somebody else. That's a whole skill set in itself.
And you'll be surprised how many people actually do want to be mentors. If you approach someone and you say, "Hey, this is something I really want to get good at. This is something that I'm struggling with. Do you mind helping me?" Because a lot of people do just want to share on their skills and help, right?
Yeah, so there's a couple. There's different types of mentors. This is actually a really great topic because I think one of the if it's since it's one of the three keys for success. It's definitely worth spending some time and understanding. A lot of people feel like when they just help people, they're a mentor, and the word mentor has really, unfortunately, gone through a lot of let's say distress in people understanding. So they're very confused. So sure, you can help anybody, and we try to make the distinction between a sounding board or a support system or a friend or a parent who's just very loving and they just want to give you good ideas or teach you stuff. That's different than a professional mentor. And the difference is two things. Number one, there's money involved, and the reason that's important because a lot of people say, "Oh, I just mentor for free." Well, if you've ever mentored for free, and I've done this with millions of people now, I can tell you that every time I have ever said, "Well, I'll mentor that company for free and take a percentage," it always falls apart because there's no glue there for people to be paying attention, to be getting their attention, and for them to work through some of the harder times. Nobody ever gets to success without going through some challenging things. If you're going to change the way you're doing things, you're going to challenge the way you think, you're going to challenge what you believe. And when you go through those challenging moments, the glue there is for them to say, I invested in this relationship. I want to get back my investment. Because I can even tell you where I charge 100,000 US dollars a year to work with me, plus 15% of anybody's business or project that I'm working on. So it could be a significant investment for a business owner. And I can tell you that every time somebody invests, I've got their attention because they've invested a significant amount of money. So if I ask them to do something, whether it's controversial or whether it's confronting to them, picking up the phone and calling people, reaching out to media, and we work with them on all the parts and pieces, but they have to do the work. And when they have that much skin in the game, then they actually do the work. When they don't, they find all sorts of reasons why they get busy in other things. And I can tell you the even more interesting thing is when they or basically earn back that money or they've surpassed the value experience for themselves, you can see their commitments start to wane and start to drop off. So we're very clear that that's a very important factor is that there's skin in the game. And it's not just because they're passionate. We hear this all the time. I'm passionate. I'll do everything you ask me to do. And sometimes we get sucked into that. And every time we always see that it's not a worthwhile relationship together. So that's a very important glue that comes together around mentors is that there's an exchange of that energy and a financial connection.
So what about a lot of people out there that say like they've lost their job now and it's time for them to like pivot, change professions or do something different and they can't afford an expensive mentor? How do they start off? What is that where's that initial step to get to that first level?
Yeah, it's a great question. So this is a big situation, right? And so since last March, when everything started getting locked down, March 2020, we of course, so we have different levels that someone would need to commit to be able to get access to our trainings and our minds. So my wife and I, who run this company together, she's a brilliant entrepreneur as well, originally from Europe. And so when I met her about 9 years ago this year, she didn't speak any English at all, but she was a serial entrepreneur. She had done hundreds of millions of euros in her business. And I was speaking at an event in Italy with 3,000 people in the room and everybody had headphones on. I was with Robert and Kim Kiyosaki, the authors of Rich Dad Poor Dad, and she was in the audience. So we met there and we kind of energetically fell in love. And as she learned English, we got a chance to start presenting and training together. But, so the two of us absolutely love decoding what we have done in our businesses. I mean, she's done 7 of her own companies or 9 or something like that at this point, hundreds of millions of years. I've done whatever I've done. And so we love going back and saying, how can we take what we have done right and done wrong, and turn it into models and trainings and share them with students across the world? So it's not always critical to be hiring a super highly expensive mentor. It just depends on what your needs are and what your attention is and what your resources are. Or sometimes we say what your resourcefulness is, right? Everybody can get resourceful. If somebody wants to hire a $100,000 a year mentor, they can do that. But if they feel like it's not the right step for them or it's not appropriate, whatever, there are trainings that can be done for much, much cheaper. And you can still get in the minds of the great mentors. So we offer conferences, we offer master classes, we offer membership sites, we offer continuity programs. We have a whole catalog so that we can try to serve everybody, no matter what their financial situation is. We believe strongly that education really should be available to everyone, but then there's your time and you have to decide where you invest your personal time, right? We like to spend our personal time on projects that are very impactful for the world, for the industries, for the environment, for the globe. So that's where we spend our personal time. But we love actually sharing even live. We'll do a lot of conferences live now on Zoom, just like we're doing here, where we're teaching entrepreneurs, and it allows us to do it in groups. We'll have 500, 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 people on those meetings, and they can all be learning from us. And what I think people have really loved is that we have worked on the art of systematizing our ideas and our systems and teaching it to them in a way that they can consume it and work on it and run with it. So that's a more maybe practical way for those that are, not at the budget levels or the risk profile to say, I'm going to go do it. And if I may just extend that one more second here, which is a lot of people have actually transitioned or gone into major pivots. And we actually launched a program last year called Pivot Point, which that word pivot I know has been used a lot in the last year, but it's really one of the best terms because most people don't really know what pivoting means. And it's really the best term because what it means is you take the resources you already have around you and you repackage them or you rebrand them or you recreate them to become powerfully useful in your life right now. Which means, for example, in a business, it turns out that about 70% of the value, the resources, the brain power of the business and the business owner is unused or underutilized. And so we started teaching people how to just take what they already have around them, their partnerships, their relationships, their social media accounts, their ideas, and turn them immediately into things that they can create cash with. Because when they follow our systems, they learn immediately that actually they have tons of money circulating around them that they never even noticed. So that term pivot is great. And the cool thing is if you start a service business, you don't even need to invest any money in it. So we teach people how to launch businesses and grow businesses from zero, from scratch, because that's what I always did. We started with zero in each business and we grew it independently. Even if I had millions and millions and millions I could have invested in a company, we always took each business, we siloed it, and we said, if it can't create a life of its own, just like a child, then it's not going to survive. So we teach people how to do that from scratch with zero investment into it.
That makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of mindset issues because there's a lot of people right now that are really depressed and they feel like that's it. They can't handle anything. COVID's happened. They've lost their businesses. Things are difficult at home. They're trying to parent their kids. So it's a mindset shift that has to happen. How do you get them from that point of despair to giving them hope?
Well, that's a great question. And I think that we need to honor that this has been a very complex year. It's been a complex year for businesses that have even grown and had great years. There are people that had an amazing year. I've talked to a lot of friends that said they had the best year ever that they had in their lives or in their businesses. And I talked to friends that said they had the worst year ever in their lives and in their businesses. And so, first of all, I think we should acknowledge, and people should also know that, millions of people around the planet, if not billions of people, are going through very similar things. And I think the first thing is it doesn't make it okay if they lost their businesses, if they lost their jobs, if they're struggling with money, if they're having a hard time with their kids. It doesn't make it okay, but it does make it maybe a little bit more understandable that it is something that humans are going through right now. We have a saying. So I grew up in a Jewish family, although I'm very, I'd say omni-religious. I've studied all the religions of the world and I love them all. I think they're all brilliant and beautiful. There's a saying from Judaism that this too shall pass. And so, every business owner that has gone through major successes has gone through major failures. I was watching a Brene Brown TED Talk, and she's just a brilliant woman. If your audience doesn't know who they are, they should just get on Netflix and go watch her talk. Actually, not a TED Talk. It's a Netflix talk. And she's brilliant. And, she was essentially pointing out the fact that you're gonna go through these challenges in your business. It's undisputable. In fact, she says that she goes into executives and she says to them, if you want success, you're gonna know failure. And they say, oh yeah, we've had failure. She says, no, you're not gonna have failure. You're gonna know failure, which is very different. And I've seen more and more sayings coming out that failure is part of the ingredient of success. And we've seen these things for a long time, but it's very important to, I think, continue to reconnect. One thing that I think makes humans sad, upset, or depressed is two things, really. First of all, they feel like the current situation is going to go on forever. If you really want to take away a human's hope, all you got to do is just have them feel like whatever they've got going on is going to go on forever. And the great thing about a human's mind is we have great power and control over how we think. And sometimes it feels hopeless, but I actually use a lot of meditation. I always have been meditating since I was a teenager. And I allow it to, first of all, clear the space. So the first thing I always recommend to people is try to get to a place where you're just actually neutral. Don't try to get to a space of hope yet. Just try to get to a space where you can actually allow whatever is grabbing you, whatever is holding you, whatever is feeling intense for you to just kind of neutralize and just come back to the bare essentials. I have 3 kids. And somebody asked me I was on a moderated panel with about 2,000 people the other day. And they said, how do you, something very similar. How do you get into a hopeful place, or how do you feel, grounded? And I said, look, if I feel like I'm upset about business stuff or money or anything like that, or whatever's going on in our companies or people or whatever, I just go play dolls with my daughter, who's 6 years old, or I go hang out with my son and kick a soccer ball around. And if you really get into their world, you can understand that the way a child looks at the world is really through different eyes than what humans have built, what adults, I should say, have built as important. And so I started to think about, what am I utilizing as criteria for importance right now? Is money really important? I mean, it's nice to have. It doesn't provide happiness. I grew up in a very, very wealthy family where I got to see wealthy people very unhappy. So I learned very early on, money is not going to provide happiness. It provides options. You want a nice house? Sure, great. You want to, you want to buy, I don't know, a nice microphone or a studio or a laptop? Sure. But does it provide happiness? No, it never will. And so if we want to get grounded into what's important, I start to look at what is really important and what am I classifying as important. Sometimes you got to be your own best coach, especially if you're sitting around feeling upset or sad or depressed. And you have to consider, how are you creating the perspective of what's important? Human beings create values, and we unconsciously list our values in certain orders. And there's a great gentleman that I've worked with for a long time, wrote the forward to one of my books, named Dr. John DeMartini, who's a great person to look at. He does all these great value elicitation processes. But while I was on tour with him one year, he said to me, he said, what are your values? And anytime I notice that I'm feeling off, feeling sad, feeling depressed, I notice that my values have gotten unconsciously rearranged, where my focus is on something that is not really what I truly believe in is the most important thing. So just to make that very tangible for your audience, I would say, first of all, try to use something, whether it's music or fitness or working out, or some people like running, or they go to a sport, or they meditate, or something where they can kind of get themselves centered and clear. Now, the problem doesn't go away, of course, if they're struggling with money or children or whatever, but then they can start to say, what is the prioritization of my values? And usually that will start to help give them a glimmer of hope, a glimmer of hope. And then, as I always say, is get a great support system, not of people like your friends. Get people that have best practices to say, how do you get out of this funk? Because at the end of the day, we can't mindset ourselves out of problems. If someone's having money problems, they need to figure out how to make more money. They need to figure out how to get a different job, or go out and build their businesses and grow their businesses. If they're having problems with their children, they need a parenting expert. So, we have to actually proactively take action. And those moments, I think, are the moments that actually define who we are really being in the world. Whether we're going to stay in that funk of I've got problems and nothing can get solved, or whether they're going to say, I'm going to actually take action and I'm not going to let anything stop me, and they become unstoppable.
Wow, that's such great insight. Thank you for sharing that. Because one thing I noticed with you is you really practice what you preach. You have a great, you've got your 3 kids and you have a very balanced life. You're not just all work, work, work. You're also family. You've got your family time and your playtime. I remember we had a great time when we met in Dubai, and you had your family time. Your family was there, and then it was kind of almost a little bit structured. Can you share a little bit about how do you? You're obviously very successful. How do you structure your life so that you have it so balanced?
Sure. So I'm going to actually bust this frame out a little bit, and maybe throw a little bit of a curveball in this conversation. So I hope you don't mind, which is, I don't actually believe that human beings stay in balance very long. I think we're often mostly out of balance almost all the time. And in fact, funny enough, I ran an event recently with Randy Zuckerberg, who's a friend of mine, and Randy is a brilliant entrepreneur. She's the founder of Zuckerberg Media and 2-time Tony Award winner, and of course, one of the major contributors to Facebook and her family in the Zuckerberg world. But anyways, she also has a very similar approach where she has this thing that she says called pick 3. And she goes through these list of all the things in your life. And she says, you only get to pick 3. You can't try to balance everything out. And I will tell you that what I notice is that as humans, we kind of go in and out of balance. And we have to catch ourselves, because I think high achievers, we run a program called Super Achiever here, and we work with people on how to be super achievers. And part of the education is how to actually balance more areas of our lives and catch ourselves going out while we're achieving the highest things in each of these areas of our lives. And so our experience is that pretty much you go out of balance. And I think that people are often striving for this perfect life. They want to be financially free. They want to have no stress. They want to, and it's just it's not a reality that I've ever seen. And I know some of the most, the billionaires and the most successful people on the planet. And I know, monks, and I know it's never a balance. It is a consistent thing, just like working out. So we're, in our family, we're big fitness buffs, and we like, sports and things. In fact, this afternoon we'll take the kids. We're gonna go do a, hour bike ride with them, and that's our day, right? My wife just got back from working out, and so we're very much into that. And what we notice is that at some point we get out of balance and we have to pull it back in. And it happens all the time. Having 3 crazy kids, we got 11, a 6, and a 20-month-old child. Having everybody at home right now. My wife, who was running the company with me for the last 9 years, has gratefully taken on the responsibility of homeschooling, our middle child, and juggling our little one. And of course, with COVID, you have a lot of trouble with people coming in and out of the house and things. So I would not say our lives are in any way balanced right now. But what I think great people do is they continue to expand their energetic holding of what needs to go on. And of course, we do look for a time. We'll look for a time when it's a little bit simpler, where we can kind of maybe get the kids back to school. Even just date nights have been tough. We've got a 20-month-old, so she's been nursing, right? So date night's been very complex for the last 2 years. Like, lives are constantly out of balance, but it doesn't mean that an out of balance life can't be a fulfilling and an exciting and a happy life. And I think what a human being has to do is they can look at that out of balance in one of two ways. Either they're anxious about it and they're upset about it, or they just say, hey, that's what it is. And they keep working on putting it back into as much balance and simplifying it as much as possible. So we don't try to balance our lives. We try to notice when it's heavily out of balance. We keep expanding that. And I think that's part of what you do as a parent is you expand that energy. You hold all the craziness in your house, and then you continue to simplify where you can and get back to balance, which only happens for like 2 seconds anyways. And then somebody spills something all over the floor.
No, I like the fact that you do date night, which is you basically are taking time away from everything and spending time with your spouse and actually making sure that you're connecting, right? That's what date night means for you.
Yeah. And we actually read a report that most people do date night like once a month, which is crazy. Now, my wife is Italian. And so, I don't know if your listeners know anything about Italians. I mean, I'm American, and my lineage of men is kind of workaholics. So when I met my wife, she was absolutely not. She was brilliant because she ran, a 30 million euro a year business, one of the largest tourism companies in Italy when I met her. And she would spend 4 to 5 hours almost every day riding her horses. She had everything systematized and managed. She's very lifestyle driven. So she likes to have her life and super successful. And so I thought that was brilliant, because, I was running similar situations, but, churning and burning 7 days a week. And so we actually have 2 nights a week. We do date night. If we can sneak in a third every once in a while, we usually just do something, cuddle at home and watch a movie or something. But 2 nights a week, we get a babysitter, we put the kids to bed, and we go out. Last night was actually it. We just go out, we talk, we connect, we talk about adult stuff, because we got so much kid stuff going on. And I think that it's important that people around the planet start to really see that as an important modality, that they really take that time to connect, because I think a lot of people that I've been talking to are often working, and ignoring their families. I hear that all the time. We got this new app now, Clubhouse, right? Online. It's a new social media app. It's huge, and it's very, very addictive, and people love it. It feels very connected to people. And I can't tell you how many of my friends have said their wife's angry with them, their kids are not getting attention. And I'm saying, look, man, like, I get on it 1 hour, 3 times a week. We contribute, and then we're off. And you have to really continue to be disciplined with how you give your attention in the world. And your family's the most important place to give your attention, in my opinion.
That's a really valid point. Like, you have one life and you can get so easily distracted, right? With Facebook, Instagram, but you're scheduling like, hey, an hour of this, maybe an hour on Facebook or an hour on Instagram or whatever you're doing. And the rest an hour, this time for the family and this time. That's something that I think a lot of people don't quite grasp, but that's what's important. Otherwise, the next thing you know it, like this year, we're already in February, March. It's just life's going to pass you by and it's going to be gone, right?
That's right. There's a saying now that attention is the new currency, and it's very true. All of these apps and all the social media world that came out, 12 years ago plus, essentially their entire job is to get your attention. And today, the statistics show that we're now bombarded with around 10,000 opportunities a day. Advertisements, things to buy, things to do, all this kind of 10,000 opportunities a day. And about 10 years ago, it was really more around 100 to 1,000 opportunities a day, which was already a lot. But now we're like 10 to 100x, what we were, back then. And so we really need to build that muscle. I've done a lot of, spent about 20 years in human potential work. And there's this thing called multiple intelligence theory, which was created by Howard Gardner, a brilliant professor at Harvard. And one of the lines of intelligence is called willpower. It's actually a muscle, and you have to develop it. Just like you go to the gym and you work out your bicep, or you work out your, your chest, or whatever you work out, your back. It's something that you have to actually work out, and you have to continue to build that willpower muscle so that you can be disciplined. And some people, they're disciplined in certain areas, right? They get up every day and they're disciplined. They brush their teeth and they do their breakfast and they have their coffee. And then in other areas that I would think are so important to them and will be important upon reflection later on in their lives, they're not very disciplined in. So that willpower is very important. And today we need it more than ever, because not that, I love social media and we use it for our businesses and our companies and we connect and we all love it. It's not a bad thing. It's a great thing. It's actually a gift because it's allowed us to connect, but we also need to understand how it fits into our lives along with everything else grabbing for our attention all day long.
Thanks for touching upon willpower, because I know that's a big problem for a lot of people right now. For example, trying to get healthy. People are just gaining weight because they're stressed out. They're going to the fridge, they're eating unhealthy foods, and then they want to work out, but then they're like too lazy to do that. So give me some advice on about how do we get people more motivated and how do we get that willpower?
So we think that we do a lot with change because people come to us and they say, I want to make more money. Well, they have to change. Like who they are has to fundamentally change. Or they say, I want to get fit or I want to have a better relationship. Well, who they are has to fundamentally change. And we believe that fundamental change begins with honesty. And so we have, Alessia, my wife and I have this thing called brutal honesty between us, where we're just brutally honest with ourselves and with each other. And we give each other the permission to be, now it sounds bad, brutal honest. Let's say complete honesty is probably the better saying of it. But we're very, very honest. And luckily she's a very, very, just very straightforward woman and low drama woman. And so that's our life together, is what needs to get done and how do we be honest about what it is? So we can talk to each other very honestly and say, you didn't do this, I didn't do that. I'm not doing this. And we're very direct, but we do it without judgment. We do it without blame. We do it without shame. And that's a very important part of it. Because my experience is that children, everybody grows up as children where they get blamed, they get shamed, and they get judged for doing things that adults think they shouldn't do. And then they grow up blaming and shaming themselves. And so we lose the access to being totally, completely honest with ourselves. So if I said, I'm lazy, undisciplined because I'm not working out this week, it's not like I should feel bad about myself and I'm a horrible person. That's just what it is. We say in the States, calling the kettle black, which just means being totally and completely honest, right? And so if I'm being lazy or I'm undisciplined, I just go, I'm being totally lazy today. And I either say, okay, I'm going to be lazy and I accept it, or I'm going to say, I'm going to take action and not be lazy. But either way, it starts with the element of being totally and completely honest versus justifying or making up reasons or stories or excuses. There's an old saying that you either get your reasons or you get your results. And that does spawn the idea that we need to start being really, really honest with ourselves and doing it in a way that there's no judgment, shame, or guilt. From there, we actually have access to change. Because when we get connected to what it is, and not some version of it or some distortion of what we want it to be, we then, for that moment, get an access point to change.
Wow, that's so well said. Because I think a lot of the time we use so many excuses. We're like, it's whatever. And the fact that you can be brutally honest with your family members and your spouse is such a great thing, because that way you can actually evolve as opposed to just completely nagging the whole time and complaining about things, right?
Yeah, well, and when we bring in our students, so we bring in a couple of thousand students a year into a private mentoring program where we the core senior team here at Industry Rockstar that's all done, to $2 or $5 billion in sales together. Very, very sharp, very not just myself. I mean, all of the advisors here. We ask them if they're okay with us being very, very direct and honest. And they have to opt in for that. Otherwise, we don't accept them into the program. And one might say, wow, it sounds like, you're pretty hard on them. Well, we hold them with a lot of love and a lot of respect. We appreciate and love people at the deepest level that I think any mentor or any human being can. I actually find human beings fascinating. I find people that do things that are totally inappropriate, fascinating and beautiful. I find that the sabotage patterns that they do in their lives and their business are magnificent and exciting. So we have a very deep appreciation of human beings, but that allows them to interact with us where we can be very direct about what's not working, because you can't really get massive breakthroughs if you can't be totally honest. And this has come from the years of working around Tony Robbins and, doing tours with him and getting to know him and, Robert and Kim Kiyosaki. A lot of the most effective leaders are completely direct and honest. And when they do it with love and appreciation and the person doesn't feel judged, it actually it opens a massive access point. And the funny thing is most people don't do this, which is why, people like us and Tony, and that we've become so famous doing it, because we're just willing to be absolutely 100% direct and honest while loving and appreciating and not judging or shaming anybody. Those two things have to go together, by the way. It's easy to just, tell somebody something directly and then, make them feel bad, but that's not effective. That creates a whole different pattern. It's about holding them with great love and appreciation for who they are and hitting those leverage points where they can change.
So make sure if you're going to do it with love. Don't just be all mean about it.
That's right.
For people like you and I who've done a lot of personal development work, we've both done Tony Robbins, we've done a lot of understanding ourselves and a lot of really diving into that space. There's a lot of people out there that haven't even touched upon personal development work. And you mentioned sabotage, personal sabotage. Can you just touch upon that a little bit?
Sure. And just, Megan, look, Tony's great and he's world-class in what he does. And there was just tons and tons of other emotional, spiritual, personal development work that I did before I even knew of Tony. I didn't actually even really know about Tony Robbins till I was in my late 20s, early 30s. And I had done a decade of human potential work in all sorts of different workshops and seminars and institutes and programs and mentors, everything from neuroscience to landmark education to Avatar to Hoffman to this and that, and Gestalt training, all, just you name it, I've gone through everything. I became fascinated with it because I want to know who I was and why I did the stupid things that I did. I wanted to get those things out of the way. So sabotage comes from it's an observation of when somebody says they want to do something, but they do the opposite. It's pretty straightforward. If you say, I want to lose weight, but then you're going and you're eating a bunch of ice cream, at night, and you shouldn't be doing it. That mechanic is really one of the mechanics that stops people from having results. Because if you think about it at a normal level, at a human level, or I should say at a basic level, it should be very easy to say, I want to work out or I want to lose weight. We'll just use a fitness example here. And therefore I'm going to eat less calories than I burn throughout the day. Okay. Now I understand it's not always quite that simple for everybody. It's like, my wife is like the healthiest eater and biggest exerciser. She says when she's nursing, the hormones in her body don't allow her to just quickly drop weight. So I understand it's not quite so simple all the time, but let's just take a simple example where we know that if we do something, it will create a result. In business, we know that if we pick up the phone and we call people to talk about partnerships, or we call people to talk about work, that we'll get more clients, we'll get more partnerships. And some of our students will say at the beginning, I know I should pick up the phone, but I don't do it. This is called sabotage. It's when you know to do something, but you don't do it. Okay. And so we become fascinated with that because naturally, if you can remove that behavior out of somebody's world in anything, they immediately start creating better results. Now, I'm not saying they're going to become multi-billionaires because they're able to do what they say they're going to do, but it's a starting place because on the flip side, you cannot create results consistently not doing what you know you should do to get results. When someone hands you a best practice, like let's say if you want a nicer physique and body, you need to, lift some weights or you need to take some runs, or you need to do something and you don't do it, we can guarantee you're not going to you're not even going to head in that direction, right? So that part around sabotage, knowing that we should do something and not doing it, is a human, what I would call probably the worst human epidemic we have. And that is what we have focused all of our work on from a mindset side. Then we have the strategy side, right? Because once they get an action, then the question is, are they doing the right things in the right order and getting the actual results? But if they can't actually get butt in gear, as we say, then they can't even start to get the results. So we've really looked at that mechanic, and it goes pretty deep. I think for this interview, it might be a little bit too much to go too deep into it.
No, I know I've studied NLP. I have a master's in NLP, and you're right. It is in-depth stuff. It's actually going down from like childhood to thought processes. And I know that in the last few minutes that we have, we really don't have time to go through all of that.
Yeah, I mean, there's different levels where we have imprints in our brain that cause us, for safety reasons, to want to stick to a certain pattern of living, right? So it comes down a lot to the way we feel comfortable, which is why everybody says get out of your comfort zone, which is a very surface way of starting to help people understand. So we dive very, very deep in our programs around leadership and business to help them understand those things, because understanding it's one thing, but we also have systems for re-encoding their brains. Because sometimes it's just not something you can understand. A lot of it's not on the verbal level. Some of the imprints came as fetal imprints. Some of the imprints came as childhood imprints. Some of them came as generational imprints, or through the energy systems of your family. Some of them can come from 7 generations before you, and they're just imprinted. I know some of that starts to sound crazy, but this is the kind of stuff that scientists and social scientists have defined, and we have techniques and tools that have shown to be massively effective to get people to release those old patterns and start to have way more success than anybody in their family ever had.
Wow. I love having these mind expanding conversations with you. So in the last few minutes, obviously you're very successful, and you've done a lot in this world, raising 500 million for charity. That's just amazing. And just reminding everybody how it's important to be doing great in the world, but it's also important to give back and have a lot of just making a difference in the world. But Kane, on the last few notes, can you just let us know what would you say give us 3 tips that you would like to share with the audience about how to be successful in this world?
Sure. So just to make sure we're accurate on the number. So it's 500 million in sales in our companies, my companies personally. What we've raised for charity has been tens of millions over the years, and we have supported organizations like Amnesty International and Virgin Unite and Asha Global and Surf Aid and just all sorts of great Heart Kids and many, many, many great organizations. But not I wish I hit the $500 million donation mark. That would be great. We're not quite there yet, though. But one tip to be really successful. it's hard to boil success down to one tip, but if I had to boil it down to one tip, I really think
give us three, Kane. Give us three tips.
Let's take out the one thing that they can focus on, because we've given them a lot in this interview. They're going to be drowning in success tips. If there's one thing, is to take a look at where you're getting stopped and learn, go to places or be with people where you're challenging your ability to become unstoppable. I think that's if I had to just look at one umbrella thing that I've always done in my life, is I've always gotten around people that challenge the way I think. And I'll tell you a very, very, very short story that just shows it. As we ran an event in Vietnam. Alessia and I ran an event in Vietnam with Richard Branson. We brought him in as a keynote for event. We had 18,000 people. It was a huge stadium, one of our biggest events that we ran. And he comes into the green room when he gets there, and he's on his phone. He says, I'll be right with you just a moment. And we're in the green room, and we hear him talking. We say, no problem. We'll get you some tea. And he says, okay, Jeff, could you change on that spreadsheet 1 billion to 6 billion? Yeah. Okay. All right. I think that sounds better. All right, great. Thank you. And he folds up his phone. And I thought, well, that's not a conversation that I have on a daily basis. I don't call. I say, can you just change that, 1 billion to 6 billion on our spreadsheet? And that's the new marketing budget. And so, being around people like that constantly is expanding the way I think. And we always have a saying that a mind once expanded can never contract. And we also say a heart once expanded can never contract. And finally, a wallet once expanded can never contract.
Wow. Well said. So how do we learn more about your company, and how do we follow you? Can you give us some information?
Yeah, totally. Look, the best way is to find us online. You go and you type in Kane and Alessia online. You go to Instagram, you go to Facebook, you go to any of the social media platforms, you go find our websites. We got lots of stuff going on, lots of live events happening online, lots of free stuff that people can go consume, get to know more about us. I would say just get in our world, follow us. And then when we run an online live event throughout the year, we run live challenges and branding and sales and everything. And we run webinars, and we try to contribute as much as possible throughout the year. So just go find us online and jump into one of our email lists, and you'll get information about us.
Thank you so much for your time, Kane. I know you're so busy, and I'll connect with you soon. And thank you so much for coming on our show.
You got it. Thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure, and namaste.
So this brings me to our next guest. That was such an amazing, amazing time with industry rockstar Kane. And now we have our next superstar, which is Hetal Patel. And he's going to be talking about raising your inner game. Hetal is a mindset and performance coach and an inspirational keynote speaker. He's a property mentor and founder of Victorious, a coaching and mentoring company based in the UK. His clients range from CEO, executive leaders, international keynote speakers, national journalists, NLP practitioners, HR leaders, property developers, and many more. His objective is to empower you to look within and find actionable steps to take immediately to be victorious in life. He will give you tangible and actionable tools and techniques that will empower and support you to build up your inner game. Welcome, Hetal. How are you?
Namaste. Thank you so much for that great introduction. And a massive thank you for Hani Kalaria for inviting me to this platform, and the whole team at Healing RF. Been absolutely fantastic introducing me and also bringing me on board. So really excited to be here. Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you. We're so happy to have you on our show, and for you to share all your great wisdom with us.
Yeah, so Sheila, mine's not going to be any slides and anything. I'm going to be like Kane. I'm just going to go for and speak from the heart, because that's what Victorious is all about. Kane was absolutely mind-blowing, what he just absolutely delivered just there. And a lot of that I resonated with, because the journey that I've gone through, not with the years that Kane's done, mine's been quite a relatively new journey. So I came across personal development about 5 years ago. And I came off it about chance. So I was in the corporate world as a regional leader, and I decided after going to a property seminar that I was going to quit my day job as a regional leader and become an entrepreneur, because I saw everyone else achieving success. And I thought, I can do it. I'm confident, I'm self-assured. I've done extremely well in the corporate world. So I can now take this in my entrepreneurial journey. Little did I know the challenges that you face in the entrepreneurial world are very different from the corporate world. The fact that I thought I was successful in the corporate world means absolutely nothing on the entrepreneurial world. It's a complete different ball game because you don't have a team around you. You don't have the connections around you. You don't have the resources, and you have to build it yourself. So once I made that plunge, handed my notice in, I decided to leave, and I've gone on that journey. 6 months in, and I'm absolutely broken. I've got no property deals. I'm going to these networking events, trying to network. My confidence is completely gone, and the money that we had in the bank as my savings after selling my dream car that I purchased early on the year before was starting to swindle away. So money was tight. I was struggling financially. I was struggling mentally, and I was struggling emotionally, and that took me on a bit of a path. So 6 months in, I'm absolutely struggling, to the point there was days that I'll get up and I'll get up in the morning, I'll walk my wife downstairs to the front door, and I'll say bye to her while she goes off to work. And what I should be doing was going downstairs and getting into the office and working, but instead I became the type of man that would bail out and go straight back upstairs, back to bed, and then wake up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, just before my wife come back home, to come down, ruffle some papers and said, I've had a busy day. Shall we chill out, open a bottle of wine and just relax, enjoy life? I've done nothing to deserve that, right? But that was the state I was in. I was absolutely broken. That was the type of human being I was being. I would go to networking events, and when I go to a networking event, someone would speak to me. And within a couple of minutes of conversing with me, they would disappear and walk away. Or they'll say, thank you very much, Hale, I'm just going to go and see someone else. And that hit my confidence. I was unable to communicate with people. And that had a massive effect. Mentally I was distraught. Financially I was struggling. Emotionally I was struggling. A lot of people might classify that as being depressed, struggling through life, really questioning, what am I doing? But that's the entrepreneurial journey I've come to realize now that I've gone on my path. But at that moment, there was some big realizations I had to make. And I think Kane mentioned it earlier when he was speaking. He's talked about a reality check, being really true to yourself about who you are, who are you being? And I had to ask myself, who am I being? What sort of man am I? What sort of husband am I? What sort of son am I? What sort of brother am I? That I've decided to make a commitment to become an entrepreneur. And I'm not even showing up for them. I'm not even doing the things that I need to do on a day-to-day basis. And that realization really hit. And what hit home for me really was the fact that, with the struggles that we was facing in terms of money, etc., I had to borrow money off my sister, off my mum. And as a 35-year-old man, right, to be in that position was just like, it just hit me. Everything was collapsed. I was done. And I had to make a decision that I had to grow. And that's where personal development really kicked in for me. I attended one of the Tony Robbins' first events, UPW, and there's a story behind that we've got ahead. I thought, and I'll share that quickly here, but just when we was going to UPW, the news that we got was that my wife was pregnant. And it was the greatest news ever. And I just got into this delusional state that when you think positively, you take positive action, life then throws positivity at you, right? However, a few weeks later, we found out there was miscarriage, which was a heart-wrenching thing to happen. But what you realize over time, that's just a journey that you have to go through to understand what personal development is. Isn't the law of attraction where you just think positively and things turn up. You have to do the work for that to happen. So it's the work that I had to do internally that really allowed me to grow through this process and start to evolve and learn about myself. And through that process, I was able to then start building my inner confidence, start to build my self-belief, starting to build my ability to take action. And that's where Victorious Coaching's pillars have really come about. And my whole coaching organization, I work with master practitioners, international speakers, journalists, but everything we work with is fundamentally around these three pillars. And these three pillars have been super, super important for success. And I think anyone that's listening right now should get a pen and paper and just write these down, because these are the absolute nuggets that I believe, and anyone that I've seen achieve success, when I analyze them and look at what they've done, I find that these three pillars are the fundamental blocks that they have. Even so that I was watching Virat Kohli the other day, which is an international cricketer, and he was talking to Nasser Hussain just about what makes him so successful. And what he said was the exact same things. So these are the three pillars that we work with. The first pillar is belief. So it's so cliche, we heard about this all the time, but it's that inner belief, believing in yourself and believing in your vision for your future, whatever it is that you desire. If that is, materialistic wins that you desire, if it is wealth that you desire, if it is happiness that you desire, if it is fulfillment you desire, you have to believe in it. And you have to believe in yourself that you have got the capabilities to be able to go and achieve that. The second pillar is awareness. And it's not just awareness in terms of external awareness of other people and what everyone else is doing, but awareness within yourself. What drives you? What motivates you? What triggers you? What happens when you're having that conversation with your wife or your spouse and they say something and it sort of agitates you and you get sort of angry and frustrated and you feel that they're belittling you or they're questioning you, etc. Right? Where are those triggers coming from? You know, who can push your triggers? So that awareness is so key. It's like awareness in yourself, right? What's your driving force, right? What can get you really focused? What turns you off? And what gets you into a heightened state? What gets you to a lower state? So that's the second pillar, is awareness. And the third one is action. Without action, we are never going to achieve the success that we desire from life. And that action is not just about just doing it just for the sake of doing it. You have to apply yourself wholeheartedly with everything you've got, with your heart, your soul, everything in that particular moment. Because when you start taking action in that way, right, the results that you're going to get on the back of that action just becomes a reinforcement system for you, because the results now become your evidence and your proof that you are somebody, or that you can achieve something, or you can move forward. And it gives you that better inner belief system. So these are the key three pillars that we work with. And I find that regardless of what business you're in, right, we work with these three pillars because they're the fundamentals to success: business, personal development. And that's why I have such a variety of client base, is because it's just a universal process that we've got to go through. And it's about getting in complete control of yourself. So when I was in those tough moments, when I was struggling through life, when I was in the state of despair, and I just didn't know the light at the end of the tunnel, you know, where was I going? And there's a moment that I had to decide, do I accept that I'm just not good enough for this entrepreneurial journey and just go back and get a comfortable position in the corporate world? Or do I decide to move forward? And when I made that decision first, that decision came with a level of commitment that I have to make towards my future. A level of commitment towards being disciplined enough to be able to move forward. And that is the ultimate key to success. And when life's going to throw its challenges, it's going to throw its obstacles, we know that. But we've got to then learn to face these challenges and go, I've made that commitment, I'm going to face them. So I'm going to take you through a bit of a journey of mine, right? And I think that's evident. But also what I'm going to do is I'm going to share some tools and techniques with you all that you can actually use, practical tools that I've used and I implement with some of my clients that helps us get that better belief system, gets us to be more aware of ourselves, and it gets us to be able to take action moving forward. So I'm going to take you through a bit of a process. So the first thing that I had to do when I was in this despair moment was to make a commitment. And the first thing I looked at doing was going, I have to start fixing these thoughts that were going through my head. So what I would do is I would write down in my notepad on my iPhone the thoughts that I'm having. And some of these thoughts were absolutely horrific. I've deleted off my iPhone now because just looking back at them is an absolute nightmare, because it was hatred towards me. It was hatred to the man I was being, right? I absolutely despised who I was. However, I had to learn, and I understood that those thoughts are not serving me. They're not allowing me to move forward in life. Because how can I move forward when there isn't love within me? You know, you've heard that a lot about people. You have to love yourself. You have to respect yourself. You have to feel worthy. But how could I feel worthy when I'm the guy that's taking my wife, who's going to work and bringing in the income, and I'm going upstairs to go back to bed, right? So I had to provide and get the evidence to say, why am I worthy? So my commitment was I'll wake up every morning at 5 o'clock. And at 5 o'clock, I'll go for a run. That run, right, or walk, power walk, I used to call it, was just my way of committing. And during that, I would share motivational messages. And this wasn't about me becoming a coach. This was about me trying to become a property investor. So I'll share motivational messages, put a picture out on the run, doing my thing. And when I get back home, I'll start analyzing my thought processes. So what I did was got a piece of paper and I'll write down negative and positive. And the truth is we all have positive thoughts and we all have negative thoughts. Doesn't matter how much personal development you've done, you will have those thoughts. So I would write down my negative thoughts and then write down my positive thoughts. And I kept myself to say I can only have 5 of each that I can write down, because otherwise sometimes there would be a list which is too long, right? So I would list down 5 positive thoughts and 5 negative thoughts. The positive thoughts, what I'll look at doing is embracing them and owning them, accepting them, to say, yeah, I am this. Like a bit like affirmations, right? So it's just about accepting and just taking them in, just owning them. But the negative ones, I couldn't allow them to be there. So it was about challenging them. But not challenging them to say, go away, disappear, but actually creating a process for them. So I would ask myself, are these thoughts real? Are they real? And sometimes, guess what? They were real, right? I was that guy, right? And it's about owning it. Secondly, I would ask, what evidence or proof can I find to prove them wrong? So based on my history, based on everything I've achieved, based on anything I've done, how can I prove these thoughts wrong? So if I'm thinking I'm not worthy of success, or I'm lazy, or no one's going to buy, or I'm never going to achieve my property, or no one's going to buy into me, I look for evidence or proof that prove that thought wrong. So I'll go back in my historical bank and I'll look at what is it that I've got that proves this wrong. So it might be I had that keynote speech that I did, or it might be that actually I've gone for a walk this morning, I'm committed to making a change. And that then started becoming a reference point for me. The next step then is to ask, what action could I take to change this thought process? So now I'm getting really practical with it. So what action can I take? So for example, if I'm thinking I'm lazy, right? The evidence is I've woken up at 5 o'clock now, I'm not lazy, right? What action can I take? Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go for a 5K run, right? That becomes my bank, right? Or I'm going to do 300 squats, which I did, right? Or 150 press ups, or do something that then gets into our evidence bank, because I'm looking for proof, right? That proves that I am not lazy, right? To prove the opposite, that I'm an action taker, right? And that then become a process where that allowed me over a period of time to improve my thought process. The other thing that what this does is it allowed me to look at my growth. So I can now provide, when people talk about, I've grown, but I don't understand how I've done it. I know how I've done it, because when I look at my book, on there it states day 1, day 2, day 30, day 80, day 150. What was my thoughts like, right? What was my positive thoughts? And over a period of time, what was really strange that happened is that the negative thoughts started to disappear, right? Because they don't have any power now. I'm not giving them the energy and the focus or the power to be able to then to manifest themselves into anything bigger. And my positive thoughts started getting power, to the point that when I used to go out for the walk or the run, the thought process was valid. I was happy and content being me. So it wasn't about judgment of am I lazy or am I productive, or am I successful, can I be? That then started to disappear. And my thought process now started going, what energy have I got for today? What impact can I make today? Right? What do I want to achieve today? Right? So it became more positive in nature, right? So those internal dialogue starts to get affected, and it still comes about. So if I find that my internal dialogue is slipping again, I go back to my process, right? However, it's a process that you just take through, and it's just a toolkit that allows you to move. So that was the first thing, right? And that helps now build your belief system, right? Because when you've got a better internal dialogue about your thoughts, guess what, right? Your belief is going to start to build. The second thing I had to build was my self-image, right? Not my physical self-image, right? That's important as well. That helps, that makes a difference. But my self-image, did I see myself as being a businessman or a property investor or a coach, right? And if I couldn't see it for myself, I have to build that place in my head, right? Because if you can't see yourself as being the person you need to be, right, then you're always going to fall short. And one of the sayings that I've got with my clients is that we have to be the person, right, 6 months before the external world shows us the results in our life, or maybe a year before the external world. What I'm being right now is only going to show up over a period of time. So I have to be the person first, right? However, I think there's a process that one of the elites use, but we think about what we want to have, but we can't have the things that we want unless we do the things that we need to do, right? But we're not unable to do the things we need to do if we're not being the person we need to be. So our focus then needs to be in the being and understanding who do I need to be. So my self-image has to then start reflecting this. And I need to start seeing myself in a positive light, you know, in empowering myself. So a process that I take clients through and I've took myself through was listing down, what is my self-image? How do I see myself, right? But not in a fictional way, not in a delusional way as I see myself as successful, just honest truth. How do I see myself, right? I see myself that starts and fails or gives up or doesn't face up to challenges, just being real honest with myself. Then I'll do the second part, which is to look at fast forward, right? Who do I want to be? How do I want to see myself? And I find the bridge in between. And I ask, how can I fill this bridge? What steps can I take within this bridge right here, right now, right? So I can be that person right now. And then I'll go through that same process again, like we did before. What actions can I take for me to build that positive self-image for myself? What actions can I take to build that positive self-image? And constantly working through that process. And that self-image then becomes power. You know, if you don't see yourself as being the person that can go and achieve what you want, it's not going to become your reality. So that was a big part that I had to play in my life, right, to develop that. And to go onto that self-image then allowed me to learn to be able to not react to life, and I was learning to respond to life. And you might have heard this quote or process that a lot of people talk about, E plus R equals O. It's one of the NLP programs I have, which is basically event plus response or reaction equals outcome, right? And we have to learn to be able to respond to situations or external factors. So if we sort of think about this from a point of medicine or well-being, if you ever go to a doctor and a doctor gives you medicine to take, right, and you go away and you come back after a week and the doctor turns around to you and says, all right, I've noticed that you've been reacting to the medicine. It's usually of a negative nature, right? Because you're reacting, right? However, if the doctor says you're responding to the medication, it's done in a positive way. It means that things are happening. So we have to look in within ourselves to go, are we reacting to life? Are we responding to life? And we have to find what are these stimuli, right? Or what are these situations that I'm in that triggers me a reaction, right? Or am I responding? And what you find that these triggers, when you start understanding your triggers, what drives you. So one of the things that happened for me in the early stages, oops. So we're going back. Okay, so what happened to me at some of the early stages is that little things will start triggering me because I was struggling already within, right? So my internal battles were already strong. So when my wife would say certain things, it's like, oh, did you get that next client, or have you done this? Instead of me seeing it from a positive, I would react, right? Because I think she's trying to belittle me. And one of the things that really used to happen for me is that my mum would call and she'll ask me in Gujarati, which is our mother tongue, but she'll ask me in essence, how's things going for you? And I thought it was a dig, like, you know, how far you come, like where you at? And it used to be like frustrating for me because I had no results. I wasn't doing well. So I just couldn't handle that conversation, but I've had to realize that I was reacting. And until I realized how to respond and take that feedback on board, it was never going to be of purpose for me. So that reacting and responding is so key, that we're not reacting to life. We're not reacting to situations or people, you know, that are close to us. You know, they've got positive intentions for us. I didn't realize that. I thought she was just nagging or trying to belittle me, but she wasn't. She was just genuine to know how things going for your business. But I wasn't able to see that because I was lost in my own process. So that's really important, that you learn to react. You learn to respond, not react to life. So that's one of the things that come about. The next part is, and I think this come about early on. I think one of the speakers from early on that was speaking about, I think it's Tanisha, she was talking about it, and she said, you know, our fears, guilt, we've got shame, these sort of emotions are affecting us. So a process that we've got to go through is do a bit of an emotional cleanse. And I know a lot of people do it through meditation, I just wasn't in that space at that time to do meditation. You know, I've not really done it until last year, where I started doing a 14-day meditation retreat, and I started doing yoga and different practices. But back then, for everything for me was practical elements that I had to do. And there was fears that were within me that were holding me back. There was overwhelm, there was guilt, there was shame. And until we start to overcome these emotions, right, that are sabotaging our success, we're never going to really be able to move forward. And we have to address these. So a little process that I sort of went through, and I'll share again another tool for you guys, is ask yourself, what fears are currently holding me back? And just be honest, what fears are currently holding me back in my personal life? And what fears are holding me back in my business? And when you start being real with yourself about these fears, we can start looking at how we can move forward, right? And addressing that. And same process that I did before is, are these fears real, right? Are they real? And we look for evidence or proof that we can prove them wrong, right? So I have a fear of public speaking, right? That was one of my initial things. I was absolutely petrified of speaking publicly, right? And you probably noticed that when I was going to networking events, I couldn't even communicate with people. My confidence was absolutely low, to the point that after a couple of minutes, I would run to the bathroom to try to get myself re-energized, refocused. And there was days that I went back out and faced the music and started to network. And there was days I bailed, got in the car and drove home and told my wife, yeah, it was a great networking event. It just finished early, lying to myself, right? But I had to have, there were fears that I had to face, right? So it's about facing into your fears, you know, being able to challenge yourself to go, how do I do that? What we don't want to do is these fears, if you've got a fear of public speaking, just go out and speak publicly. You're going to get exposed, and that could have detrimental impact for you, because we get conditioned through our past experiences or past events. And if we get a proof or some sort of evidence that basically says that you're going to fail again based on the previous experience, is detrimental. So looking at areas that we can slowly improve. So for me, to improve my public speaking, I started doing videos just with a phone to myself. And then I moved on and I started doing live videos on Instagram, live videos on Facebook, sharing my message. And then there was a big opportunity I got, was my big keynote. And all of this now becomes evidence for you to build up. And right before the keynote that I had, again, I've got the proof and I've got the toolkit in my bag that helps me to present. But 2 days before the keynote, and again, you'll see a bit of a trend here, but my wife was pregnant again, right? Over the last 3 years, we've had IVF fails and multiple miscarriages, which is heartbreaking for us. But 2 days before, that happened again. And I was about to go on stage. You know, my emotions were all over the place, as you can probably imagine, but I had to learn to control that. But the evidence that I had, based on the things that I'd done, the Facebook Live videos, allowed me to get that inner strength that I needed, right? Allowed me to be able to reach back in my toolkit and find the power to be able to go up on stage. I did other bits, which is state management. So I've got certain anchors that I do. So before I go on stage, I do a little anchor where I'm like, oh, my breathing exercise, and I do a little bit of a chant. I think a lot of successful people do that. They call it anchoring. So it's before you're about to perform, you get yourself into the right state of mind, physiology, your breathing patterns. You start doing certain anchors. For me, it's like the waistcoat, the thing. I'm ready to go. And I ran up on stage, and I kid you not, the 20-minute keynote that I delivered, at the end of that keynote, because of the evidence that I had in my toolkit, I had the confidence to go and shine, and I shone brightly. No one would have known that I was going through an emotional nightmare. And the confidence that I had at the end of that keynote was to be able to stand. And I wasn't that guy that had that confidence to sort of like I'm the guy. But at the end of the keynote, I stood there and I put my hands out like this. And it was just to take in the appreciation, to take in the applause from the audience. And that was only possible. That was only possible for me to have the confidence and the belief to go out and do that and absolutely memorize the room to be able to deliver the power, because I put the evidence in my toolkit, right? I have evidence in my toolkit from the practice that I did day in, day out, right? From overcoming those fears and facing into them and slowly building the momentum up. There isn't a quick fix. It's about doing the work and that process. So these are the elements we looked at. You know, the other bits was the guilt, getting rid of the guilt, getting rid of the shame, getting rid of some of the baggage that I was holding on to. And the other important one for me was, and I think a lot of people that do like meditation or they work with chakras, I've only recently come to buy it, but there was something that was blocking me here, and that's my throat chakra, right? Which is all about expression or creativity or being able to speak, but it was blocked and I wasn't able to speak correctly. Why? Because there was too many lies that I was holding on to, and it was lies about myself, right? Because I wasn't being true about who I was being. And until I sort of overcome that and I was being truthful about me and who I was, that there was the blockage, right? And that then stopped me from being able to then perform. So that was unreleasing that. And these are the internal work that you have to do to be able to progress. You know, there isn't a magic formula, there isn't simple steps, but these tools, these little techniques then help you grow. And I've recently come to realize that there's obviously meditation, there's yoga, there's other practices, spiritual enlightenment that works as well. But this is like the practical, physical elements that you can do to really cleanse it. But what we do is we build that toolkit and our evidence then that basically allows us to be supported through the journey of evolution that we need to have. So these are some of the tools that we've got that I've gone through. And that journey has allowed me to achieve a couple of things, and I'll share that with you, right? Some of these things are physical. So I've been able to go and I did 12 property deals in 1 year when I built the property business, and it was through understanding and being aware of my emotions, my thought process. I was able to build a coaching business without a coaching qualification at the start. The first year, it was just the audacity to say that I believe in myself. I've got what it takes to be able to go there. And I created a coaching business called Victorious. And that was £100,000. Well, the goal was to create £100,000 in 12 months. I didn't manage to do that, but in the 12 months, but I was managed to do that on the 4th of January, which is 4 days out. I had a £100,000 coaching business. And that was just through looking at some of these key elements that I've worked on, right? That allowed me to build that success. But the more bigger success for me is not just the financial wins or the property business or the lifestyle that I've been able to create. It's the fact that I've actually been able to win me. And that self-hate that I had has now transitioned to self-love. And I respect myself. I admire myself. I allow myself to be able to respect and show appreciation to myself. So it allows me to do things without feeling guilty. So for example, I'm able to go and once I've got a reward, I'm able to reward myself with a nice watch or reward myself with a nice peaceful walk in the countryside, or reward myself with a spa day, or whatever I want to do for me. And that love is so important. So that's been really important for me. The other wins for me is that that's allowed me to grow as an individual and make an impact with other people, help develop other people in different areas of their life. You know, may that be through their business success, may that through their personal development success. And everyone's at different levels. You know, one of the big satisfactions I've got is when I know someone is going through an extreme tough time, you know, and they're really struggling in life. And when they message me a year after they've worked with me or 6 months after saying, hey, you know, you've saved my life, right? Those messages or that impact is far greater than any financial reward you get, because you're making an impact to people's lives. You're allowing them to live purposefully towards their dreams, their goals, their ambitions. And that can only be done once you do the work for yourself. And I know a lot of people have that ambition to make an impact for others, just like I did 4 or 5 years ago. But what it was is the impact is only able to you can't make an impact for other people until you've gone on your own journey, you know, and you've got something in it. And what I talk about isn't through, you know, textbook learning, and I do a lot of learning, a lot of reading. It's just life experience, and nothing can beat that. You have to go through it, but you have to be disciplined to do that. So the final thing I want to share with you all is the discipline part of this. And this was the final step, which is the action. So this is going to be not really motivational inspiration. This is the nitty-gritty stuff, right, that you have to do, right? So every week, I look at setting down goals. So every week on a Sunday for me, and today's the day, I'll do that after today's session. I'll sit down and I'll review my week. And I ask myself, what is my great achievements for this week? What went well? Then I ask, what did I win? And looking at some of the successes that I've achieved. What did I learn from this week? And what changes do I need to make? Either in my action steps, but more importantly, what changes do I need to make within me? Within who I'm being. Then I'll start planning out my actions for the week. And then I start asking myself, and this is probably the most important questions. The actions could be steps that you've got to take or things for you building your business, and you know what you've got to do. The actions have to be written down. But the final bit I ask myself is, who do I need to be this week? Right? Who do I have to be? Do I have to be assertive? Do I need to be confident? Do I need to be passionate? Do I need to be caring? Do I need to be energetic? Do I need to be focused? Do I need to be relentless? Right? And this gives me clear direction in terms of my being for that week. And then I do a bit of a reward every week. And this is a lot of entrepreneurs or people in personal development don't go through this, but every week I write myself, if I'm able to achieve this and I feel that I've achieved success, how do I reward myself? Where's my reward? And that's so important on entrepreneurial journey or personal development. Where's our reward? You know, where we want rewards in life. You know, we don't go to work, or we wouldn't like to work for someone without getting a reward. And that reward now gives us the driving force to be able to go again. But that reward needs to be relevant based on the actions and what you've done. And rewards don't always have to be materialistic, right? So one of the rewards I did is when I made my first big £10,000 client was to go and buy myself a £755 Mont Blanc pen. And a lot of people will think a pen for £755. I even thought that, but I made a commitment. I said, I wrote it down, say, if I do that, I'm going to go and treat myself. And that was the love and the respect. It's not the price of the pen, it's what it does for me. And now that I use the pen every single time I coach, it re-empowers me, it becomes an anchor for me to reflect. And there's also other things that I do, right? Right with a Rolex watch, that was another reward. That if I'm not winning in life, and I'm not deserving to wear the Rolex, and a lot of my clients know I do this, I take it off. And I have to re-earn the right to be able to wear that or to use that as a driving force. So you can start now utilizing your rewards, the materialistic rewards, or even your personal rewards, as ways of re-anchoring yourself to be able to drive you towards the success that you desire. Right? And if I'm not deserving of it, what do I need to do to be deserving to get back the wins, right? To be able to live that lifestyle. So the rewards are super important. And within that is that whole reflection process, the discipline to be able to say, every week I review my week, and every week I plan out what I'm going to do for that week. That discipline is so important. And you know, I'll talk about it from a business perspective, but also from a personal development area. A lot of people have come onto this program today, they've got inspired, they've heard some great stories, they've heard some great tips and tools, right? But what you do is that you might cherry pick a few, and then after a couple of weeks, guess what? They start disappearing. They don't become active in our life. But when you've got an action plan every week, you review and you look at it and you go, what else do I need to add in? Where am I doing it? What do I need to amplify? That keeps you on track. So if you've made a decision today, which you might have done, that I'm going to start doing so-and-so's practice, or I'm going to do a meditation, or I'm going to start doing this well-being journey, right? Then if you're not reviewing it, you're not holding yourself to account to keep going. And this is why a lot of people start and fail, right? This isn't about punish yourself if you haven't done it. This is about just reviewing, go, what triggers me? What stopped me from doing it? Why didn't I do it? What can I put in place so this week I go and achieve what it is I really want? And that then allows you to live towards your higher being rather than our short-term lower self, where it's looking for short-term gratification. So this allows you to stay on track to your higher purpose. So these are a couple of tools that we've got that are going to help you. Hopefully this has been useful. If this has been super useful for you, then drop me a comment. You know, let me know what tools that you can use. And again, you know, tweak these to what works for you. You know, these are just, I'm sharing by what works for me. And there's a number of different advanced tools that you can use. And we go deeper in our workshops and my one-to-one coaching, but these are just key outlets that I think are really powerful for people that are on a journey. Just giving you those three key elements that we've got, you know, the believing in you and your vision for the future, getting you to be really aware of yourself. And, you know, the final one is getting you to take action. So, you know, any questions, anything that you'd like to add? Other than that, namaste, thank you very much. And back over to you, Sheila. I don't know if you've got any questions or if any of the audience members have. I've not seen that pop up.
Well, first of all, I wanted to say thank you so much for sharing your story and being very vulnerable with us and telling us all about the struggles that you've been going through. Because I think a lot of people are going through struggles, especially during this difficult time. And sometimes it's a little bit, they don't want to share what they're going through and they're suffering in silence. And for you to share your journey of yes, there was a time that you weren't showing up for your family and you were, you know, just going to bed and your wife was going to work. And the fact that you were so open, thank you for that. And that just reminds me to tell the audience out there that you might be going through a difficult time, but there is support systems out there for you. There is people like Hetzel that have changed and transformed their lives. I really, really like the approach that you have of kind of accountability every single day, because every single day is a day that you're not going to get again. So the fact that you're really looking at your day, what worked, what didn't work, and having a goal for the future, that's absolutely amazing. What advice would you give someone out there that is really just going through a really, really difficult patch right now? How was that? You said you kind of just like one day you were just like, okay, this is enough. Yeah. But give some advice on how to just get to that phase where you're kind of, okay, now I need to take action.
So I think the hardest thing for a lot of people is to take ownership of their current situation and be real with themselves. And that isn't pleasant, isn't pretty. You know, there might be some tears, there might be some emotional high that goes with it. But being real with who am I right now? And if that means that you've got to take time out on a Sunday, or just close your room for 2 hours and just sit down and just look at where's my life and just map it out. You know, a big thing I would get you to do is write down your name, your full name, right? Write down your age, write down where you're at in life right now, and then do a deep dive in terms of where you're at right now and just take ownership. And once you do that ownership, what you'll find is that you might not like that, right? And it gives you the emotional drive. They say that great change happens from one or two things, either through great inspiration or great adversity, right? And you're going through adversity anyway, so why not turn that into your power for you to be able to utilize that adversity to be able to then go and do something great with your life? And sometimes it's that realization to go, I'm just going to be completely honest with who I am. And once you do that, then just make a commitment that you're going to make change. But the change you want to make isn't drastic, isn't big, right? Try to create momentum in your life, right? Momentum is so important. So try to find small things that you can win at. So it might be like, this week, I'm going to go for 2 walks, right? Or this week, I'm going to do 1 yoga session, right? This week, I'm going to do 1 meditation. Get the win, right? Those wins, and celebrate that win, right? And start enjoying that. Stop putting this unrealistic expectation on what you need to be. If you haven't been doing something, be real with yourself and don't go, I can do that. And the challenge sometimes people have is that they look back at their past, Sheila, is that how successful I used to be. Well, you're not that person anymore. Admit it. You're not there anymore. Go to where you are right now. And I think that's probably the biggest trigger point for change. And then look at what areas do I need to change? Is it my internal dialogue? Is it my self-image? Is it my action taking? What are the key areas I have to face? And don't think it's going to change straight away. Then go, what one step could I take now to move forward? And that's all you have to do. Keep taking that one step towards the goal that you have.
Yeah, that's great advice, because what you're doing is, you don't have to make big changes, just as long as you're moving forward and not looking back, because the past is a past.
Yeah.
And it's not a reflection of what you can be in the future. Yeah. And what a lot of people need to realize is that a lot of people, business owners, some of the most successful people in the world have all had major failures in their life. Yeah. And they've gone through it. And all you need to do is really change the mindset and also educate yourself. Like people like you, people like Kane, are studying all the time. There's so many books out there. Do you have a particular book that you feel was quite transformational for you that you would like to recommend to the audience?
So there wasn't a one book. One of the things that I did a lot was just look at books and I'll quickly understand the concept behind the book. And once I got the concept, it's like apply. So I don't spend hours reading the book. It's just like, what's this process? So it's like the compound effect. One of them, quick, apply it, right? I've got Stephen Covey's 7 Habits of Highly Successful People, apply it, right? One of the powerful books that I've got right now is, as you probably noticed up there, is the Bhagavad Gita. It's just become my Bible, and I'm only on the first couple of chapters. I keep revisiting it because it's just a way of life. But I'm only able to find the answers now quicker because I've gone through my own journey. So a lot of it's just like, I get that. It clicks in. So again, I don't think there's one book. I think it's just about getting a book and apply. Don't spend too long reading multiple books. Like, how quickly can you apply that book is what's going to be the key for you. And they're all great, right? There's all success stories.
Luckily nowadays, there's so many great authors out there. Like, I'm constantly picking a book and I run through, I highlight some good points, or I even go to YouTube and look at some of the top speakers and I'll watch a lot of videos and get inspirational points from them. So Thank you for reminding us about that. We do have a question coming in, and it's from Vinod Tucker, and his question is, what can one do if he or she is doing the same job, not much options to do anything else?
Okay, so I would straight away go, that job, do not quit. Do not make the mistake I've made, which is just quit the job and then try to find something else. That's what got me into my mess. That's what got me struggling, right? So the first thing is go, how do I now balance what I do on a day-to-day, 9 hours, 8 hours, however many hours, and then start working on things outside, finding what drives you, what incites you. And the work external is going to start giving you the drive, the motivation to find something different. So again, it's just the internal work that you need to do. There isn't a magic fix, there isn't like one thing, but it's just doing the work. The one thing I'll probably say to Vinod is just find one thing that you can start doing and just take that one step. So if it is that you find that you like the personal development journey, go on it, start being on that journey yourself, and you unlock whatever passions you've got, whatever fulfillments you've got, and you just start learning about yourself. And once you start learning about yourself, you understand what your purpose is, right? And there isn't a way to just find your purpose. You'll find your purpose on your journey. So just take the step, right? And you'll know if you're going down the wrong path. And if you do, guess what? You can always come back and go a different path. But just keep taking the step. Keep taking that first step is key.
Yeah, and even with this pandemic, there's so many different kind of jobs being created. Things are shifting and different careers out there. So there might be something that you don't even know that you'd be interested in, but it could be out there, and it's something that you should look at.
I've got a client I'm working with recently, and he's in graphic designer, and we've created an Etsy business for him. And he draws cars, and that was his passion. He was just doing it out of love. That business in December turned over £16,000, and January went to £10,000. So he's now got a second business now, right? But he just followed his passion. And it wasn't that we had the expectation for that. We were just doing what we love. And the rewards came on the back of that. So I think that might help Vinod. You just find what you love, just do it, and then guess what? Then you might find a way of transitioning from the corporate to something else.
Another question we have from Reena Thandu is how can you change teenagers' gaming addictions?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't have gaming addiction, so I can't have that. And we don't have children, right? So we've not been blessed yet by the higher powers yet to make a change, but we're content with that. But I think the addiction part of it comes from habitual things that they've got. So maybe find alternative addiction habits. So when you look at that, there's a emotional need that's attached to addiction, right? And what we have to do is try to find a different element to open up that emotional need that we've got, right? So his emotional needs is a level of satisfaction or whatever he gets from it. It's like trying to find that in something else. But again, I don't think there's a quick win process. So unfortunately, I couldn't answer that that well, Sheila. I think you're muted now. Quite a few questions coming in, right?
I know, that's because you inspired a lot of people, which is always great. The question here is from Kamlesh Patel is how do we get rid of guilt? Okay,
that's not a quick thing. So there's a process that I've taken through. I was looking at the 7 chakras, and this isn't definite for that. And I've spoken to a couple of my clients recently about it. It's like each one, there's a blockage in certain areas of our system. We've got the 7 chakras. And guilt normally is around the stomach area, right? Which is dealt with pleasure, right? And guilt is attached to mistakes we've made. And a lot of self-sabotage hits around guilt. And we have to learn and accept that we all make mistakes in life. We all do things wrong. I know I've made big mistakes in my life. But that guilt is like, that's just part of that process. And once you start realizing what guilt are you holding on to, you can start looking at how do I move this guilt away? Because that isn't me. And the guilt, the beauty is that guilt that you're holding on to is a being that you was some time ago. And your ability to say, I'm not that person anymore. I am not the guy that used to wake up, right? And walk downstairs and then now go upstairs, go back to bed. So you got to move away from it. You are not the person you was when that guilt happened or where you made that mistake. So you got to learn to let go of that being, of who you was. That isn't you. Your identity isn't based on that. You have the power to change your identity of who you want to become, right? So that there is that release process, but there's a lot of work internally you have to go through. But it's that you've got to first accept it, understand where it came from, and then understand that that was a part of me being. You know, who you was when you was a teenager or a youngster, or even 10 minutes ago, isn't who you are now, right? You've evolved. We're evolved beings. So accept who you are now and let go of that. It doesn't serve you anymore. Focus on what empowers you, right? And the opposite is that once you've got that guilt and you let go of it, find different things that pleasures you. You know, what gives you inner pleasure, right? Because that's going to help you move forward and let go of that guilt a lot more.
Yeah, thank you. So basically, don't let the past determine your future.
Yeah.
And how do we find...
Past is a place of reference, is a place of resonance. And that was a great quote I got from one of my coaches in my early stages. She asked me to wipe the feet on my door before I walk in, start off as a new man. And that's the same thing here. You know, let your past be your past. It's done.
Thank you so much, Hessel. Can you share with us how do we connect with you? What's your Instagram and Facebook and website?
Instagram is Hetal Patel. Facebook is Hetal Patel. Or you've got Victorious Coaching for my coaching business. A lot of what I share is on my public page. So you know, you'll be able to connect with me there on Instagram or Facebook. Or you've got my website, which is victoriouscoaching.co.uk. But again, if you want a personal touch, what I'm about is the personal connect. It's my Facebook, my Instagram.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for being an inspiration to our audience. Yeah. And we will see you again.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Honey for providing this platform for me and all the guys at Healing Earth. So namaste, and thank you very much, Sheila.
Thank you. Which brings us to our next wonderful guest, Honey Kalari. Now, she was on last week, so I got a wonderful opportunity to actually meet this beautiful woman. And here she is today, and she's going to be sharing with us how to get a magnetic personality. She's a mind, body, soul coach and award-winning creative dance expert with over 35 years of experience in the fields of art, culture, and entertainment. Today, she'll be sharing her secret technique to shift your mindset in less than an hour. You will learn how to skyrocket your success, achieve happiness, and build inner resilience to a completely different level. Honey will help you discover how to balance yourself emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. She's going to be teaching us how to follow an easy few steps just to learn to live life to the fullest, no matter what life challenges faces you. Here we have our beautiful Honey. How are you?
Hello. Hi. Namaste, dear Sheila. It's an absolute pleasure and a real honor to have you back again and for me to connect with you back again on our Healing Our Team family platform. Thank you for the lovely introduction. Thank you. And a namaste, of course, a global namaste to all the audiences out there who are watching, because I know we're connecting to many countries, over 50, 60 countries around the world. So hello, everyone.
So I'm so excited to hear you talk about how to get a secret magnetic personality. So are you going to share us some techniques that we can use immediately?
Oh, wow, that's a really great question. Actually, I had a kind of a presentation set up. I'm a creative person, so I just kind of like, showing a little bit of visuals and things. And I just thought it may be really great for me to run through a presentation for people and perhaps open up to some questions at the end. So if anybody has any questions at the end, I'd be really happy to answer, just like Hetal. Hetal did an amazing job there, so I was really inspired by his story. And we all go through that, by the way. We all go through the ups and downs of life. So we have to learn to find tools and techniques and find, like we say, become like a little spiritual warrior in life, find out how to deal with issues in life in the best way possible. So, of course, are you happy for me to go through a presentation and just run through everything with our wonderful audience?
I'm very excited. Go ahead and show your presentation. And at the end, I'll ask you a bunch of questions because I know I'm going to have a lot of questions for you.
Sheila, I hope you don't mind. Along the way, I may ask you some questions. Are you happy to perhaps answer for me?
Of course,
maybe I can get you involved in a little bit of maybe you'll be the spokesperson for the rest of the audience out there.
Absolutely. I'd love to help.
That's brilliant. Thank you. So I'm just going to share the screen and just run through this little presentation for you guys. Are you all okay here? Can you see the screen? Anything on the screen right now?
Absolutely, we can see the screen.
Perfect, perfect. So, right, so thank you very much to Neil Kumar and the rest of the Healing Our Earth team and organizers to invite me here. Today, of course, I'm going to be discussing how to develop a magnetic personality. First of all, before we even start, we need to think about what does that actually mean. So, first of all, in this session, what I was hoping to do is to run through what a magnetic personality actually means. Today, we're going to run through a little bit of information about the aura, the positive vibrations, and high frequencies. So you may think, oh, what is all this about? So I'm going to be running through all this in a step-by-step manner for us to understand what actually happens in our lives. In our lives, I'm just going to move this there. Yeah, in our lives, we tend to find that everything is energy. The second thing we need to find out is how do you develop a pleasant personality that people would consider to be magnetic? Well, first of all, this is all about personal growth. It's all about inner beauty. We're not just talking about outer beauty here. We're talking about the inner beauty because that's what actually radiates the energy. So, and of course, the values that you have in life. The value system is very important because what we live our life by is all based on the values that we have in life. So that's also important. Also, I believe that our life here in this world, and well, because we're born here on Earth, is actually to evolve, is to evolve as a human being. You see, we're never perfect, but we have all the divine qualities within us that we need to bring out. You know, like if you have a stone and you slowly chisel away, and suddenly you have Lord Krishna's murti. So all the things you don't require in life, you chisel away slowly around, you know, while you're evolving, you're learning, going through mistakes, etc. in life. And you bring out the best qualities within you as time moves on and as you evolve. And that is in all different areas, because I believe that's also mentally, emotionally, physically, materially, and spiritually. I think that's, you have to be a package as a human being, because you can't just say, I can be a positive thinker and everything will fall in place, because you also need to be able to learn how to manage your emotions as well. You need to be able to perhaps have a connection with the higher source, so you can absorb more energy from the universe to be able to do more things in life. So what I've actually created is there's 6 areas that I find are very important when it comes to developing a magnetic personality. And these 6 areas are further broken down into 4 areas each. So there are actually 24 master keys that I believe we need to incorporate in our lives to slowly bring into our value system and help these keys to help you raise your vibrations, your personal vibrations. And final question is, who is this session for? We would be asking. Well, this session is for everyone, really. Whether you're a CEO working in a multi-billion-pound corporate environment, to a little child, a teenager who's just studying, a mother and father, it's for everybody. This really, really helps. Having and developing a magnetic personality, it's there for everyone, because we have this inner power. We just need to recognize this inner power. So my quick background, just to help you understand who I am and what my background is, really is quickly, my spiritual journey actually involves being interested in the world of spirituality from the age of 13. So by the time I was 13 years old, I was studying, I was doing Bible study classes, I would do Buddhist meditations, I would learn about Raj Yoga, I even learned about Vedic studies. There were so many things I would go for that I would be interested in learning, from the Vipassana right through to Art of Living. I've done all the courses because I've been very interested. But then that also involves personal development. because I've been also interested in doing Tony Robbins courses, Landmark Forum. I read books like How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie, also Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. And these are the books I was reading from the age of 13. I was a teenager. So I've always been interested in inspiration, motivation, and bringing out the best version of yourself in life. We're never perfect, but the trying is also important, and attempting to move in the right direction is also important. Apart from that, I run a kind of a meditation group. But for the past 20 years, I've been running a voluntary meditation group. It's a free group for anybody to join. And we meet on a weekly basis and we just meditate together in collectivity. And it's wonderful to have a really great spiritual friends who you can grow with and who you can connect with. So that's the other side. And the other people may know of me as a dancer, as a performing arts coach. So for those people, I used to run Honey's Dance Academy, which used to run 20 dance schools around the world. Well, I should say around the world because UK was my world. Since then, I started running, doing all my shows around the world, etc. So which was great. I've got an honorary doctorate of arts. So I'm not a doctor and a medical doctor. Actually, my doctorate is in the world of arts. But I've had other interesting things I've done in life, like broken the Guinness Book of Records, or won international awards, worked with celebrities like Shah Rukh Khan or Amitabh Bachchan ji or Beyonce and various people like that. And along the way, I've done also lots of fundraising, working with the Mayor's Appeal Committee. So I'm one of the fundraising appeal committee members. So I work regularly to create and stage fundraising events. So there's always like contribution, community work, as well as commercial work that I do with many, many different things. And recently, of course, I became a global ambassador for the Commonwealth Entrepreneurs Club, which was really exciting, and ended up, thanks to, I would say, the Guru's blessings and God's blessings, I've also received a 2020 award for the Best Dance and Performing Arts Coach, which was in 2020. So it's been really great. Life is brilliant because we have many challenges, but there are lots of successes along the way that you can enjoy, that you can contribute with, even in a better way. And finally, I have been invited to Buckingham Palace and St. James Palace and all the, various different Duke of Edinburgh Award events for presenting awards or to give speeches and just to support youth development. So this is my background. I'm just giving you a whole varied area of the background. And the reason I tell you this is because of my next area that I'm going to be discussing. That how do we go and do this many things in life? How do we attract these things in our everyday life? What do you exactly have to do that opportunities just come to you rather than you look for them? So what does inner beauty mean, first of all? So let's start off with this magnetic personality that we talk about. Magnetic personality is not about influencing people just to control them, getting people to do what you want them to do. It's nothing to do with that. A magnetic personality is something that just, you have a fantastic aura about you. When people come next to you, they feel good. They like working with you. They want to work with you. They trust you, and they see the best in you, and you see the best in them, and they feel comfortable being with you because you genuinely care. So inner beauty, as we say, is not about, it's about character. It's about your values, because it goes beyond your physical appearance. The outer beauty definitely fades over time, as we all know, but that inner beauty will always shine bright. And that's what's important. And that's what I always share. That knowledge is something that I always share with people. And don't worry about just looking great from the outside. We need to work on developing ourselves and our inner qualities, which are more important. And we normally say that physical beauty is based on the 5 senses. So it's all about the looking, the hearing, the feeling, it's all about the 5 senses. Where I believe the inner beauty goes much beyond, because that inner beauty is when somebody says, oh, she's got a beautiful soul. she's a very kind-hearted person, or she's a very generous person, or she's always helping people, or he's always doing great work for the community. Whatever the case is, it's not to get that appreciation, but it's the fact that that's who you are. It's not about getting the appreciation. It's more about the fact that you love doing things for other people. You love helping people. It brings you joy. And when you ooze that joy, other people feel that joy too. And beauty, I believe, is a aggregate qualities, you know, of your mind and your soul. So it's like you build up many qualities within yourself. And as you start building qualities one by one, remember, we're not perfect, because you can get into a challenging situation and suddenly you're trying to be as patient as possible, and you can get very frustrated. And it's normal to do that. I mean, I would be concerned if you didn't show any emotions. So at the end of the day, you know, it's about the journey where you continuously work on bettering yourself, improving yourself. And I normally say that somebody with a great inner beauty, for me, when I meet people, is I meet successful people, I meet billionaires, I meet celebrities. But what I find is really, really attractive about some people is the fact that, you know, they're very kind, they're very, you know, they've got lovely etiquette, they listen, they care, they understand, you know, it's a lovely balanced approach to the way they work. So you actually feel comfortable talking to these people. So coming to the next part here is to do with the aura now. So we've spoken about achieving things in life, enjoying your life journey. We're talking about what the inner beauty is, which is one of the most important things that you need to develop a magnetic personality. And now we come to what the aura is, because many people don't understand what the aura is, but the aura is scientifically proven, it's there. And aura actually is our spiritual signature, I would say. The way you think, the way you feel, all that it resonates in this energy that's around you. Now, many of you would have heard of Reiki, you would have heard of pranic healing. So these are the things where they use energies to help to bring healing to the physical body. So you actually, somebody would just kind of, moves their hands across you. And what they're doing is working with the energy that you have, feeling blockages, and then clearing those blockages, and then carrying on. So what happens then is your energy starts flowing, and the blockages get broken, you know, or dissolved. So auras. First of all, we need to understand that everything in the universe is vibrations. Everything is vibration. So this energy that we have is vibrations. And every atom, every electron, every thought, even we say about raising our consciousness, what that means is you're raising your vibrations. You're thinking on a higher level. Your thinking elevates. So these are all thoughts that you vibrate in a certain frequency. So what I normally explain to people is that the aura is defined actually as an electromagnetic field around, it's like a vibrationary field around a living object or a non-living object. It could be around a stone, even a ring, because some people say that, oh, I wear a moonstone ring, or I wear a gem ring, you know, it's a green colored ring. And that actually changes the way you feel, or the way you're supposed to be enjoying your reality, your experiences in life. But actually each one of your, you know, colors will have some kind of an effect on your aura. So even colors have this energy. So coming to the next point, our physical body also, of course, emits. It kind of emits this kind of electromagnetic waves, I would say. And these are kind of something that you would call like a subtle body. It's kind of like an energy that's around you. I've in the past sat there experimenting where I sit in the garden and I look at the trees, and I just kind of squint my eyes and I just kind of look at the trees. And after a short while, I start seeing this energy around the trees. It's like colors, you know, it's like colors around it, more bluey kind of colors, but it's like a smoky effect around the tree. And you can start seeing these auras around people or around trees and natural things. So you can actually, a psychic would be able to see these things very clearly. I mean, we're just, you know, I just kind of practice these things, but a psychic would be able to look at you, or a spiritual leader would be able to look at you straight away, see your aura, and tell you exactly what you're thinking at that moment in time. You know, if you're feeling down, if your health is not right, they'll be able to see dark patches around certain areas of your body. So they'll be able to tell you, before you even get a heart attack, they'll be able to tell you, be careful, start living, relaxing more, don't be so active, because, you know, there seems to be a real dark patch around your heart area. So before anything happens in your physical realm, first everything happens in the auric field, and then it moves into your physical reality. So if you can catch it in your spiritual realm, it doesn't manifest in your physical body after then. And if people don't believe in this, you know, there is a certain particular machinery called Kirlian photography. So it's a particular type of photograph that you can take, and you will be able to see this aura around people. I remember taking a photograph like this with somebody when I went to a Mind, Body, Soul fair. It was like a fair in the city. And I had, it was like a pendant that I was wearing, which my Swamiji had given me, a Guruji. He had done a prayer on it and he had given it to me. And I was just wearing it as a normal thing. I didn't really think much of it. I just thought, well, I've just been given a gift. But when I went there, when they took the photographs, they could actually see this huge energy around my heart area. And they picked it up on the photographs and they started talking to each other, and they started saying, we've never seen anybody with such a big heart chakra. You know, you've got such a huge heart chakra. So I went back thinking, wow, I'm so great. I must have such a big heart chakra. As the rest of us would, you know, thinking, wow, that's great. And then when I went home and I saw myself, I realized that I was wearing that pendant. So actually that photographer, that camera was picking up the actual energy of that pendant that came up in this whole auric photograph. So there is this energy that is there and it's real. So how does this apply to our, you know, having a magnetic personality? Well, if you can start now understanding that we have an aura around us, and this aura is a vibration, and these vibrations change, the colors change of this particular vibration, this particular aura, based on your feelings. If you're feeling hot and angry and aggressive, then you'll have more of the red colored aura around you. And if you're feeling very spiritual, very connected to the world, you know, nothing can ever happen to you because God is looking after you, or whatever, you feel really connected to the universe, then you will have the really beautiful violet and really light purple colors, you know, that are around your body at that time. So this is actually a very deep subject, but this is like a quick little overall, you know, information about it. Now, the law of vibrations. We're now coming to the point where we can now start talking about this magnetic personality of ours. But just before we go there, we have to think about the law of vibrations. You see, everything in the universe moves at a certain frequency, as we say. And what we mean by the vibration is how fast, you know, the movement is of these atoms and particles. So what they say by this is frequency is the rate at which the vibrations occur. So how do we explain this? Well, frequencies are moving, how fast it moves. So sometimes you see the frequency, you see the heartbeat, it goes da-da, 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 or you'll have da-da, 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 da-da. So there's a frequency there. So the higher frequency is raised and the lower frequencies pulls your energy down. So high vibrations are linked actually to positivity, love, compassion, peace, all these beautiful things. And lower vibrations are more to do with depression, sadness, you know, fear, anxiety, those kinds of feelings. So if you're feeling those kinds of feelings within you, then you can tell straight away that your aura is not vibrating to a high frequency. It's kind of lowering, your frequencies are lowering, which are not good for you. And that's the reason you feel depressed. That's the reason you start feeling lethargic. That's the reason there is not enough energy there to uplift you. So that's one of the areas that I think is very important for us to understand, that if you want to have a nice, energetic, very beautiful aura about you, you need to have high frequencies around you. You need to vibrate in a higher frequency. So how do we increase these vibrations? There are many ways, of course, becoming conscious of your thoughts, your feelings, your actions, which we all know. All these wonderful speakers who came today, they all spoke about this. So why don't we do it? So you have to be able to learn these tools and techniques to be able to catch yourself. Because as soon as we all go through the negative feelings, it's not that we don't go through it. I personally have been through so many challenges that you have to really control yourself sometimes because you think, oh, I just want to just strangle this person, and you think, just hold it, and you contain yourself, you balance yourself, and you think, right, let's think in a more clearer way and see how I can manage this situation. But you can feel those feelings. So you have to be able to balance yourself quickly if possible. But that's one of the tools and techniques that we need to learn, of how do we get ourselves thinking more positively. And of course, things like appreciation, nutritious foods, as we say, drinking pure water. Pure water is important because, of course, a lot of our water is being, has a lot of chemicals in it. So if you have more purer water, it's very important for you, because 70% of your body is water. And everything, and very shortly I'll explain to you why the water is so important. So you need to drink lots of water, but pure water. And of course, get your blood pumping. And there are so many different ways, being kind to people. But the things that lower your vibrations are also things like, junk food. A lot of us have a lot of junk foods nowadays. Let's pop down the road, have McDonald's, have some chips, let's have this, that. Very few people, like my mom, for example, my mother, she always believes that we need to make hot meals every day. Because they come from old school, I've been very lucky. So I've been very lucky that she's always making, and she doesn't even use tin tomatoes. She'll always use fresh tomatoes. So it's a mindset of how do you include nutritious foods for your family so they can have good, high positive vibrations in their bodies through the food that they eat. So also things like electronics are not very good for you, because we have a lot of people, we hear of phones, all the time, phones ringing, people are using phones everywhere. We have TV on all the time, radios on, whatever it is, but a lot, and of course computers, which is the worst. So there's a lot of exposure to, electronics that we have, which is not very good for our body because it affects our aura. You will find that if a spiritual person comes in a room, the electricity will start going funny because they're vibrating so high, their frequency is vibrating so high that it starts, little starts happening. So something like that would happen. So good and bad. So you'll have good energies that do that as well, and there's bad energies that would do that as well, because it's a different vibration there. And then finally, holding on to things like guilt and anger, negative self-talk, all these kinds of things, even gossiping about people. We know that a lot of our Asian women, they're not very busy sometimes, and they find, that the neighbor down the road, and that kaki down the road, and that masi down here, and but if they spend time perhaps talking and maybe watching some educational videos and sharing educational things about information with each other, you're actually helping to uplift your friends rather than bringing their energy down by sharing these negative talks, which is not very nice, actually. These are kinds of values that we have to put into us, that when you hear somebody gossiping, when you hear somebody talking, you should be able to say, look, let's just change the subject. Let's talk about something more positive. So you should have those values that you don't want to be part of that. So that if you understand that it's going to lower your vibrations, then you know that you don't want to be part of this. So by understanding this knowledge, it really does help you a lot. So coming to the frequency, normal human beings, they vibrate at 68 to 72 megahertz. So that's around the kind of frequency that they are in. It's an average frequency most human beings, resonate at. But a spiritual person who does regular spiritual practices, meditation, they do all these, acts of kindness, karma yoga, whatever type of positive things that they do, that helps to increase their vibrations, you will find that their aura will vibrate anything between 92 and 360 megahertz. So some of the spiritual leaders can be very highly, resonating. That's why when they say something, it happens, because they have so much energy. When they pray for you, when they say I bless you, they have such a powerful energy that it's like petrol. If you have just 1 liter of petrol, it will take you down the road. But if you have 20 liters of petrol, you're going to go down to Scotland, let's say, so you can do more. If somebody has a lot of energy in them, they'll be able to do a lot more, of course, for the world, for their families, for other people around them, as well as materialize things in life as well, to start attracting things in their lives, because it's like a bank. You have more energy, you can take out more. So it's a very interesting way to kind of look at it. It's just a kind of an example, but it's not how it actually works. So before I start talking about these various different keys, the master keys, we have now talked about inner beauty. We've talked about how the aura affects us. We talked about how it vibrates in a certain frequency, and how important it is for us to vibrate on a higher level, so then you don't get illnesses in you. Your immune system gets so strong if you're vibrating high, because if you're ill, the vibration of that illness is low vibration. It's like depression, it's like stress, it's anxiety, it's things like that. But if you can perhaps increase that vibration, then those energies can't come into you. So the important thing is to start building up your immune system using these high vibrations, and knowing how to do those, so that you can, like, for example, I hardly go to the doctors. For 20 years, I may have seen the doctors twice or 3 times. And that also for, nothing to do with illnesses and things. So it's very, very powerful if you understand this. Now, there has been research done in the industry by a fantastic doctor. He's a Japanese doctor called Dr. Emoto. And what he believes is intentions make all the difference. So your personality, your aura, your vibrations, everything gets affected by your thoughts, your words, your actions. And the words for me, if I said, oh, Sheila, you're amazing, oh, you're so fantastic, and I don't really mean it, there is no intention there. You see, there's no energy there. So it doesn't have that vibration connected to it. When you really believe that you want to care for somebody, and you say, Sheila, you're just so amazing, I'm really thankful to you, you've done this for me, and you did this for me, and I really am grateful, and you actually feel that, that's an intention, that you really feel this. So there, your vibrations rise, because gratefulness is something that's very beautiful. It has high vibrations. So the intentions are one of the things you have to always remember, that don't try to do something just for the sake of it. Do it because it comes from your heart, because you really mean it. You really wish to do this, and then you do it. The second thing is you're the creator of your own reality. Why? Because if you understand that, let's say you want to gossip and you just want to talk about people, and you just want to think about depressive thoughts. Well, you are choosing to do that. So when I'm going through real challenges, then I have to have these 2 little, conversations in my head, saying, oh, I'm so annoyed with this whole thing, blah, 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 blah. I don't know if there's any point doing this anymore. You have this little thought, but then you have a higher self-talk. It's a higher consciousness that comes through and says, no, honey, sometimes successes come through lots of failures. Don't worry. There are people who are different. They may have not evolved enough. They have to run, they haven't had the same kind of upbringing as you. They may not understand these things yet. You get this nice thoughts that come through in your head and you think, okay. And that negative energy dissolves. So then you are the one who's creating your reality. And actually, 2 months down the line or 3 months down the line, they actually become your friend, and you actually help to influence them in such a way that they've been able to improve their life, because they see you as a good role model, and you've just been loving and caring and understanding, that you see these beautiful positive changes in them because of your energy. They feed through that energy you don't become like them, because if somebody's vibrating on a low energy, you must always remember the higher energies always flow to the lower energies. So the higher energies will always clear the negative energies. So somebody who's feeling really, really annoyed and everything, who comes next to somebody who's positive, if the positive person has good, strong energy, then they'll be able to uplift that person. But if they're not that strong, then their energy will go down as well. Because remember, the aura is all of feelings and it's all emotions, and it's connecting to this dark emotion, and it's connecting to your emotion, and now you're feeling that dark energy because you're next to that person. So if you're very, very, I would say, subtle and very sensitive to energies, then you'll be able to start feeling people's feelings as well, good or bad. So the other thing Dr. Emoto says, you have everything you need to change yourself and your life. And that is true. So why don't we do this? Why do we not do this? And why don't we change our lives? I believe it's because, you need to understand that at this moment in time, these are the resources I have. These are the people that I have. This is where I am at this moment in time. So you need to be satisfied, content, and do the best you can with what you have at this moment in time. Because by doing the best you can at this moment in time will take you to the next step. But if you keep thinking, oh, I don't get this, I don't get this, I've never had this, I'm just never getting this, there's no point, blah, blah, blah. But you're not actually moving to that point because you're too busy just dreaming and thinking, etc. So you can have lots of like setbacks but you have to come back up again, be resilient, build your energy, and go back on the path again and keep moving. And I believe that success means that you just continue and continue and continue until you achieve what you wanted to achieve. So if it takes 1 year, fantastic. If it takes 10 years, it doesn't matter. And if it takes 20 years, do it, because that's your success. It's the journey that's the one that will make you evolve. It's the journey that will help you get that magnetic personality, not the goal at the end. So it's so when we talk about these auras and we talk about vibrations and we talked about water, and we said that 70% of our body is water. Now, if you can imagine, Dr. Emoto did various experiments, and I don't know if many of you may have heard of him, and some of you may have not heard of him, but those of you who have heard of him, he used to do the water crystal experiments. And what he used to do is he used to have like glasses of water, and then he would put little labels on this water saying love, hate, evil, gratitude. He would write these things, peace. He would write these things, and you won't believe this. Later on, he would take a little photograph of the crystal of that water. And if you can look right in the first photograph here, that actually would be something like evil, something like you disgust me, I hate you. This is the first photograph that it would be. But if you go on to the second photograph, all you're doing is you're saying nice things to the water. I love you. You're just amazing. I thank you for, feeding me with water. Thank you for helping to quench my thirst. You just say nice things to it. And then you take a photograph of that crystal, and you will see that this is the second crystal you can see there. That's how that water would turn into a beautiful crystal like that, just by giving it nice loving thoughts. So you can see that the whole universe is alive. Everything is alive. Everything is vibrations. If you start connecting to that frequency of the love frequency, you elevate even the water crystals by connecting it to the word of love, for example. In this third photograph, you can see this was a lake. There was a group of Buddhist monks who did a special experiment, and they did a prayer experiment. It was a Buddhist prayer experiment. And when they first took the photographs of the water in that lake, you can see that the third photograph you can see, that's the kind of crystal that came out in that photograph. And when they did the prayer, and they did a collective prayer, everybody, the whole city came together, did a prayer. And then they took a photograph of that lake, and look at the fourth photograph. That is how the water turned into, just through giving everybody focused on that water and gave it positive energy, gave it love, gave it gratitude. And then they took, and can you imagine, people's thoughts had those vibrations that actually change the vibrations of that water. But the interesting thing is here, if you say bad things to people around you, if you belittle them, if you say negative things to people around you, and they have 70% water in their body, can you imagine what you would be doing to their energy levels? Can you imagine what would happen to their vibrations? Because this is how the vibrations change. The aura will change all the time. You see, it goes from dark to light, but the aim should be to keep it light all the time. So this is a very important part for us to understand on how to develop a magnetic personality, by understanding that vibrations are so powerful, so important, that even thoughts, we need to understand, have power. That means that if we do self-talk, which is negative, that's not going to be good for us. If it's good talk that you give yourself, then no, it's okay, you know, you're doing good. It's all right, you know, you're giving yourself a nice little pep talk. That actually will uplift your energy, which is a good thing. Some people say you need to be humble in life. Humility is very important. Yes, I understand that. But celebration is also important, of celebrating your successes and having self-respect of who you are. That's not ego. There is a fine line between ego and self-respect. Ego is when you say there's nobody better than me, and look at me, what I've done, blah, blah, blah. And self-respect is, hey, you know, I've been blessed by these opportunities. God has given me these opportunities to use my talents and skills. So I'm very grateful. And these are the things I've managed to achieve in my life, you know, through my journey. And that's a nice thing to do. So now we're going to start talking about the kind of things that you need to start developing your personality. Now, from these 24 master keys that I have, I think we'll only be able to go through some of them. And if you're interested to find out more, then on the 14th of March, which is Sunday, 14th of March, because I've had a few requests for this, I'm doing a one-day course. It's an online Zoom course, and Healing Our Earth is also supporting me. Thank you, Neil Kumar. So if anybody wanted to find out more about this, then of course, you know, at the end, I'll give you my website details so you can just check the information out. And come and join me, and then we'll go through everything bit by bit, and you will get amazing transformation from that one day. So the first thing I need to say now is, how do we start developing our personality? If we understand the aura, the vibrations, the water, the you know, the chakra system, which I haven't had time to go through, which is also important, but there are all these different elements that we need to understand. If you start mastering these, then what starts happening is your life starts changing. Your life completely starts changing, because when you're oscillating in a different frequency, a higher frequency, you start catching other frequencies in the universe that relate to that same frequency. So you start becoming like a magnet. And what starts happening is, if you're giving lots of love to people, you care for people, you're generous, etc., indirectly you'll get people who'll start coming to you. It may not be the same people, but it'll be somebody else from somewhere else, because the universe always gives and takes. There's always energy. There's a play, that dance play going on. So in order to start attracting these beautiful things to us, what kind of energies do we need to develop? Well, first of all, I say to everybody, life mastery. Life mastery is really important. These 24 keys, by the way, when I was meditating, people say in the world, there are many spiritual masters. I'm nothing like that, by the way, but there are many spiritual masters who sit down and literally sit, and the universe gives them the information and they write it all down. So the Vedas, the astrological books, all these different really great wisdom-based scriptures, which we wouldn't ever know where this information has come from, comes from a higher source. And some people write books when they become an amazing channel. We say Saraswati Ma, you know, the energy of Saraswati, goddess Saraswati. She blesses you. Well, what does that mean? The blesses you means that she suddenly gives you the gift of being able to play musical instruments really well, or getting good grades in your education. Don't forget, you have to do the work. But that energy that comes through, it uses you as a channel to express itself. So if you become a vessel, like a spiritual master would become a vessel, all this information they can pull in like an antenna, like an aerial, like a radio, who wants to tune into different things, and they listen to different types of music. A spiritual master can tune into the frequencies of what's going on in the world and be able to tell exactly what's happening to his disciple in the other part of the world. Or, oh, I can see the aura of this person. Oh, no, something's going to happen to them. I better do a prayer for them to protect them. You know, that's why they say that gurus are so important for you, because they actually help you on a spiritual journey. They want you to become good on a spiritual level. So their aim is to help to elevate you spiritually. The true masters. So when I was sitting there doing meditation, which I've been doing regularly for many years, I have had a few breaks as well in between, when you have lots of challenges in between. But for 20 years, there's been quite a continuous regular meditation that I've done. And one of those days when I was sitting there meditating, these 24 keys just came through. And I don't know how they came. It was like, I had to write it down. It's like, it's a force that comes through saying, come on, I want to be written. Write it down, write these notes down. And I'm thinking, okay, let me just meditate because I'm enjoying this quiet. No, write it. Something tells you to write it. So I just wrote these down, and it's actually helped me in my life in such an amazing way. It's so powerful. So the first thing I say to people: purpose in life, balanced lifestyle, healthy living, and inner knowledge. That's part one, life mastery. So purpose in life, this is something that came through. Each of us are born to serve others through our gifts, talents, skills, or knowledge. So when you're trying to fix what is your purpose in life, the first thing I say to you is go back and just have a look at what do you actually want to convey to people. What skills do you want to present to people? What talents do you have that you love, you have a passion for, that you can go out there and just give to people, and it'll make a huge difference to their lives, and you will love doing it. Like that. That's why I became a dance teacher, a dance trainer, because I used to love dancing. My first degree was accounts and finance. My master's was in public relations. I had an honorary doctorate in arts. It's all different subjects, but I love dance. So I ended up doing dance because for me, I could really transform lives through dance by making people more confident, giving them a chance to, develop their careers, letting people learn a bit more about the culture, get fitter, healthier. There's so many wonderful benefits that people get through dance. So the first thing is the purpose in life. What is your purpose in life? And if you are sitting there watching this right now, think, what are your gifts and talents and knowledge? What is the things that don't worry about what job you do right now. What is it that you would like to do, which is first thing? Because if you start taking actions in your life, which are connected to this, you will become more happier, more joyful. Life will become more exciting for you. And not just that, every morning when you wake up, you will love doing this part. Okay, you may have done some job which your parents wanted you to do, but this is the thing that you love. So at the end of the day, if you start taking actions that will help you in this direction, you will find life will become really fun for you. Second thing is balanced lifestyle. Now, earlier, I remember listening to our dear, wonderful coach from America who had mentioned, it was very difficult to lead a balanced lifestyle, and which is absolutely true. I do understand. But at the same time, from what I understand by a balanced lifestyle, is to be balanced mentally, emotionally, physically, materially, and spiritually. For example, don't become too aggressive, but don't become too passive either. You have to be a bit balanced. You need to have more of a good conversation with somebody, good communication with somebody. So you're not really becoming so aggressive when you're chatting, or you're not saying yes, 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 whatever you say, yes, yes. I mean, you may do it more as a work style because you're just trying to understand what people are saying, and it's just part of your, helping to get people to talk. That's different, and for you to be able to understand someone. But actually, when you need to speak to somebody, This is really important. So balance emotionally, again, balanced physically. You know, if you just go and start doing, if you've never done any gym work before, and you go into gym and you do gym work for 6 hours a day, that's not going to be good for your body. So you have to know in your head that, look, physically as well, I have to be balanced in the way I approach my changes and my transformation in life. You can't just jump in it and do it. You give yourself a little time, be balanced in the way you think, and make sure you get good results in a consistent manner. Materially as well, nothing wrong with having money. I think it's great to be wealthy. What's wrong with abundance? But what I remember, I remember doing an interview with Shivani Didi, Sister Shivani. She's from the Brahma Kumaris. And I asked her this question. And I said, you know, Sister Shivani, there are so many people, you know, I like to walk the spiritual path. But many people say it's not good to think about material things or be too ambitious if you're in a spiritual path and a spiritual journey. And she said, no, she said, there's nothing wrong with making money out of your work and by, you know, having ambitions in life. He goes, what she said, what is wrong is to work unethically. What is important is if you work ethically and you earn money ethically and you make, and God blesses you with lots of money and wealth, there's nothing wrong with that. Enjoy it, share it, you know. So like that. So you have to be balanced with your material thing. Don't just think that, oh, I can't do any work because I need to be a spiritual pauper or, you know, I need to make so much money that I don't have time for my family. You have to go in the middle. And spiritually as well, don't be fanatical. Don't think, I appreciate all religions because I'm a spiritual person. What you will find in life is a spiritual person will always be very open to understanding and accepting all religions. Whereas a religious person could become a little fanatical because that's all they feel is the right thing in life. And that's the only way to live life. Now, I don't mind because for me, I love all religions and I have nothing against anybody from any religious, path that they follow. But what I do know is if you imagine, Sheila, for example, whilst you're here, if I could ask you, on a spiritual, hello, what's your spiritual outlook towards life? What do you consider as spirituality?
For me, I don't think of it as a religion per se. I just think it's about just doing good in the world and doing the best that you can, being there for other people, being the best person that you can be. And there's a higher source that's going to guide you and to where you need to be to help other people.
Wow, that's beautiful. Look at you. We got our little spiritual angel here. Yes, yes. Actually, yeah, they say, don't they? They say that we're not here having like a human experience, but we're actually spiritual beings having a human experience. So we're actually a spiritual energy that's using the physical body to evolve, to learn, but actually we're that energy, that spirit. We are that spirit, not the human, because we'll just go, you know, in the future. So thank you, Sheila. That was lovely. Thank you. Right. So there you go. So there you go. So we can ask Sheila. She knows exactly. But spiritually, that's what real spirituality is. It's about, somebody says, if you sat there for 5 hours doing prayers all day, or you go and help somebody every single day, that more than that 5 hours of prayers, helping somebody is more important, they say, because it's the karma yoga. But this is another topic altogether. So balanced lifestyle, where you bring balance in your life in all these different areas. Healthy living, that's the second one. Our body is a temple that needs to be worshipped through offering nourishment, cleanliness, respect, and rest. Again, this just came through as a quote, it just came through and I just wrote it down. But it's like as if it's something it's telling us that, look, our body is a temple, because it's like we give prasad, you know, to God. Before we do our prayers, we put a bit of prasad and give some offering to God, or in the temple, we give some offering. But even when we give that to us, we should be thinking of maybe doing a little prayer for ourselves, give positive energy to that food, and then eat it. Just like we talked about the water, the reason we spoke about the water experiment, because we know now that energy, by doing a prayer to your food before you eat it, will raise those vibrations in that food. So that's a very important part of it. And values. One of the things I always say to people is when we talk about these different keys, master keys, you then start having values that are connected to each one of these areas. So I'll just give you an example. With the healthy living, one of my values is, I believe that I should, for myself, I just believe, it doesn't matter what other people do, but I'm a non-smoker. I don't drink alcohol. I don't eat eggs because I'm a pure vegetarian. And, you know, I believe that it's, you know, it's my belief that it helps you to be healthier. So I don't need extra toxins and other things to make me feel better or anything. If I need that, I'll just go downstairs, sit for 20 minutes, be silent, be sad, you know, just think that the world's problems are in my shoulders for a bit. And then I'll think, all right, this is not really working for me. And then I feel all right again and come back out again and I'm okay, back again. So that is enough for me to be able to deal with my issues in life, you know, or do some meditation. So it's a value. So whatever your value is, you need to connect it, and then you start living your life in that way. And you will find that in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, in 20 years' time, it'll give you such amazing benefits that you never realize that just by doing those little things in your life has actually helped you after this many years, you know, to have a healthier body, for example. The inner knowledge. Now, inner knowledge can be gained through study of sacred scriptures, personal development, and connecting to the universal consciousness. So you kind of can break this up in a slightly different way, because sacred scriptures always have good things. Their aim is to help you to become a better human being. The human beings may perhaps, you know, interpret things in a slightly different way. That could be for any of their own reasons. But what it says in that actual scripture, like thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not lie, thou shalt, you know, blah, blah, blah. So when you have these, it's all good things. It's nothing bad that, you know, the 10 commandments are teaching you. It's all good things. So sacred scriptures are also good. Personal development is also very good, because personal development actually enriches your brain, your mind. It feeds you with positive vibrations. And if you're feeling negative, by reading positive, uplifting books and, you know, things that will help to give you knowledge, will actually start planting good seeds in your mind. So instead of having the weeds that are kind of going all over the place in the head, because there's so much, you know, problems and challenges that you're having to go through in life, well, by putting these seeds, you know, those seeds are going to sprout. One day you have to create and find a solution for some issue. Suddenly you remember that book that you read and you think, oh yeah, that person did it that way. Maybe I can do this. You know, it helps to expand your awareness levels. So it's a really good thing. And finally, connecting to the universal consciousness. Now, if you believe that the Akashic record is there, Akashic record means all the things that have happened in this world or in the universe, there's like a little filing system, let's call it a filing system, that's out there. And people who know how to connect to that filing system can obtain any information they want from it. Just imagine it like that. And mostly through meditation practices and certain types of spiritual practices, you're able to do this. And if you connect to the universal consciousness, you will find that the decisions you make are mostly going to be good. Why? Because that decision, that solution comes from a higher source, which knows more than you do. If you are seeing something from the first floor of a building, you will see a little bit outside the windows. But if you are speaking from the 7th floor and looking outside from the 7th floor, you will see so much more. So if you raise and connect to the universal consciousness, it can see more about what can happen to you in 5 years' time, or, you know, it can see more that's going to happen in your life. This is not the right place for you to go. You know, so you may get those kind of ideas. And my solution by connecting to the universal consciousness is this, and you can then follow these beautiful solutions that come through. I've done this in my life, and it's been amazing, because you sometimes get puzzled by the kinds of messages that you may feel, you know, why should I'm getting more money here, why should I be taking that project over there which is not paying me much? But my feeling tells me you need to take that one. You know, those people need you more than these people do. And I don't understand why, but my feeling tells me, so I feel, okay, I'm going to go and help these people for free because that's what I'm being guided to do. And suddenly those same people will pay me double the money than these people would have or were thinking of, because they loved my work and they now wanted me to come on board for another 6 months to work with them. So something happens which is better for you. And I enjoyed working with them a lot more because their spiritual outlook was similar to mine. Whereas the other one would have been just for the money, you know, just for the wealth point of view that I would have connected to. So connecting to the universal consciousness gives you inner knowledge, which is so powerful that your decisions actually shape your destiny, as we all know. If we make wrong decisions, which we all have made, they take you down a different path in life. If you are finding a marriage partner for yourself and you married the wrong person, your whole life will change. Why? Because one decision has changed your future because of you didn't think exactly would this be the right person for you. I'm just giving an example. Or it could be you decided to do a degree or not to do a degree and go to work rather than go and do further education. But 10 years down the line, you see all your friends driving around in Porsches and Mercedeses, and you have yourself still working in Kentucky Fried Chicken as a manager. And you think, I'm a manager, but I'm not going to tell them from where. You know, so what I'm trying to say is each decision we make in our lives is so important that it's important to have clarity, get higher knowledge, so that you make the right decision. And when you make those right decisions, you know that is helping you to shape your future in a more positive way. And any decisions you make without hurting anybody, without thinking bad for people, trying to do revenge, or be using frustration and anger, any decision you make which is on a calm, clear, concise way, you will find that that's the best decisions you'll be able to make. So I'm aware of the time, my dear Sheila. Let me know when I go like this, when it's 5 minutes left or something. Okay, I'll keep moving. Now, part 2, virtues. We talked about, mastery of life, because having those 4 things that we just spoke about, just having these 4 things, will start helping you to at least get your foundation right. Because all the decisions you start making in your life, you will find when you meet friends, they will say to you, oh, shall we do this or shall we do that? Well, your purpose in life is to go and, I don't know, help save trees, So you will say, yeah, why don't we go and just plant those trees or have a walk in the garden, because that's what you prefer to do, right? Because that's what was more interesting for you. So once you know what your purpose is, that you enjoy more, you will find that your decisions you'll be able to make, so more good experiences you'll have in life, because you know and you're clear with what you want in life. Moving from the virtues point of view, now we have love, joy, truth, contentment. Now, these are 4 things that vibrate on a very, very high frequency. People like Mother Teresa, just by giving love, unconditional love, look at the impact she did to millions of people's lives. Look at the way she changed and looked after people, disadvantaged people that other people didn't want to help. But Mother Teresa did, because she was unconditionally loving, because she had lots of love in her, because it's a high vibration. When you have a high vibration, it'll make you do things which are also elevated decisions. So every work you do will also help to have that kind of impact, because it's good high vibrationary work that you're doing. Joy. So let me ask Sheila about joy. What do you understand by joy? What would you say joy means for you, Sheila?
I think joy for me would be spending time with my family, spending time with my patients and my friends, and feeling happy inside and giving back to people. And I get a lot of joy when I see I make a difference in other people's lives. That would be joy for me.
Oh, that's so lovely. Yes. You see, you're a very giving person, very nurturing person. You can see that as well, that you ooze that lovely energy around you as well, and that's a beautiful thing, And with the joy side, there's another way to look at joy as well. So for example, when people say happiness, what does happiness mean? Well, happiness actually is where somebody's just bought you a car, or somebody's just bought you a watch and you become really happy, or somebody bought you some flowers and you feel really happy, but you're only happy for that moment in time. And then after about 2 hours or 2 weeks, you're not that happy anymore, right? So it's like that happiness goes and fizzles out, right? Whereas joy is something that stays with you. It will be with you wherever you go, whether you're rich, whether you're poor, whether you're having challenges in life or you're not having challenges, whether you're having a great relationship or you're not having a great relationship. That joy comes from within you. It keeps you happy, blissful, enjoying life. You know, you're happy in your own little life, you know. It's that joyful feeling that little children have when they don't care, they have no cares in the world. And they have, it's not because mum has given them a hug that they feel happy. They just feel happy because they're running around butterflies and, you know, catching little snails and doing whatever they want to do. And it's happy for them, it's joyful. So what joy actually means in life is to have that kind of joy where whether you spend just the fact that that joyful feeling is always there, present. And people, when you have relationships, will not affect that joy. So if they, let's say, start shouting at you, let's say they don't talk to you anymore, or you're having a disagreement of some sort, that doesn't affect that joy anymore. You think, okay, fine, they're going through a bad day. It's okay. I'm not going to discuss this right now. I'm going off. Or you give your 2 or 3 of yours as well. Well, you didn't do this and you didn't. Oh, okay, I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm going. All right. You go off, you know, quieten down, and suddenly you don't feel bad anymore. You just feel that joyful feeling again. But a lot of people, happiness tends to be reliant on other things. And that's where it's not, the virtue should be a natural joy that you should have. So when we start talking about love, what is love? Well, love, we say, is pure love, is just felt, shared, offered, and displayed unconditionally. Displayed is even good because it's like, you know, you've got your neighbor and they couldn't go shopping. You just went and did a shopping and just said, hey, just gave them a call. Look, I've left a bag outside. I knew you needed some milk, so I just bought you some milk. It's just kind of just display it, you know, you just offer things without really expecting anything back. You don't want to be, oh, look, everybody thinks how great I am that I did this for my neighbor. It's just unconditional. So love has to be felt like this. And if I remember reading something which was very important, and I found this quite impactful. And that was, if you can learn to love one person unconditionally, just unconditionally, without any expectations whatsoever, you will have learned what love is. Because then you'll be able to take that habit of love to everybody. But you have to learn to practice just with one person in such a way that you are just completely unconditionally loving, because you're actually practicing, you're actually developing that love within yourself of how to be able to cope with unreasonable people or or, you know, all the dodgy things that happen in our lives, you know, the challenging ups and down things that happen in our lives. But how do you keep on staying unconditionally loving? So that's really important. So that could be a good exercise to try out. Joy, like I said, bring joy into your life and the life of others. Watch here, when I say bring joy into your own life, it's not just about bringing happiness in other people's lives. It's about doing what makes you happy too. For example, I love going for walks in the park, or I like connecting to nature a lot. And people think, well, honey, but you're a dancer, you would be active and you'd be going to red carpet parties all the time. And I said, actually, I'm not like that. I enjoy everything because I feel it's part of the universe. And whatever comes in my path, I enjoy. You know, I experience it, I enjoy it, I make the most of it, and I learn from it, and I contribute towards that thing as well. So it becomes a good memory for me. And then you move on, you know, to do other things in life as you move forward. So for me, joy means just walking and going for a walk in the nature, which is fantastic. So there's truth. Truth, I think, is really important. Living honestly, living by the truth, and do not do anything that goes against your soul. I think that part is very important, that don't do anything that goes against your soul. And why I say that is, Sheila, if I ask you, here comes another tough one for you. The other answers are great. Right now, let's see if you can get this one. What does the soul mean for you? What does soul mean for you?
Wow, that's a hard one. Honey.
I know it's tough, right?
I think the soul is what lives on forever. So it's, for me, I guess it's nourishing the soul, the inner essence of who you are. So doing the right thing, being a good person, not doing anything negative, so that it's almost like your karma is always good because you're just doing positive things. So you're only putting good things inside as opposed to any toxicity or negativity.
Right, that's very good. That's nice. So you're very much into developing yourself. You see, I like that, because actually the soul loves that. The soul really enjoys that. You see, if we saw this in a slightly different way again, and we see that actually the soul is the king or queen of your life. But what happens right now, we have the physical body, which has the 5 senses, and we make all the decisions based on those 5 senses, not what the king and queen is telling us, the one that has a higher power, the one that is connected to God, the one that has everything that it needs. So that's the soul. That's that little voice inside you that tells you, don't do this, do this. I don't think that's the right thing for us to do right now, or stay quiet. You know, that little voice that tells you inside you, which helps you to make good decisions. If your soul becomes awakened, as we say, if the soul becomes strong, and if the soul starts helping you to live your life rather than the 5 senses only, then all the decisions you'll make will come from a higher source, because the soul will tell you what you need to do and what you should do, and it'll always be for the best for you and best for everyone. It'll never be for any, you will know, because it'll never do any harm to anyone. So that decision that comes in will always be good for everybody, or good for you and good for everyone. So when that message comes through and you follow that, then you will know that you're living by what your soul is telling you to do. So if it says do not do anything against your soul, that means that voice that comes in that will really know, because it's connected to the source, as we said, the Akashic records, let's say the universe and the source, it'll know what's going to happen to you in 2 years' time if you do this. So don't do it. And then when you make that decision, that you have to experience that in 2 years' time. But if you actually listen to that voice and it knows that's going to happen, you would have gone through that, but in a very small, impactful way. There wouldn't have been a big impact for that, because you've now done it this way. So that soul is so important. I remember, for example, a long time ago, somebody had said to me, can you just write your name on this check for me? And I said, why would you need that name on the check? And they said, oh, because, oh, don't worry, you know, I know you, I'm your relative, so don't worry, just do this. And I said, well, actually, inside me, my soul tells me I shouldn't be doing this. So I said, I'm so sorry. I said, I know, I really respect you and I really shouldn't say this, but I don't feel comfortable doing that. You know, so I just had to say it. I had to say, because my soul was telling me, don't do it, don't do it, don't touch that, you know, and I followed it. So if you can start helping to awaken your soul, which you can do through, by the way, meditation practices and various other spiritual practices, that will be one of the best friends that you'll ever have, because that's you, that's your higher self guiding you in your life. And that definitely will help to, it'll give so much beautiful, it'll radiate so much positivity, because the soul is part of God, you know, it's the divine side of you. And that divinity has so much energy, so much beautiful, bright, radiant energy that you'll be radiating that way too, from your personality point of view. Contentment in life. Be satisfied in all that you do to the best of your ability, everything that you are at this moment in time, and whatever life blesses you with. And what does that mean? Because when I want to become a millionaire or a multimillionaire, I'm not a multimillionaire right now. So you need to still be satisfied now. You won't be satisfied only when you get the multi-million pounds, or maybe I have multi-million pounds and I want £1 billion now, right? So you want to keep moving. So At the end of the day, what they say is whatever you are and wherever you are at this moment in time, you may find that you've gone through a challenging situation. You've been attacked, something has happened to you, and suddenly you've gone through trauma, you've gone through something that makes you freeze. So you're not being able to do everything that you may have wanted to do, for example. So what happens then? Well, at that moment in time, whatever you can do, you need to do. So do take the action. Don't say, oh, I'm not going to do anything. Do take action, but don't kick yourself for it, because at that moment in time, you know, you have to be good to yourself as well. You have to give yourself love as well. And you have to give yourself understanding, just like you give other people understanding when they're going through a tough situation. So all I say to people is, in life, you have to be satisfied with everything you are at this moment in time. If you don't have the money right now, do something smaller. Don't do a big business, do a smaller business. It's fine, but stay content. The secret here is the contentment part, because satisfaction is a thing that makes people go greedy, go jealous, go do wrong things. The brothers will fight with each other. You know, people will try to send out their mum and dad, and they want to live with their wives, let's say, and take everything of their parents, and all these bad things that take place, right, in life, which is unfortunate, but it happens. But what happens there is because they're not content with what they've got. They're not thinking that, oh, I've got lovely parents. They've brought me up. Look at what they've done this many years. They've sacrificed their life to bring me up this way. They put me through education. They loved me to bits. Even when I had, you know, what you call it, a runny nose, they would come and bring a tissue and clean you, because they just thought their baby is the best and the most beautiful ever. Meaning that that's how much love that your parents have given you. But when they become elderly and they're not useful for you, you just, you know, you don't even care, you don't respect them, you know, that's not the right thing to do. Of course, everybody has different points of views, because there's different generations that we're thinking about, but there still has to be understanding. So wherever you are at this moment in time, just remain content and be happy and feel blessed for wherever you are. So are we all right now with the time, dear Sheila? Otherwise I can...
No, keep going. We can't stop you here. This is just way too interesting. Go ahead.
Sure, no problems. Right. Personality traits. Thank you, Sheila. Personality traits. Now, personality traits are so important, because this is what you are as a person. It's the personality that you show the world and who you are as well. Because sometimes you have to go, and if you're a professional, you have to be a bit more, you know, like wear the suits and be a bit more assertive, you know, in the business arena. Or you have to be a bit more softer when you're talking to somebody, when you're trying to be a social worker, let's say. You know, there are things that you may have to do to make sure that the role you're playing at that moment in time, you're doing to the best of your ability. But there are personality traits that you have within you, which will never change, whatever happens. It will be in you, and people will see you as a role model for having that as well. So the first thing is respect. Second is non-judgmental. Third is generosity. And fourth is peacefulness. And peacefulness is that inner peace and the outer peace. When somebody comes to you, they shouldn't feel stressed, because there's somebody who's always going, okay, come on, we have to go, come on, we need to go there, we need to do this, we need to do that, you know, and you think, as soon as you come near them, you start feeling, oh my God, we have to rush, but where do we have to go? I don't even know where we have to rush. And you become part of that peacefulness, you know, that you're still being active, but there's a peacefulness about you that people enjoy. So the respect side. First of all, you need to show respect to all, living and non-living things, young or old, rich or poor, anyone or anything. Respect is not just about just respect your elders. Respect, you know, you respect your child, because you respect that this child is different. This child is creative. You don't push them to become a logical mathematician and an IT expert, because you're not showing respect to who that little child is. That little child could be a beautiful singer and an artist, or, you know, very creative person. You have to respect that. The second thing is, you know, trees are there, just cutting down trees, 500-year-old trees cut down just like that, acres and acres of land, just, you know, trees just broken, just cut down. There is no respect for Mother Earth. So there is also the respect of Mother Earth. There could be respect of somebody's belonging. You think, oh, it's somebody else's, I'll just throw this away. Well, it's somebody's bag or somebody's coat. So just put it away and then give it to them later on. All I'm trying to say is there's respect for everything. Respect for your food. Just do a little prayer before you eat, because there are people who are, going hungry. So just put your hand there and just do a little thank you, dear God, for this food. And that's all you need to do, is just a little prayer to you don't show it to anybody else. You just do it like lightly. When the food is there on your table, you just kind of put your hand there and just do a little prayer and eat it. So nobody needs to know, but you respect the food. So, and I also see that you will also be able to know what caliber a person is with the way they treat waiters. Like if you go to a restaurant and you see somebody saying, hey, chalo, yaha, we need this done. Why is this like this? Why is that? But to give them respect too, that, excuse me, I think you brought the wrong food here. Can you, replace that? No harm in just speaking that way. It's only if they're not doing it that you may need to put your foot down, but that's a different thing, because then you're just being assertive with the situation. But you don't need to initially be so rude to somebody. That's what I mean, that you can tell when somebody's, the way they treat the little people, the way they'll treat anyone and everyone, rather than, oh, there's a royal family, oh, hello, how are you? And there's a little person, oh, he's just a, so he's out of work, he's just unemployed, so he's not important at the moment. You don't do those things. Everybody is an individual. And if you see everybody as a soul, then what you will see is you will see divinity in everybody, because you will see that there's a bit of God in everyone. And by doing that to somebody, you're actually doing that to God. Because if you can imagine a sparkler, there's one sparkler and all these little sparks that come out. And each one of us are those sparks which are part of the one. It's like that. If you see it like that, then you can't really disrespect others which are part of you. Second thing comes to non-judgmental. So let others be who they choose to be. Let us not judge others before judging ourselves. And let us learn to witness life as it is. Now, what do we mean by that? Well, first of all, let people be who they want to be. I used to have an issue. With, I used to be a bit of a homophobic before. This was many years ago. And I used to not like it, because I used to think it was really against the Bible and against religious texts that I used to learn. This was many years ago. But I used to, because I was taught that, I would read it and then I'll think, oh, this is really wrong. People shouldn't be this way. But then I once watched a movie, I think it was called Philadelphia or something like that it was called. It was Tom Hanks starring in the movie. And I actually watched that movie where Tom Hanks was playing a gay person. And I understood their emotions, what they went through, all the challenges they went through, And I watched that movie and I felt so bad after I watched that film, because I felt, oh my God, I've been so judgmental. Whereas these people are just such sweet beings, such sweet people. Who am I to judge these people? Let them be who they wish to be. But as time went on, I became more and more open to who people are. And actually, that was a trigger point where I learned I should never be judgmental in life. You should never do that. But it made me very open now. I'm very open-minded with anyone and everyone. And for example, if you have a partner who wants to do something else and you think they shouldn't do that, well, let them be happy. If they like doing that, why just, you shouldn't do this and you shouldn't do that. We shouldn't be henpacking people, in other words. So don't be judgmental. Let people do what they want to do. Let what makes them happy. And the other thing is judge ourselves as well, because judging ourselves too is important. Because we may tell others, like I sometimes give great advice and I find it difficult to do it myself, So then I have to remember Gandhiji, what Gandhiji taught us. I remember one story with Gandhiji was a little child came with a mom. The mother came with a child and said, can you please tell this child to stop eating so much sugar? Because he eats so much chocolate and whatever he was eating, too much sugar. So Gandhiji said, okay, come back in 2 weeks' time. And they went back after 2 weeks' time. And Gandhiji said to this little boy, okay, you shouldn't eat any sugar, okay, from now on. So the little boy said, oh, okay, Gandhiji, because he listens to what Gandhiji says. But then the mother went, why did you make, for 2 weeks I waited around, and it took 2 weeks for you to just say that, and you could have told me this 2 weeks ago. And Gandhiji said, well, because I used to eat a lot of sugar myself, he said, so why would I be teaching you this and teaching a child when I do it myself? So these kinds of stories are really important. It reminds us, you know, that, oh, I'm giving these people this this wonderful advice, but I need to do this myself. So it gives you that little kick as well. So whilst you're helping others along the way, you keep trying to do this yourself as well to improve yourself too, because you know it works. You know it works. So you have to judge yourself too. Don't just, you know, just go and let others know that why don't you follow these things, and why aren't you so disciplined, and why don't you, you know, because, you know, people go through issues in life. It's not easy for people to make changes, but they need love, they need care, they need understanding, they need, you know, a bit of cajoling to move in that direction rather than fear and, you know, making them feel bad. And finally, you know, let us learn to witness life as it is means, for example, let's say, Sheila, you're a lovely, kind person, and, you know, you love people, you're always caring and things like that. And if I see that, I would see it just as it is, right? Because I think Sheila's a beautiful person. What a lovely soul she is, like a little angel. Whereas other people may think, who may have been through a different situation, will think, they're just pretending, you know, like when you're happy and nice to people and they think, oh, she's just pretending to be nice and sweet. You know, they say sweet talk. They're just being a sweet talkers or something. But actually, they are who they are. You can't just make things up about them because of how you're interpreting things. So in life, we tend to interpret a little story in our heads of who somebody is or what they are or what they did with my little story in my head, whereas that's not true. So what you have to see is you let people be who they are and you witness life as it is. And as soon as you just witness life as it is, you will not be actually, you'll be just witnessing life. You won't get pulled into the drama of life, if that makes sense. By you having those stories, then now you pulled into the drama. And the next time I meet you, I'm saying, yeah, she's just pretending, you know, it's all my little thing in my head that's told me all this. It's not true. So what I say to people is just try to live life. Just let things be, see things as they are. And if you have to make your little judgments out of it, that's different, you know, like you may write a diary, your thoughts about it. You say, oh, I hate that Sheila. She's so much nicer than me. I have to be like her now. Oh, that diary. And I have to get it all out in the system. So when you have that journal, now I feel better now. Oh, it's okay. I'll be like Sheila as well. I'll use her as my role model. So what tends to happen then is you just have to learn to witness life as it is. So, yeah. So generosity, that's another fourth one here. Generosity is, of course, know that there is plenty in the universe for all to share, give to each other, and continue to be blessed with. And why do we say that? Because a lot of people think, I'm never going to get more. I'm never going to get more. I'm eating this bread, and there's somebody who's hungry there. Oh, I better not give. I've only got 2 slices here. It's just mine. But actually, you can give them another slice. It's okay. You've got the other slice. You know, you can do little things for other people. It's okay. You have to be generous. But actually, universe is very abundant. So if you understand the vibrations, and if you understand that you can start vibrating in a particular frequency that will bring money to you in your life, then you can also start utilizing that if you wanted to get abundance in your life. You see, for some people, it may not be that important anymore. It may be important for them when they were younger, you know, when they were growing up, when they were more ambitious. But as they maybe go into the middle life, they may have seen it all, done it all. You know, it's fine. You know, they've experienced all the wonderful, enjoying the living, you know, the lifestyle and everything. And it may not mean that much to them anymore. So it depends, you know, if you want more abundance, ask for it, vibrate on it. You will never be able to get abundance if you yourself are selfish, because then you're stealing and doing this and taking people's things away and, you know, wanting it all for you. And, you know, it's a different intention that we spoke about right from the beginning. That intention you have will vibrate in a different frequency. It may help you for the short term, but it will never help you on the long term point of view. And always know, can you imagine if you put a seed in the garden it'll turn into a tree, and that tree will give you 20,000 fruits in its lifestyle, in its lifetime. One little seed, and look at how the universe gives back to us. We give somebody 10 pounds and we say, you owed me that 10 pounds. 2 years down the line, he never gave me back that 10 pounds that I gave him last time. Is that little titchy bits, you know, that you really live your life with very narrow-minded thinking, where you can say, okay, maybe in my past life I borrowed some money and, you know, they lent me money. This life I've just lent them their money. So we're equal now. You know, if you just did that, you let go of that feeling from your body and it doesn't come back again. So if you just kind of understand in life that there is a lots in the world, there's lots in the universe, you know, the universe will give you so much back. It's us human beings have to be careful because they're greedy. They take things away. But the earth and the universe will continue giving you. I'll give you one example, actually. You know, sometimes you have competitors. And when I used to run my academy, I would have had some what would you say, competitors, and these competitors actually would try to steal my students, and then other people would then say to me, oh my God, you have to be really careful, these people are bad, you know, they're taking all your students away. And I always say, well, first of all, it's the student's choice because they charge less money than we do. The fees are less. Maybe they can't afford the higher fees. It's okay, you know, and there's plenty in the universe because these are not the only students in the whole world. There are many more students out there. So if you are open for students to flow into your academy, it happens automatically. But as soon as you start trying to hold people back, it creates bad feeling as well. It makes you also vibrate on a lower frequency because now you're being selfish, you're being fearful, you're being somebody who's not very happy with your life because of what's happening. So if you can see how all this affects your personality, how it affects that magnetism that you may have, by you being kind and everything, 5 years later, they'll come back to you and say, oh, we really apologize for what we did. But here is something, you know, from our side. And, you know, they make it up in other ways. So you don't need to feel very bad about bad things that happen to you. Just let it be and move on. Yeah. So of course, we were going to come to our last part of this side, peace. Peace is at all times in whatever situation, remain calm, centered, and peaceful. Very hard to do. Very easy to say. It is so difficult, and we all know this, that we could say, I don't know how the spiritual masters do it. Of course, they spend like 16 hours a day meditating and really raising their vibrations, and you know, they automatically are very peaceful. Like Dalai Lama is always smiling all the time. He has such a beautiful aura about him. You know, you can just feel this lovely compassion and happiness that oozes through his aura. You know, I can feel that. But the rest of us, we live in everyday life, right? So sometimes this is a little difficult. But as I mentioned right from the beginning, if we set up a value system in our lives, and what I mean by that value system is, no, I'm going to be a peaceful person. I'm a resilient, peaceful person who's going to stay balanced in my life. And if anything happens, I'm going to go back, do my meditation, come back, center myself, and then come back and do whatever I need to do. So you need to have a tool or technique that will help you to go back into that peaceful situation. Otherwise, it can get really bad, and you can go from peaceful to frustrated to angry to having broken relationships because that peace is not within you. So if you can see the chain reaction that takes place by you not doing the foundation, you will see that by getting the foundation right, you'll never have those other issues to deal with afterwards. So coming to that, dear Sheila, I know there are plenty more we can talk about, but I've gone through the half of this. And, you know, like I explained to the rest of our wonderful friends out there who are watching today, that if you're interested to find out more and also how to bring this into your life, how we could add the frequencies, the aura, the chakra system with each one of these areas, and how to boost up that frequency of yours, there'll be a different you completely in a very short space of time, because vibrations change just like that. If in one day, if you're listening to upbeat music, you will already uplift your frequency by listening to those kind of things. So, if you're interested, do go and visit www.honeykalariaofficial.com. And if you wanted the actual the website, there you go. This is the information. If you wanted to take a quick little photo of it, then please do. But it's honeykalariaofficial.com. I'm running the day on the 14th of March. It is a special day where we can all come together and go through this step by step. And what we will do is run through the 24 keys, put that into a master plan for our own lives, develop values that are important for us, understand how to switch that frequency for each one of those areas, and then go back home with a lovely roadmap, blueprint, and an action plan for your, and then I will be there as well if you ever want to contact me again, for any questions that you have after then. So I hope you enjoyed this. And from Honey Kalaria here, dear Sheila, thank you for answering those questions for me as well. And I hope you've enjoyed that. Any questions?
That was amazing. There was so many. It was like kind of giving like a handbook of life all in one, and just touching on all the aspects of our lives that we need to work on. And I always think that this is a great time with the pandemic to really focus on ourselves and get ourselves healthier mentally, physically, spiritually, and raise the vibrational energy of the world. Is the best way to raise vibrational energy of the world or the planet, is it through prayer and meditation?
Well, I always say there's one thing that I've always learned in life. In order to make changes in the world, you have to start with yourself. So as you start raising your own vibrations, you will find that you will attract other people who want to raise their vibrations. And you will start finding that there's little, like a little snowball effect will start taking place. So as soon as you're ready with your vibrations, they've increased to a particular level, you will make changes with people around you automatically. Second thing is, if you find a small group of people who think in similar ways, like let's say we both think similar, that we need to help to change the world. If we find more people like that, we create a huge, what would you say, the universal, we say consciousness, but we say group consciousness. We have solo consciousness and we have group consciousness. And in the group consciousness, it gives you more unity, more strength. Like many, like many ropes you tie together, you can't break it. Whereas if you just had one twig, you just broke it just like that. So if you have a group of people working together, then I think that they can definitely start shifting the energies. And finally, with the helping to raise levels of humanity, as we say, consciousness levels of humanity and for the world, I think that there is a spiritual awakening taking place right now, where more people are moving into this path from all different careers, all different backgrounds, all different religions, etc. So, and all different careers, even professionals who never believed in spirituality are now coming into this area. So I think there is definitely going to be a shift in consciousness that's going to take place. So if we prepare ourselves with these kinds of knowledge, prepare ourselves with the kind of energy, our energy will do the work as well for other people, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. I'm also, something I picked up from your presentation was you mentioned that fear, for example, decreases the vibrational energy. And there's a lot of fear right now, scarcity. People are worried about their jobs. They're worried about COVID, for example. So it's important, I guess, to really raise your vibrational energy of yourself so that not only is your immunity is better too, right?
Absolutely. Well, remember, like I just said, just like you have group consciousness who think about positive things together and help to raise their vibrations, we're actually using herd like the herd factor, where we are decreasing the vibrations. Because when you have a lot of people who come together with fear and scarcity and things like that, it's actually pulling the energy levels down. So we have to give people hope. We need to give people, a chance to know that, look, things are not permanent. Everything in life is never permanent. There's always change in life. And if we've had to go through this, there are also good lessons we can learn from it, that we spend time with our families. We spend time also appreciating that whether you're rich or poor, whether you're living in this country or that country, we all go through the same situations in life. So we appreciate people more this way. And we're becoming more united as well. If you can see the way the vaccination program is taking place, everybody's coming on board to help, etc., to put things together. So, I feel that if we can help to change people's direction of thinking to the fact that, it's okay, challenges make us strong. I always say to myself that I consider myself as this is really, like in your little brain, I call myself a spiritual warrior. So every time anything goes, challenging in my life, I think to myself, God is preparing me to do better work in this world. I'm having to go through this challenge so I can show myself and prove to myself how resilient I am, how patient I can be. He's actually developing those qualities in me so that I can go out to do bigger work out there in the world. So I give myself that little pep talk, and then it doesn't mean much to me anymore, because I don't feel bad that, look at me, I'm a victim of these challenges in life, right? So yeah.
I do think it's important, if something negative does happen, if you look at it in the positive, you can then empathize with someone else that's going through that. And then you also have a passion to help them because you've been through that and that emotion yourself. So that's a very valid point, honey.
Yes, absolutely, Sheila. Sheila, life is about, they say this, it's not intelligence and knowledge which is only important. It's the wisdom and experience which is equally important. Because wisdom comes when you just have an inner knowing that maybe this is not the right thing for us to do. They may have not studied books, they may not have gone to schools, but they'd still have that knowledge that we shouldn't be doing that. So that's the wisdom part. So so I think that, you're absolutely right, that it's nothing to do with just we should all as a team, as a group, like Healing Our Earth is such an amazing team. I mean, I'm so proud of the way Neil Kumar, Nishit, as well, they all come together. We've got Reena there as well as part of the team, Sarita, so many people are here as part of our team. All of them coming together with one vision, and that is to make a difference to people's lives worldwide, helping communities, educating, informing, entertaining, just keeping them busy from this COVID. Rather than sitting there fearfully, you give them something positive to concentrate on, give them knowledge, learn new things. It's just incredible to be part of this team and to have, like-minded people. So I'm very proud, and Sheila, to have you there as well. Such a kind person. I have to go back to my journal. I have to be as nice as Sheila. No, it's good. It's having like-minded people is very helpful. But I hope, everybody enjoyed, just understanding about this magnetic personality point of view. Because having a magnetic personality is where, people like you, people want to be with you, people want to work with you, give you contracts, because, you have the right values in place. You're vibrating in that energy. And if we can get anyone to vibrate in those energies, things can open up in a different way. For me, the COVID year, a lot of people had complained a lot. But for me, I became a global ambassador for the Commonwealth Business Entrepreneurs Club in 2020. I ended up getting this best, performing arts and dance coach 2020 award. It was a global award. I had not expected any of that. But what happens is my mind was always, positive, we'll come out of this. Let's boost up our immune system. Let's have lemon every morning with some ginger to help boost us. It wasn't like, what's happening in the world, and So I think it takes a bit of habit. It's habit forming as well. And there are many areas I'm working on. So it's not like I'm a perfect person. Even Hatel, we heard Hatel in the beginning, right before this. He's an amazing coach as well. He's a great friend. If you connect with the right peer groups, like those people who want the best for people around them, you will find that they also help to elevate you in areas that you may be weak at. So they make sure that they support you in areas that you feel that, I need a bit of help in this, I think. And it's nice to get those kind of people around you who really believe in you, who care for you and don't judge you. Like I said, it's not a judgmental thing. So that, and are there any questions from anybody else who may wish to ask any questions while I'm here? I hope you enjoyed this. Did I talk too much?
No, so, it's lovely. You've got this amazing energy, and you're talking about getting a magnetic personality. So I'm glad that you have a magnetic personality, because we definitely know what you're teaching is working.
Oh, actually, because I thought when I speak to people and I tell them about vibrations and aura and things, it doesn't sound so exciting. It really doesn't. So when you want to connect with people and people who are living everyday lives, we have to think about, what do they want? Sometimes people don't want the spiritual life. They just want to live a life which is good, decent. They want to be good society members and just good human beings. But if they have this kind of knowledge that they can develop within themselves, as parents, you will have amazing children who will become great leaders in the future, because the energy you have, the outlook towards life that you have, that will definitely, the children will watch and see and learn from the way you are, and then they will become that, and they'll become even better as they grow, and then they will do the same with their children. So if we can help to spread this kind of knowledge and help people elevate, we will have a much stronger future generations, growing up in doing good work within that spiritual time that we are going to be entering into.
Well, thank you so much, Honey. Your talk was amazing, and we look forward to looking at your course next week. When is that? March? What was the day again? March 3rd?
It's Sunday, 14th of March, this Sunday. So if you're at home, you can sit down. It's from 10:30 in the morning till 6:30 in the evening, because we're going to go through quite a lot. You will have breaks, so don't worry, I'm not that mean. But what we'll do is we'll go through a workbook. We'll go through everything step by step. We'll help you to understand. And then for each area, it depends on your individually tailored program, because what's important for you may not be important for me, for example. So we will end up creating an action plan for you, so that within a very short time, you can raise your vibrations and bring those wonderful new qualities and habits into your life, and values that you can live by. Because now you know what kind of decisions to make in life, because those are your values. And people will start respecting you because they know this is what you stand for. And it'll always be something positive, never negative.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we look forward to seeing you soon.
Yeah, I look forward to it. And a global namaste to everybody. And I know that I was meant to do a little meditation at the end, but by the looks of it, we're out of our time now. So I just wanted to say thank you to the whole of the Healing Our Earth team, Anil Kumar, the director, producer, Nishit, and all the rest of the team members. Dear Sheila, keep up the great work. You're an amazing host. And, we have an asset with us here, a wonderful person like you. Keep up the good work, and not just with the Healing Our Earth team, but for the community and for the world at large.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste.
Unfortunately, our time has come to an end. Such wonderful speakers. I'm literally going to go back to the recording on www.healingourEarth and watch Honey's lecture again and take notes again. It was just amazing. And Hetal and Keynes, it was just a wonderful, and the speakers before that, it was so enriching to know that there's so many wonderful people out there. There's help out there also if you want to learn things, educate yourself. There's so many books out there. A reminder that next, we've got Sunday, the 28th of February, we've got Kids and Teens. And Sunday, the 7th of March, we have International Women's Day. So we have some great Healing Our Earth sessions coming up on Sundays. I would like to thank everyone on behalf of our producer and director, Neil Kumar, the whole team of Healing Our Earth. Would like to thank guest speakers, our channel partners, Mental Health Connect, Hindu Matters in Britain, Enrich TV, Diwali in London, Bhakti Sagar TV, Simran Ahuja Official, Hindu Forum of Europe, Sanskrita, Sunrise Radio UK, and any other people that we haven't mentioned. And special thanks to Strategic Web Success and www.innndus.co.uk. And finally, to all our audience out there, we are here for you. Let's raise the vibrational energy of the world together. We love you. We're part of your family. And a global namaste to you